Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Okay, thank you very much. We can all have our seats. So, for the rest of the proceedings, we are going to have the official opening session, and I'll invite my colleague, Dr. Abi Kadir, the Director of Research, African Economic Research Consortium, to introduce the chair of the session, and then the other proceedings can follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles. Okay, I think we should all get started. I assume that everybody hears me okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Abi Mamo Kadir, Director of Research of African Economic Research Consortium here in Nairobi. I should welcome every one of you here in person and those joining us online. It's nice to see all our invited guests, resource persons, researchers, group chairs, former colleagues, mentors here in our 60th biannual conference. This event marks the beginning of almost a week-long series of discussions, research ideas, research works by our fellowship and network members. This 60th anniversary of the AERC biannual is a sequel or a follow-up of the 59 that we had in November time. And it runs under the same theme, which is youth, demographic dividend, migration, and economic opportunities in African economies. I know it is a mouthful. It covers a lot of important elements, especially which we can simply call human capital development, which is at the heart of economic transformation of African economies. Through a lineup of exciting speakers and distinguished speakers, we seek to understand better the critical issues of the theme, to understand youth, unemployment, migration, economic opportunities, education, and so on. So let me highlight the key segments of what we are in store for the day. The first session will be an opening session, followed by paper presentations, which will be chaired by Professor Peter. And finally, we have the high-level panel discussion. So before I leave the stage, let me introduce to you the chair of the opening session, Dr. Patrick Njoroge, who will be chairing the opening session immediately after me. Patrick is an immediate former governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, and he served in that role for 8 years. Prior to that, he was working for the IMF as an economist and a senior economist, and also a chief of mission in Dominican. Patrick was assigned or appointed by Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, to lead a task force on digital financing for SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals. Patrick has published a lot of journal articles in peer-reviewed journal outlets, and he gained a BA and a MA in economics from the University of Nairobi, and also a PhD from Yale in the US. So over to you, Patrick.
Which one should I use, this or this? This one, thank you. Thank you very much, Abdi, and good morning once again to all of you. It's interesting that 9 o'clock in the morning, Sunday morning, and there are this many people wide awake, ready to discuss important topic, and I'm told that there are also other people joining us online. So again, a big welcome to each one of you, and it's great to have you here. Before introducing the speaker, the next speakers, yes, as Abdi says, I have, my previous job was governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, and during that period and even before, I have also been involved in some ways, minimal nevertheless, AERC. I do remember meeting Ben Ondulu in the office that used to be on International Lifehouse years ago when I came back from my, with my PhD then, and discussing various things. Always an interesting place in many ways, and definitely will grow from strength to strength. As was mentioned a moment ago, this is the 60th biennial, and as part of AERC's mission, really, of raising or having the, should we say, sound economic management informed by research in Africa, I think this is one of the elements that brings together those three things: research, training, and policy outreach. So I want to first congratulate all of you in AERC for having such a interesting and, should we say, important mission of bringing these three together. I also want to thank the AERC board of directors. Not all of them are here. But I think that should really be something that they need to hear, highlight that. And the people that have supported AERC, the donors, the partners, and of course the AERC staff for everything that they do, including organizing this plenary. You've all seen the schedule, and my job today is just to keep things flowing and to facilitate the conversation. So if I interject at various times, please bear with me. And if there are things that I miss out on, please nudge me and tell me, point me in the right direction. And as you have seen in the schedule, we have the welcoming remarks by Professor Victor Murinde. And then after that, we will have the official opening by Professor Juguna Dungu, who unfortunately cannot make it today. As you know, he is the Cabinet Secretary, the Minister, really, of Finance. And yesterday was a national holiday, and they were out of town. So coming back to town from where they were has been quite a challenge. But he has sent a worthy representative in the name of Dr. Rose Ngugi, who will deputize the cabinet minister, the cabinet secretary in the remarks and also during the rest of the conversation. Then after that, we'll have the keynote by Professor Ali Mbaye, and followed by reflections by Andy McKay. And then we'll have floor discussions from about 10:20 to 10:50, about half an hour floor discussion. So you'll have time to ask those questions, and would want to keep things rolling appropriately. So my job is to keep this going until around 10:50. So that's what we're going to do together. By the way, there'll be, for those of you that are connecting online, you can send in your questions, and those questions will be brought in at the right time appropriately. So now we turn to Professor Victor Murinde, who will be giving us the welcome remarks. He is our very own executive director. And I want to say that he seems to have his speed is quite high. He only arrived in Nairobi less than a month ago, almost exactly a month ago. And today we have this event. Now, I know the AERC staff have been very effective, etc., and we're organizing it before, but definitely organizing something of this magnitude within a month of your arrival is something to be, it's noteworthy, and we need to congratulate you for it. Of course, at the end of it, we'll also tell you how it went. So thank you very much. But I want to, again, congratulate you for accepting to be the executive director. And I think all of us in the AERC community really welcome you with open arms. So congratulations. Before that, before joining us at AERC, Victor, I'll call you Victor, was at the SOAS, University of London, and he was actually the director. There he was a professor of global finance and was director of the program on global finance at that, in the University of London. Now, he has, I can talk about his research and his research work, etc., but just to say that, to summarize more than 30 years of work in 2 minutes doesn't cut it. So I just want to say that he has been outstanding in terms of research, both in the University of London, also in AERC before that, and other places as well. I want to say that he and I actually collaborated, edited a book on central banking, probably one of the only books of that type on central banking in Africa. So we have been working, even though we have other duties, we've been putting things together. And then, of course, finally, before that, he was at the African Development Bank, and there he was the founding director of the African Development Institute. So I don't want to spend a lot of time. I could be here 10 hours just discussing what you've done, and just want to say thank you very much for coming, and you have the floor, Victor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Patrick. And friends in the network, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are here, good morning. It's my great pleasure to welcome you here at the AERC 60th plenary session, biennial. But let me also, before that, recognize the presence of the previous executive directors of the AERC. And I would like to ask you to give them a hand of applause because they built the foundation on which the AERC is now standing. Professor Bir Yakurwa, thank you for being with us today. Professor Lema Senbet, thank you for being with us. And then Professor Dominic Jenku, who has been caretaking the organization before I came on board. And of course, also Abikadir was the acting executive director for this. So, and with that, it's a great pleasure because I can see many familiar faces around here. This is what constitutes the AERC fraternity. And also, I know there are many other faces, people sitting online, virtually watching these developments and ready articulated to come in and interface with us throughout the day. But my job is a simple one, to welcome you. And maybe I'd like to seize this opportunity of saying welcome to share with you what you possibly already know, but just highlight what the AERC does and does it best. It's not called a premier think tank on Africa for nothing. It's a premier organization that prides itself in doing what it does best. Just to highlight a couple of these areas, and let me ask the person sharing the slides to maybe this will do it. Okay. The next one. Yes, that's it. That AERC has, since 1988, achieved what it does by specifically focusing on building capacity, but using an intractable framework that achieves that. Of course, as we know, embedding systems of work mean that you have to keep on thinking of how to do the work best. So we are continuously thinking and exploring, innovating in various dimensions, especially the 3 dimensions. The first is the research dimension, where AERC has been on the forefront of promoting thematic research in the groups A, B, C, and D. This takes place, by the way, tomorrow and for the next 3 days. But also some work, including the work shared in this plenary, is coming out of collaborative research, which involves joint work, collaboration across many stakeholders, especially African universities and universities throughout the world, working on a particular problem. In this case, for this plenary, it's about a demographic dividend and how to harness the capacity of the youth to be kind of productive. But also in research, there are special workshops which help disseminate some of the ongoing work. And of course, the idea is then to have a transition from the work to policy outreach, enhancing uptake of research findings, the research that can resonate with the demand side by policymakers and practitioners. And that's the second element. The third element is, of course, of training, because research methodologies change. And what we do is track the recent development methodology and innovate, and then train our researchers across the programs. And this is what makes up the collaborative master's program, collaborative masters in economics, collaborative masters in applied economics, and collaborative PhD programs. Now, a lot of this structure that I mentioned will be reviewed, is actually in the process of being reviewed as part of a board review. You'll have conversations with the Harun and Bernard, who will be here in the sessions. And because strategically, we are implementing the 2020 to 2025 strategic plan. And the review is to ensure that we actually learn there is a monitoring, evaluation, learn from what has worked, and learn from what has not worked, and then be able to now start work on the 2025-2030 strategic plan, both the work program and the financing program. So, just to highlight a little bit about the plenary sessions, these have been structured over the years. That is why these sessions, particularly the 6 years plenary session. And as demonstrated here, the issues keep on changing. We track developments in African economies, and we try then to focus on those issues that are so critical, especially issues highlighted not only by researchers on the supply side, but also by policymakers and practitioners on the demand side. In this particular session, there has been great emphasis in trying to understand what really works to be able to reap the democratic dividend. And there are a number of unique features in this particular program which we highlight, including the nature of African youth and the labor market. Actually, globally, the labor market is one of those difficult aspects to understand in the economics profession, because, of course, we always have theories say labor markets don't clear, or they clear with transitions, and that forms prices, in this particular case, the wages, both short-term and long-term. But the labor markets in Africa are particularly complex to understand, whereby there is a large presence of the informal sector, and of course, there is also some intervention. There is the intricacies of that is what goes to the bottom of these research programs and the focus on the African youth and their possible integration into the labor market. Of course, we revisit the issue of democratic dividend. As our research director, Abby, has just mentioned, this coincided also with the work that the African Development Bank was celebrating last week, continuously, and also the work that the African Union is undertaking in the Agenda 2063. So it's a focus. We are resonating with the major voices on the African continent, also on the global phenomenon to understanding the issues of the day. And an important aspect that will be focused here is, of course, the role of technologies and the innovations that could be done, to provide jobs and employment. But as we know, this will be explored in the next session. Then the issue of migration, brain circulation, and again, that will be one important sub-theme that arises from this work. There are many expectations of plenary session, and I would encourage you to form as many expectations as possible. It may be rational, they may be otherwise, but it is true to say that some of the expectations involve that the issues discussed today throughout the day could really form very important research projects going forward. That the research community, both here and online, should be able to develop research questions, should be able to think of issues that have so far not been addressed, the gaps, and then be able to generate some further research in this area. But policymakers may be able also to interrogate the findings and the quantitative values being, the parameters being shared here, and to see how relevant or irrelevant they may be in their policy application in framework papers, but also among the practitioners. And that's the expectation we make of this session today. So let me stop here. I know we shall be interacting actively today, most of the day, and for most of the researchers throughout the period, so the next 3 days. So what remains for me to say, Chair, is to say asante sana, merci beaucoup, thank you very much. I wish you very good representation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Victor. And very precise introduction, welcome remarks. So if you don't feel welcome, then it's your problem. Let's just put it that way, yeah? And if you are feeling a bit chilly, there's coffee outside. That should have been mentioned at the beginning, Abdi. So if you're feeling a bit, you need a bit of boost, caffeine boost, it's out there as well. But I don't recommend too much caffeine because there'll be a lot of activity and discussion during the various presentations. So my next task is to introduce the chief guest for the official opening. And as I said, he couldn't make it today, and he has sent somebody to deputize for him, and this is our very own Rose Ngugi. I will introduce her later, in her formally, but now she's acting as in the place of the cabinet minister. So Professor Ndungu is really our cabinet minister. And for those of you that don't or have a different, let's say, nomenclature, this is a minister, right? That's what we're talking about. Cabinet secretary is the local label for a minister. But before that, of course, he was also at the AERC. Has been associated with the AERC for literally all his professional life and at various positions, including obviously that of director of trainer and other things. I'm not going to go through all the things he's done through AERC, in AERC. But beyond that, he has also he's an associate professor at the economics department of the University of Nairobi, and has been doing a lot of research there. Econometrics is his line of interest, including now more recently financial inclusion. I think that has been one of the things that he has been doing in the context of AERC. He's obviously associated with a lot of institutions. I'm not going to go through the entire list, but I think it's worth mentioning that connected to AERC as a professor in University of Nairobi, also in other institutions, he's been supporting, mentoring a lot of researchers, trainers, students, and more generally supporting some of our institutions of higher learning. So he's very much one of us in the AERC community. So without further ado, I'll ask Rose Ngugi to come and, Dr. Rose Ngugi to come and make his remarks. That is the cabinet minister's, the cabinet secretary's remarks. But suffices to say just for now that Rose also has been associated with AERC for quite some time, and we'll talk a bit more during her session. But currently she's the director of KIPRA, which is the Kenya's sort of research institute, sort of think tank. Before we had Council of, what is it, the Council of something or other? In the president's office, we always had KIPRA. And basically they are the ones that are responsible, in a sense, having a second opinion on many of the macro policies that are being discussed in the country. So she is somebody that I'm sure all of you have interacted with. So without further ado, Rose Ngugi, you have the floor.
Good morning. Yes, I'm just here to do one important thing, and that is to deliver the speech of the guest speaker. Your Excellencies, members of diplomatic community present here, AERC Executive Director, AERC former Executive Directors, fellow AERC alumni, AERC network members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and welcome to Nairobi, Karibu, Kenya. So my name is Rose Ngogi, as has just been said. I am a proud alumnus of AERC, and today I have many of those who have held my hand in my career growth. When I came into AERC, very early 1990s, I met Professor Lema Senbet in Group C, and we have stayed on in Group C. When I was going to do my PhD, I requested for financial support, and Professor Yakulwa, thanks very much for building me as I was doing my PhD. And where you took me is to Professor Murinde, and he did I think he did the best, and there was value for money. So you can see that I'm in good hands. Currently, I'm the Executive Director, Kenya Institute for Public Policy, Research and Analysis, KIPRA. KIPRA is a premier government think tank in Kenya, and we are under the stewardship of the National Treasury and Economic Planning. So I'm here to represent the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, who had to attend to time-sensitive state duties this morning, and therefore would not be with us here. That said, he sends his greetings to AERC and all the participants in this AERC plenary. And that's the much I can say from myself. Right now, I want to read his full message to you participants. So it is a tremendous honor to be among distinguished policymakers, leading academics, representatives from multilateral organizations, development partners, think tanks, and researchers today. The theme of the 60th annual workshop aligns closely with the goal of the Government of Kenya, focusing on empowering youth through education, investing in human capital, fostering employable skills, and creating job opportunities. We need timely and actionable policies in this critical area, including migration. Similarly, in my address at the Knowledge event this week, during the 2024 Africa Development Bank group annual meetings on 27th of May, I stressed the fact that the benefits of demographic dividends are not automatic. The benefits depend on effective policy frameworks that enhance human capital, such as education, skills, health, nutrition, labor market, coupled with good governance and quality of institution. There is no better development plan than investing in our youth, who are essentially our future. While unveiling the 10-year strategic plan of ADB on the 29th May, President Anderson reiterated that the bank, that is the African Development Bank, will invest in Africa's best assets, and this is its vibrant young men and women, Africa's population, which is the fast growing in the world. presents the continent with an unparalleled demographic window of opportunity. So we are currently witnessing unprecedented surge in youth population across Africa, with over 400 million young people aged between 15 and 35, as reported by African Union. In Kenya specifically, projections indicate a population of 63.9 million by 2030, with 22.3 million aged between 15 and 34, constituting 35% of the total population. Like elsewhere, Kenya Youth Bulge Efforts offers an opportunity if equipped with appropriate skills and provided access to unemployment. However, today's youth encounter obstacles in accessing employment, healthcare, and acquiring skills aligned to the market demands. In Africa, youth represent an abundant but underutilized resource. According to the Africa Development Bank, approximately 10 to 15 million young people enter the job market annually. Yet, only a quarter find employment. This lack of opportunities drive many into poverty, with over 80 million youth in sub-Saharan Africa living in impoverished conditions. Additionally, the continent faces challenges from the sporadic migration to skilled individuals, depleting its labor force and human capital. However, migration also represents opportunities such as remittances, cross-border trade, and investment inflow. Kenya's effort to enhance youth well-being involves partnerships with the private sector and development allies. These initiatives aim to cultivate and empower youth through exposure to entrepreneurial, leadership, and digital skills. Key policies include the National Employment Authority Act of 2016, which facilitates youth access to employment and skills training. Additionally, youth employment is integrated into various national strategies, such as the Kenya Vision 2030, the Agriculture Sector Development Strategy, the Green Economy Strategy, the Kenya Digital Economy Blueprint, the National Disability Mainstreaming Strategy, and the Kenya National Policy on Gender Development. So you can see it's all encompassing. Moreover, Kenya aligns its youth development policies with the AU frameworks like the African Youth Charter, the Youth Decade Plan of Action, and the Malabo Decision on Youth Employment. So focusing on Kenya's empowering the youth in driving economic driving their economic participation, I want to say that Kenya has revamped its education system from the 844 model of 1985 to the competence-based curriculum that was introduced in 2017. And this focusing on equipping students with market-relevant skills. True to the spirit of leveraging the demographic dividend, initiatives like free primary education, free secondary education, free technical and vocational education, and expanded university access facilitate skills development. Furthermore, the government has restructured the National Youth Service since 2013 to engage youth actively in national development. The government of Kenya has also established the Youth Enterprise Development Fund under the Public Finance Management Act to promote youth employment through enterprise development, aligning with the Kenya Vision 2030. Another initiative is the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Program, funded by the World Bank, which has provided grant totaling Kenya shillings 2.7 billion to over 69,000 youth across 17 counties. This program focuses on skilling interventions and business support, resulting in positive outcomes such as increased employment, income, and job creation. The project is being expanded to cover all the other counties. We have 47 counties, we've done 17, so we have another 30 to cover. The government of Kenya collaborates with the private sector to foster youth development. In 2023, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance launched the Kenya Youth Employment and Entrepreneurship Accelerator Program, aiming to create 1 million jobs and entrepreneurship opportunities for youth over 5 years. The program provides support for small enterprises through financing, market access, coaching, mentorship, with a focus on digital transformation. Additionally, initiatives like Safaricom Foundation's Wezesha program, in partnership with Generation Kenya and TVETs, offers capacity building for unemployed youth aged 18 to 35 to enhance their employability. The program targets 1,600 youth in vocational training centers nationwide. And this benefiting over 9,000 secondary school leavers, with 88% securing decent job. Safaricom Foundation pledged Kenya shilling 39 over 3 years to support the initiative. Investing in education, training, and job creation for Africa's youth is actually crucial for the continent's growth, transformation, and prosperity. With these remarks, I declare the 60th AERC biannual workshop officially open. Thank you very much. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Rose, for doing us the honors on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, opening our plenary session. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, we now dive into the substance of the conversation, and to lead us in this will be Professor Amadou Mbaye, who will be giving us the keynote. Now, I think first I need to indicate or to underscore that Professor Mbaye's involvement shows you the reach of AERC. So AERC, for those of you that are very much local, it's not just an East African thing. Its reach goes way to all parts of Africa. And that is the collaboration that I think we want to see. So Professor Mbaye is a professor of economics and policy and public policy at the Cheikh Anta Diop University, UCAD. And this is in Senegal. And he's currently the rector, that is the vice chancellor of UCAD. Previously, he was the dean of the School of Economics and Management at that same university and chair of the Francophone Research Network in Economics. He's been a consultant for many regional and international organizations, and he has obviously had numerous publications on development economics and Africa. He is currently also a non-resident senior research fellow at the Brookings Institute and the Center for Global Development in Washington, D.C. So without further ado, this will be done remotely? Yes, exactly. So we need a signal whether that is coming in. Yes?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So, Professor Mbaye, we welcome you, and we hope it's not too early for you. It must be an unusual time of the day, but whatever time it is, Professor, welcome. You have the floor.
Access you can see my screen. Okay. So first of all, let me express my deepest regret for not being able to join you in Nairobi because of concurrent commitments I had already taken here. And also I would like to thank Victor, the Executive Director of AERC, and Abby for involving me in these very important discussions. So the topic I was asked to cover today is what you see on the screen, the promotion of productivity in the informal sector as a part of a strategy to capture the demographic dividend. And this is a very topical issue. And all the three elements of the topic are indeed very key. Let's start by productivity. Here is what Paul Krugman, the Nobel Prize winner, said about productivity. He said, productivity isn't everything, but in the long run, it is almost everything. A country's ability to improve its standard of living over time depends almost entirely on its ability to raise its output per worker. And this is very important and strong statement. And research also shows that productivity also affects international competitiveness, employment, and overall well-being. Demographic breach is another topical issue in Africa, as Mrs. Rose just mentioned. And the informal sector also is a very important topic. And the three of them, namely demography, informality, and productivity, are inextricably intertwined in Africa. And this presentation is about shedding light on the nexus between demography, the informal sector, and productivity, and to see how policy can help to get out of the vicious circle. So here's the outline I'm going to follow throughout the presentation. I'm going to talk first about the mismatch between labor supply and demand and how it affects the informal economy in Africa. And number two, I talk about the pervasiveness of the informal sector in Africa. And then I discuss our approach to informality based on our research. And then I show some data regarding the relationship between informality and productivity. And then I will turn about policy to increase productivity and take benefit of demographic change in Africa. And a very short conclusion will close the discussion. So now about the labor supply and demand mismatch and how it affects the informal sector. Here are some stylized facts I would like to share with you. As my predecessor just pointed out, we have in Africa high youth unemployment. In Kenya, but also everywhere in Africa. And this is the most important challenge in African countries nowadays. And in the developing world in general, unemployment rate for young people reached 30% in 2014, and almost 3 times as higher than the rate for the adults. So for young people, the challenge is bigger than for adults. And in Africa, this general trend is compounded by the fact that the proportion of the young population is much higher than anywhere else. Half of Africans are under the age of 18, while the median age is estimated at 28 years at global level and 40 years in many rich countries. And as a result, in the coming years, the demand for employment is still very high, and the employment-related problems will be even more worrying in Africa. While in East Asian countries, the development of the manufacturing sector allowed the economy to absorb a significant share of the low-skilled and unskilled job seekers, in Africa, the African economies remain characterized by a dwindling manufacturing sector, which is very far from being able to absorb its growing young population. So here is the contrast. On the one hand, we have a booming supply of labor supported by the demographic bulge. And on the other hand, we have a very, very, very small private sector which is capable of absorbing this labor supply. So I'm going to share with you some figures to illustrate these statements. So in this chart, what I'm showing is the number of young people entering the working age population over time. And you can see that the trend is really exponential. In 1980, we had, these are the figure from Senegal, but the figure could be the same, would be the same for any other African countries. And even the trends would be much more daunting for the countries like Niger. But coming back to the chart, in 1980, we had 50,000 people entering the working age population. But now in 2020, this figure raised to more than 300,000 people. And it's just going up because population is increasing very fast, and fertility is supporting that. So this is a very big challenge because it means that every year you have 300,000 people adding to the stock of people who are seeking job. And the working age population in Senegal is estimated at 9 million people. And the figure is growing very fast. So this is one stylized fact I wanted to share. The second figure I wanted to share with you is the estimate of the labor force for Africa and for other developing regions in the world. What you have in light yellow is Africa. What you have in dark yellow is Asia. And what you have in light gray is Europe. And what you have in black in Latin America. You can see that I just consider the extreme left and the extreme right of the chart. You can see that for the extreme left, in the period of 2015 and 2020, Africa had the highest growth of population, of labor force, workforce, okay? For Europe, the growth rate was really negative. But what you see is that the projection for 2045 and 2050, which is at the extreme right of the chart, shows that by that time horizon, Africa will still have a growth rate close to 10%, while everywhere else the growth rate is negative. So these give you another illustration of what we call demographic bulge and how it is supporting the growth rate of labor force. And by contrast, what are we observing? We observe what many economics call the Africa's jobless growth. We have had decent growth of GDP before the COVID, but this growth didn't translate into job creation. And here is why. Here is one reason why. We have two panels in this chart. On the left-hand side, you have the contribution of capital-intensive sectors in exports. And at the right-hand side, you have the contribution of labor-intensive sectors in total exports. And you can see the contrast. You can easily see that export is supported, in Africa, is supported by capital-intensive sectors, while labor-intensive sectors are dwindling. And so as GDP in Africa is mostly supported by either in the informal sector or export-intensive, capital-intensive sectors, okay? And it tells about the mismatch about labor supply and labor demand, because labor supply is from the household, from individuals, while labor demand is from the enterprises. And enterprises which employ people are not the one which are labor intensive. The one which are the most vibrant are not the one which are labor intensive. And these figures are about Senegal, but when we computed the same for SADC countries, we had the same pattern. It meaning that labor-intensive industries are still dwindling, and we did the same exercise. We undertake the same exercise for most African regions, and the same pattern emerges. So, what is the consequence of this mismatch between labor supply and labor demand? The consequence is straightforward. The high proportion of labor which is not absorbed by the formal sector directly goes to the informal sector. And in this chart, we are again using the figures from data from Senegal to further illustrate that. What you have in red is the share of labor force in IPRES. IPRES means the social insurance program. And in blue, you have the number of workers enrolled in this program. So what if you look at the red curve, you see that the percentage of workers in Senegal who are enrolled in this program is as low as 4%, meaning that more than 95% of workers are not covered. And let me remind that this definition of informality, I mean, having access to a social coverage benefit, is the one which is most consensual among economists. because as I will say later, the definition of informality is not consensual in our profession. So just to give you a sense of how informality is pervasive in Africa. Another illustration of the pervasiveness of the informal sector. This figure is from the household survey of Senegal Institute of Statistics. If you look at the total, it gives you the share of informal unemployment, the share of total employment. And their definition of informality is very restrictive, but it still shows that by 2015, 91% of jobs were informal. And if you break down these trends, you can see very interesting facts. If you look at agriculture, agriculture is mostly informal, but the share of employment in agriculture is decreasing, both for formal and for informal. If you look at industry, and industry is wider than manufacturing. For example, it includes construction beyond manufacturing. But you can see that its share is decreasing over time, both for formal activities and informal activities. But if you look at trade, its share is increasing both for formal and for informal, but more for informal than for formal. And if you look at other services, which are mostly informal, like transportation, catering, and the like, you can see that the magnitude of the increase is even bigger. So this gives you another testimony of how informality is pervasive in Africa. So this leads us to the next section of our presentation. Why is informality so pervasive? And this question boils down to another one. Why is the formal private sector facing so many challenges having so much trouble to grow and to absorb this big quantity of labor entering the labor market every year. And we show that institutions have a lot to do with that. The institutional and social environment plays a crucial two-way role in fostering the pervasiveness of the informal sector. On the one hand, the weaknesses in the business environment, climate and regulatory framework induce firms to opt for informal status. On the other hand, the dominance of the informal sector further undermines compliance with rules, regulations, and codes of conduct compatible with a level playing field. So we have these two very important explanations. On the one hand, the business environment is very weak, so firms are incentivized to go to the informal sector instead of staying in the formal sector. And on the other hand, the possibility to move from formality to informality exists. And if you combine both, you have a very good sense of what is driving firms out of the formal sector to the informal sector. Formal businesses are subject to a proliferation of taxes, including several types of income tax, wage taxes, taxes on equipment and buildings, and various registration and license fees, resulting in numerous duplicative taxes that culminate to a high incidence and imply onerous compliance costs. So these are very important institutional explanations of why informality is so pervasive. But state failures also include corruption, bureaucracy, and the establishment of state rent-seeking systems. We also have the weaknesses of the state, which manifests itself at the level of tax collection in Francophone Africa in particular, where fiscal authorities disproportionately target formal firms. So what we have, what we call fiscal harassment. Formal enterprises are monitored, audited, inspected, rather than the informal sector, the informal firms. Many formal sector managers have interviewed complaints that once the fiscal authorities identify them as significant taxpayers, they are subject to repeated audits and upward adjustment in payments. So this also is a factor which is related to institutions. And now I wanted to share with you some examples, some data related to what we have said. How weak is the business environment? And what we are showing here is the average electricity tariff in selected countries. And I would just like you to invite, I would like to invite you to look at, to pay attention to the last column of the table, okay? Where you have the price of GDP as a percent, the price of electricity as a percentage of GDP per capita. You can see that for some country, for most African countries, it's a very significant proportion of GDP per capita. Or for Gabon, it's 1.0. For Cameroon, 3.4. For Senegal, 9.8. For Benin, 10.5. For Burkina Faso, 14.7. And it compares to, for example, 0.1 in the US and 0.2 for France. In emerging countries, it's much lower. So it tells a lot about the high cost of electricity and how it undermines competitiveness for formal businesses. Another figure I wanted to share with you is the cost of labor. And again, I would like to invite you to look at the last column of the table, which shows you the nominal wage, average wage, and how we relate it to, we report it to GDP per capita, which is a proxy for productivity. So we are, which is the definition of labor cost. The definition of labor cost is wage divided by productivity. And here we proxy productivity by GDP per head. And you can see that in Burundi, it's 14.9 times GDP per head, okay? While in other developing countries, it's much lower. So this tells also about how the business environment is weak. Labor cost is higher. Not only is labor cost higher, but labor regulations are also more stringent. In a previous work we undertook for DPRU, for Harun, we have, based on the surveys from the Doing Business database, we have tried to construct an indicator of labor regulations, looking at many indicators of labor regulation, indicators which are related to labor wage. For example, the ratio of minimum wage to wage value added per worker. We also looked at hiring regulations, for example, the existence of fixed-term contracts, or a maximum length of fixed-term contracts, including renewals. We considered also working conditions indicators and indicators related to dismissals. And this is how we built the indicators. And here is the outcome of our research on that. We can see that, for example, okay, 0 is the less restricted regulation, and 1 is the most restricted regulation. If you look at a country like France, the score is 0.58, making France the 185th most regulated in terms of labor market regulations out of 189 countries. It compares with the US, where the score is only 0.18, making it, giving it a rank of 24. And the United Kingdom, 0.16 is a rank of 12. But now, if you go to African countries, if you look at, for example, my country, Senegal, the score is 0.6, making it, giving it a rank of 187. And if you look at most of Francophone African countries, as the top is topping the ranking. Let's see Ghana, for example, which is an interesting case to consider as a comparator. The score of Ghana is only 0.25, making it giving a 59th country in terms of the regulations, how stringy the labor market regulations are, and which is distant because, again, it's only 59 out of 189 countries. These give you a further illustration how the business environment is weak and how firms are incentivized to move from the informal sector to the formal sector. Now, let me introduce you to our research and our findings, which are much more closely related to our topic, which is the relationship between productivity and informality. We have been collecting data in Africa for many years, and collecting data both from the formal sector and from the informal sector. And we are collecting data both from on employment and on firms, which gives us a very different perspective of how we are approaching the informal sector. So far, we have covered 9 countries, namely Benin, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Senegal, Cameroon, Gabon, Morocco. And we are doing analysis which with a quantitative and analysis component and a qualitative component. And we have released 2 books. On the left-hand side, you have the books which were produced by the World Bank and Agence Française de Développement in the Africa Development Forum series. It was released in 2012. And the most recent one was produced by AERC, and it was released in 2020. And both of them synthesize our findings. And I'm giving you I'm presenting today some of the figures from these books and from other publications we have made out of our findings. First of all, we start by providing a unique definition, unique and comprehensive definition of informality, because the consensus which emerged from economists about the informal sector is that we have a diverging understanding of what the informal sector is among economists. Here is what Gary Feld said about that. Quite remarkably and unaccustomedly for our profession, the widespread discussion about informality is proceeding without an agreed upon definition of the term. Even more astonishingly, the field seems to have reached agreement that informality means different things to different people. Empirical studies show only a limited degree of overlap between those workers classified as informal according to the various definitions. And here is what Ravi Kanbur said about informality. Economists analyzing the informal sector must start by starting what their definition is. And here is what Gasparini and Tornaroli said about the definition. Very little data on the informal sector is comparable over time and location, and very few conclusions obtained from analysis of the informal sector can be generalized to apply to all circumstances in which this phenomenon occurs. Just to give you, we could multiply these examples. We have an agreement, a consensus, that no consensual definition about informality emerges among economists. And here's why. Because economists use different criteria to define informalities. Some scholars are using firm size, meaning that informality are small enterprises. Others are using the mobility of workplace. Others are using registration as a defining criteria. Others are using the sincerity of accounts. Others are using access to bank loans. Others are using the payment of taxes. Others are using the type of tax paid, in particular in Francophone Africa. Informal enterprises are subjected to the lump sum business tax, while the formal sector is subjected to the regular business tax. And others are using the existence of a social security plan for employees. And needless to say that these criteria apply to firms instead of employees. But yeah, so these are what criteria people use in general to define informality. What we do is that we combine all these criteria to come up with a more continuous definition, more comprehensive definition of the informal sector. Here is what we can see from our data regarding how related these criteria are. If you look at these criteria one by one, you will see that none of them subsumes the others. For example, if you take the case of Dakar, which is the first on the first line, if you define informal firms by the size of the firm, you will find that 68.5% of firms are informal. But if you turn to registration as the defining criteria, this number shrinks to only 11.7%. Okay, I could continue with other defining criteria, but the point here is that when you apply a criteria to any data set, the outcome you are having is likely not to be the same with the one you are having when you apply another definition. That's why what we do is we combine all these criteria to come up with a more comprehensive definition. Again, we collected data using a stratified sample of enterprises with 9 strata from each city of Douala, Yaoundé, Libreville, Dakar, Ouagadougou, Niamey, Bamako, Cotonou. And firms, formal, and informal, were divided into 3 subsets. The formal enterprises, we use the registry of formal enterprises, we use large informal enterprises database, and we use the remaining informal enterprises, also strata, and 3 sectors: industry, commerce, and other services. And within each stratum, enterprises were randomly selected in suitable number, so that the distribution of the sample into its 9 subsamples is representative of the city as a whole, while oversampling large informal and formal firms. We oversampled formal and large informal businesses, otherwise the figures would be minimal in our sample. Data used in this chapter, in this presentation, include 6 of the 7 firm level criteria of informality described above: size, registration, honesty of account, fixity of the workplace, access to credit, and tax status. The one criterion of social security was not included in these results I'm going to present, to make the result comparable to those we obtained in our previous research in 2012, where only the above criteria were used. Also, large informal firms might have some employees who are covered by social security. Thus, whether workers are covered by social insurance does not constitute a major difference between formal and large informal firms. These 6 criteria are combined to create indicators of levels of informality, depending on how many of the 6 a particular firm meets. The 2 extremes of purely informal firms satisfying none of the criteria and purely formal firms satisfying all 6 criteria are relatively rare in all countries. In our earlier research, we found a very negative correlation between informality and productivity in West Africa, when informality was broken down into degrees along a continuum of firm characteristics. And Murshi found a similar correlation, negative correlation between informality and productivity. Rakini yet now found increasing degrees of informality to be correlated with higher tax payment in Niger. But what you will see in our chart is that the picture, most of the data we are showing are from Cameroon, and also comparing them with other countries in our sample. The picture is less clear in Cameroon than in some other studies, as you will see. 0 is the most informal level of firm, and 5 is the most formal firm. 0 most informal, 5 more formal. And here is what you see. As firms move from most informal to formal, you can see that productivity increases. But let me just show you how we computed our productivity index. We have for each firm productivity as a ratio of value added to labor. And for total productivity, here is what we use. The ratio of value added to labor and capital in the denominator, and they are weighted by alpha and beta, which are the labor share of the factor share for labor and capital. And total factor productivity is also A. And yeah, if you rearrange, you have the equations 5, okay? Where again, P is labor productivity, Q is value added, L is the number of employees for firm I, K is the capital stock, alpha and beta are shares of labor and capital in factor income. And the two are assumed to sum to 1. Right? So equation 4 shows that labor productivity is a function of TFP and capital intensity. And equation 5 shows the same relationship, but considering the rate of changes. So the rate of change. Okay? Yes. We estimate equation 2 and so document some criticism about this methodology, because it is one criticism is that this approach, this methodology, compute productivity, total factor productivity, with the assumption of a constant return to scale, which might lead one to unduly attribute to technological variations the effect of sales on input efficacy. And so this methodology assumes that factor share in total costs are identical across sectors, which is not necessarily always the case, since technology might vary across firms and industries. And we also might have a bias of endogeneity between informality and productivity. Okay, earlier research by the World Bank on these topics showed that the first criticism doesn't apply to Senegal, because the scale effect case in Senegal is ruled out. And we assume that the scale effect is as well ruled out in other African countries. In order to address the other criticism, we compute firm by firm factor shares instead of generating them through regressions. And we also have constructed an instrument for informality via random forest, because as we said earlier, endogeneity is a risk between informality and productivity, because we have a likelihood of a bidirectional causality link between informality and productivity, which could result in a endogeneity bias. And to address this potential problem, literature, the mainstream economic literature, recommends the use of an instrument the use of an estimated instrument. And here are the candidate instruments we have used: the number of employees at firm creation, the gender of firm managers, the number of salaried women at firm creation, the number of non-salaried staff at firm creation. And a decision of whether to predictive value of informality from standard regression analysis or from exploratory random forest analysis followed. And we have computed both of them. We have computed predicted values of informality by standard regression and by random forest. And we can see that the random forest instrument generate better description of productivity alongside informality than the linear regression instrument. Okay, and we also use a gradient boosting tree-net model of productivity and along the informality levels. And the results show the variables we're using to explain productivity alongside informalities are listed below. We have some subsets of variables. We have variables related to demography, like age, gender, marital status, level of education, illiteracy, etc. We have variables which are related to the characteristics of the sector in which the firm operates, like capital intensity, exposure to competition, extent to which the firm is affected by trade liberalization and deregulation, export orientation, and the like. We have variables which are related to the evolution of the business, like growth of sales, investment, technology upgrading, etc. We have variables which are related to business regulation, like cost of labor, taxes, the ease of obtaining permits, etc. And our result shows that in this table, we display the 13 most important variables in our gradient boosting models. The most important variable is ownership status. I mean, firms which only which are corporate or have other status, and followed by capital intensity, the business environment, the sector in which firm operates, the age of the head of enterprise, and of course, informality. Informality, when instrumentalized using the random forest, is the 13th most important variable. Now, policy option. Since I've been long, I'll just skip the case studies I wanted to present about the use of registration as a policy option, because mostly people talk about formalizing informal actors by bringing them to register. And we advise against using that approach. And we wanted to use the case of Benin, which further provide further evidence that this kind of approach doesn't work. But I'll just give you the quotation by David Mackenzie from the World Bank, who piloted the study in Benin, and which tells a lot about how this approach is flawed. I have worked for a while, I'm quoting David Mackenzie, I have worked for a while with different attempts to get informal firms to register their businesses and become formal. We have tried giving them information and actually paying them to formalize, lowering the cost of registering to zero, offering them accountants and increasing enforcement. At the end of all of this, in strong contrast to this sort of view that the informal sector is full of firms that would love to become formal if only burdensome regulation did not stop them. These studies have found most informal firms stay informal unless you strongly enforce them or pay them to formalize. So this is a very clear indication of how it is dangerous to try to believe that you can only bring firms to become formal by registering them. We have many caveats related to that, and I will not insist further on that. To us, based on our finding, we find that policy intervention should move towards the informal sector in a more targeted ways, just avoiding being generalist and looking at the different levels of informality and designing the right policies to address them one by one. In general, trying to lower the costs of non-tradable like electricity, labor, and the like. Have also governance dialogue between government and private sector to agree on mutual reforms, and where the private sector would agree to pay more tax, because paying tax, resisting to tax payment is a very big issue. I did discuss that further, but we could have a deal whereby private sector would agree to pay more tax, and in counterpart, government would provide better quality services, like for electricity, roads, and the like. And skills development and business services also should be mainstreams. Reducing the obstacles to investment in unskilled labor-intensive sectors and technology in agriculture and manufacturing is also another important step government should make in Africa. So since I have been very, very long, and I'm very sorry about that, I'll just stop it here and give you back the floor, Mr. Chair, with your, with thanking you with for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Amadou. Excellent presentation. I think it has very much set out the issues. And I think without further ado, I'll just invite Professor Andy McKay to offer his reflections on the discussion on your presentation. Professor McKay is, he told me he's teaching development, macroeconomics, and everything else in between at the University of Sussex. And his research focuses on development economics, labor issues, inclusive growth, agriculture, and international trade. He's an associate director of the Department for International Development, as we call it, DFID. DFID-funded Chronic Poverty Research Center from 2005 and to 2011, and obviously has been an active researcher since. He has published widely on his experiences and research in this area. He also is connected to us here at AERC in the research, etc. But before asking him to come, I would want to say that he has previously worked at the University of Nottingham and Bath, as well as the Overseas Development Institute. So, Andy, you have the floor.
Thank you. I hopefully have some slides, yes. So, first of all, many thanks to Professor Mbaye for getting up very early in the morning. And let's recognize the important contributions that Senegal have made to AERC, and in particular, Université Cheikh Anta Diop have made great contributions to AERC. So thank you to Senegal and Professor Mbaye and his colleagues for all those contributions. So in commenting on this, I'm basing my comments on the paper I was given 3 or 4 days ago, which is actually quite a bit different to the presentation. It relates to some of the latter part of the presentation, but the presentation also added some things that are not in the paper. I'll try my best to improvise a little bit my comments to reflect some things that Professor Mbaye mentioned, but my comments are really based more on the paper than on the presentation. I think some things he had in the early part of the presentation might usefully belong in the paper. This paper belongs very well in Group D, the AERC research group that I'm chairing at the moment. I'm very happy to be discussant for this paper. The paper examined the relationship between informality and productivity, labor productivity, as he discussed more in the second part of the presentation, as well as TFP, based on firm-level data from several West and Central African countries. And the paper then also discusses factors that are important for raising informal sector productivity. Next slide, please. I almost don't need this slide. This has been said repeatedly by the Cabinet Secretary, by the Executive Director, by Professor Mbaye himself. The importance of this issue, I don't think we really need to stress this to anyone. Formal sector wage growth, of course we know that there's limited growth in formal sector wage opportunities. We should not give up on that, but we need to recognize the scale of youth unemployment and the extent to which dominant youth work is in the informal sector, and it's going to stay like that for a long time in the future. So I almost don't need to say many of the things that are in these slides. And his work is based on countries in Central and West Africa and Francophone countries. This applies everywhere. This is an issue these are issues for all countries. So let's move on to the next slide. Now I can give two types of comments. One is about the writing of the paper, and that's something that more I'll do bilaterally, because presumably AERC will seek to publish the paper. But I'll more try and give comments on issues that we might be able to discuss in the plenary. One or two of the comments about the writing, though, I think are still relevant here. So let's go to the next slide. I think the strength of this paper is potentially the data it's based on. So we have data for several Central and Western African countries, mostly the main cities. A lot of this now was in the presentation, but wasn't in the paper. We needed to be told more about the data, the sample size, sectoral coverage, the types of questions. Quite a lot of that was in the presentation. But it's really important, because I think the strength here is the data. And actually, I think a lot of the strength of the data, and this is something we say in Group D all the time, is good, careful, descriptive analysis of the data. I'm really not concerned about the endogeneity issues here, because I think the interesting issues here are descriptive issues. And I didn't really see this analysis as being particularly causal. But I think there's a lot of interesting descriptive analysis which can be done. So the paper certainly needs to tell us more about the type of data. As I say, that was in the presentation. But I also wanted to know in the paper how the data that was collected in the quantitative and qualitative work Professor Mbaye and colleagues did, how that related to the issues that are discussed later in the paper about what are the factors that are important for raising productivity in the informal sector. Was that based on the survey or not? It wasn't clear, but that would be useful to know. Let's move on. So the paper, one of the first things they talk about in the paper is the identifying the informal sector, and this idea that we need to move beyond the simple 0-1 measure of informality. Informality is a continuum, and there's many dimensions to it. And this paper looks at several dimensions. But I have some questions about the approach taken. So one of the criteria is registration. But what exactly does that mean? What part of government are you registered with? For what purposes are you registered? There can be many different forms of registration, and I think we need to understand more clearly exactly what registration means. Then we look at tax status. But what sort of taxes are we talking about? Is this corporate income tax? Is this VAT? What exactly taxes are we talking about? And again, I think that needs to be discussed. Access to credit was one of the criteria. To some extent, I think that's an outcome of formality status. And it's not obvious if that's a definition of formality status. So I think definitely we want to move between a 0-1 definition, but that in itself raises a number of challenges, how you actually do that. Now, what's taken this approach is a sort of counting approach where it looks at 6 different dimensions and sees how many characteristics particular firms satisfy. But of course, the counting approach counts everything equally. Everything gets weighted equally. And maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe some things are more important. Maybe also some of these dimensions are quite strongly correlated and don't offer a lot of additional information. And then the question about what a large firm is, I understand it's 5 employees or more. Are these salaried employees? Are these household employees? Exactly what are we talking about? So being precise about the definition of the informal sector is important. Then we have an analysis of formal and informal sector productivity. The analysis is really based on labour productivity, but he relates it to total factor productivity. He presented the analysis of how one relates to the other based on assumptions, and sort of used that for the econometric analysis presented in the paper. Not so much in the presentation, in the paper. The econometric analysis in the paper suggested that differences in capital and labour was a very important factor. Now, in the paper, he suggests that the capital-labour ratio is about access to finance. I'm sure it is, but I'm sure many other things matter there as well. I'm not so worried about the assumption in the analysis of constant returns to scale. I'm rather more worried about the assumption that the production function parameters are the same in different sectors. They probably aren't. And that then has implications for the econometric analysis. At least that presented in the paper seemed to group all the different sectors together. But the parameters might be very different. The OLS analysis of correlates, and we'll call it correlates because I don't see this as causal, and I don't think we need to see it as causal. I don't think it has to be causal. I think the descriptive analysis is very interesting. The capital-labour ratio is a key explanatory factor, consistently significant, no surprise. Next one. There's a negative effect of being a small, informal firm. Again, no surprise. But he finds a positive effect of being a large, informal firm. Now, this is positive relative to the omitted category, which is formal firms. So are large, informal firms more productive than formal firms? And if they are, what's that telling us? Is informality, not having to pay as much taxes and so on, does that give the large firms an advantage of being more informal? Can they be more productive? So I wanted to know, how many large informal firms are there? In what sectors are they? Also, what's the size distribution of the formal firms? Maybe some of them are small. They're not necessarily all large. I think this should be a sector-specific analysis because I don't think we want to assume the same capital-labour ratio coefficient in each. Trade and services tend to have positive coefficients. Now, I asked what was the omitted category. It seems from the presentation it was industry. So are trade and services really more productive than the industrial sector? Next slide. The last part of the paper talks about policies to raise productivity. Now, I think this is not based on the data. It may have been, it may not be, but it's a more general discussion. And it discusses institutions, corruptions, cost of infrastructure, one of the tables he presented, support to entrepreneurship, vocational entrepreneurial training, and of course all of these are relevant and important issues. Okay, but various questions. So what's the relationship between corruption and formality or informality? Who pays taxes? Now, let's not assume that the informal firms are not paying taxes. They probably are. And are taxes really excessive? And on what are these opinions based? How much can we rely on doing business surveys, which of course don't cover a lot of the sorts of firms we're talking about here anyway? That's my reminder, I've been 10 minutes. So then we talk about lack of electricity. He talks about the skills needed for entrepreneurship, and I think that's a really important issue, taking account of my time. Many small and medium enterprises do not succeed, fail. Next slide, please. Now that, I think, is a really important issue. What is it that makes small and medium enterprises being able to survive. And again, that probably differs by sector. That, I think, would be an interesting issue. Okay, let's move to the next slide. I think the issues here are really, really important. We don't need to say that. I think the data here is potentially a strength. I do think about the measurement of informality. I do think we need more sectoral heterogeneity, and the analysis of the factors that are important for informal firms can that be linked better to the informality productivity analysis at the beginning. Last slide. I just pulled out a few issues that we might think about, how we capture the complexity of informality. Is it possible for large informal firms to be productive? And how did they get to be so large in the first place? Is taxation really as big an issue as people make it? And if so, what taxes are important? What's important in helping small enterprises survive and grow? And what skills are important for entrepreneurs? Let me stop there.
Thank you, Andy. Excellent, sharp, precise commentary. So thank you very much. And so I want to open the floor, if you may, to those that have questions. But I see we are running like half an hour late, but I still think it's in the interest of why we're here. We do need to have questions asked, etc. So why don't we aim, let's say, 15 minutes, and then see where we go with that. Victor nods, so I think I'm in good space. Again, there are those of us that are listening to this discussion online, so feel free to send in your questions. And those that are here, obviously, say who you are, what institution you represent, and then a very precise question, and then we'll see whether Amadou will answer it, or Andy, or whoever else. But now that I have the microphone, I should say that I actually like this conversation very much. This is not an area that I can say I've worked in. But I mean, going back, all of us economists go back to our quiz, right? Talking about informality, etc. So this is something that I think every one of us who is in development economics appreciates, understands, and all that. So Amadou, thank you very much for the presentation, and Andy, thank you very much for your rejoinder on this. So I'll go around the room. So maybe we take 2 or 3 questions, and again, very precise. We have one question there. We have another one there. So how will we do this? The microphones. So there's a gentleman over here. There's another gentleman here, and a gentleman over there. So let's first take those 3, even though I can see there's a lot more interest in the questions. Yeah, he has the mic. Let him start.
Thank you, Chair. Peter Mureu, University of Nairobi. In the interest of time, Chair, I'll take exactly 1 minute. I have followed keenly on the presentation descriptive statistics, regulations overburdening, where the level of regulations burdening in France is ranked number 185 vis-a-vis Uganda number 7. Perhaps it would have been interesting to also show in the data what is the correlation between this level of regulations and the unemployment. Arthur Okun, 1939 to 1960, he worked under John F. Kennedy Economic Advisory Team, and he analyzed GDP data for that period and saw that when the GDP grows by 3%, unemployment falls by 1%. Now, looking at the youth demographics in Africa, are we getting the good diagnostics wrong? Are we getting the good diagnostics wrong in Africa? The SMEs missing gap. If I talk of Kenya, vis-a-vis the developed world, 60% of employment by SMEs in the developed world, contribution to over 50% of GDP. Let's come to Kenya. 30% of employment, just 17% of GDP. So there is a missing gap in the SME where, if Kenya is a representation of most African countries, we have high micro enterprises like the hawkers, then we have big large corporations. The SME gap, the SMEs are missing. Perhaps these are the ones we need to do something to absorb the youth unemployment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor Murray. We recognize you. Thank you for your 3 questions. Yes, we have somebody at the corner there.
Yeah, thank you. I'll probably stand. My name is Samuel Tiriongo from Kenya Bankers Association. And I have one question, and I think this is a very topical issue as far as matters informality and formality is concerned, and particularly the burden that the formal sector continues to bear as a result of extreme informality. So listening to the presentation, I think one of the questions that I was asking myself and hoping to get answers on is actually what is the ease of switching from informality to formality? What are the costs involved for the effective switching? And what are the incentives that would be needed for us to see a large migration from the informal to the formal systems in the economy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tirongo. Yes, we have the gentleman here. Yeah, behind you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Rob Davies from Zimbabwe. I want to just...
Institution, please.
I'm self-employed.
Just like me.
Yeah.
Birds of a feather.
I suspect I'm a small enterprise and you're a larger one.
I'm still a small enterprise. Please go ahead, Rob.
I'd like to take something Andy mentioned and take it a bit further. Just to ask, for a long time I've felt the informal sector concept is very unuseful for both policy and academic purposes.
Very unuseful.
Unuseful.
Okay.
It misleads us. Why do, when we know it's difficult to identify and define the informal sector properly, in a way that everyone agrees with, we then identify 6 characteristics and we think how to combine. Why is that more useful than simply asking, what do these 6 dimensions do to employment, to productivity, and so on, across all firms? Why is it useful to say, let's create an index and then talk about the informal sector, rather than talk about how regulation affects employment for formal and so-called informal firms?
Thank you, Rob. I think Andy would agree with you on that one, so I'll let him take it. Okay, so why don't we first answer those questions? Amadou, you have the floor. Professor Mbai, do we have? Do you want to come in and answer those questions or any of the questions?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Sorry, I'm still having challenges with my camera.
Oh, so don't worry about the camera. Oh, you look good.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for the discussant. I think he has raised very, very, very important issues. The first one is about presenting more descriptive statistics. I think it's a very, very, very relevant point. But we are grappling with a lot of data. It was very, very, very challenging for us to pick the right one to show. That's why we have the discrepancy you have mentioned between the paper you have in your hand and the presentation, because when I have submitted the paper, I realized that we had some more data we needed to present, and I totally agree with you that the paper should be made more focused and more extensively use the very rich data we have collected in many different countries in Africa. So we will do that. Between informality and productivity, you are not worrying about that, because it's not a causal relationship. I also agree with that. You made a point regarding registration. I think this is also a very valid point. Registration can be with the local government, registration can be with the Minister of Trade, registration can be with the tax authority, and it is that registration we have considered. Registration with the tax authority. Okay. Now, you wanted more description, more discussions about some of our indicators, for example, the type of tax. I think this is very peculiar to the Francophone African tax system. The business law in Francophone Africa is governed by what we call OHADA, Organisation pour l'harmonisation du droit des affaires. Business law is harmonized throughout Francophone Africa, West Africa and Central Africa, in Madagascar. And it's fairly inspired by the French law. And in this setting, we make the difference between what we call the presumptive tax. We acknowledge that the bulk of the business actors are informal, and we don't have visibility on what they're doing. So we have designed what we call a presumptive tax system. We just guess how big their activity is, and based on that, we tax them. So what we call the presumptive tax system. It's very complicated, even for us, but it's how it works. Access to credit, it could be challenging to understand how we consider it as a criteria for defining informality. Many people see it as an outcome, but it could be also as a criteria if you consider that you need a documentation to have access to bank credit. And this documentation is a very clear cut between formal firms and informal firms. Formal firms can gather the relevant documentation, while informal one cannot. That's why we have kept it as a defining criteria. And how do these criteria interact? I think this is a very important issue we have also addressed in our research, but I did not present. We do have some interaction between the criteria, even though none of them subsumes the others. You cannot take one of them just to replace all other criteria. So, yeah, but we do have some interaction between them. Now, large informal businesses. I think this was the greatest contribution of our research, because what we felt when we engaged in the research in the informal sector, what we found out is that large informal sector wasn't given enough consideration in the literature, while they are very big players in Francophone Africa, in all Africa, I think, but in Francophone Africa in particular. For example, the guy who were controlling 36% of rice imports. Rice is a main staple in Senegal. The guy doesn't know how to read in French or to write in French. He does everything in Arabic, not educated. So these large informal actors, they're informal by all standards except the size of their business. They do not have the organization we find in a typical formal business, like the existence of a department for sales, a department for accounting, etc., etc. The business is a family business, and usually the business disappears once the main founder passes away. So these are very typical of of Francophone Africa, and they are not small. They are large by all standards. For example, in the transportation sector, you can find one with up to 400 vehicles, transportation vehicles. In many sectors, they exist and they are big, and we have documented them extensively in our publications. But I think I agree with the discussant that it's very tricky. And regarding the methodology, I also agree with you that alpha and beta shouldn't be considered as common to all firms within the same sector. And we have computed alpha and beta for each firm in our research. But I totally agree with you. And who pays taxes and who are not paying taxes, and how did we get the information? We got the information not from the doing business database, but we got the information from our surveys. As I mentioned to you earlier, we have made extensive surveys throughout Francophone Africa. Peter asked about the correlation between labor regulations and jobs. We have tried to do that. We have tried to see if you could use regression analysis to detect any serious correlation between labor regulations and job, and we couldn't find any. And we also looked at the literature, and we don't have very strong link between labor regulations and job. It doesn't mean that labor regulations is not important, but it means that you might have many other binding constraints to jobs other than labor regulations. Samuel, how easy is that to move, and how incentivized are informal firms to move from formal firms? Do you have incentive to that? I think yes, because when you're informal, you cannot have access to formal bank credit. So this is a very important problem for informal firm. You cannot deduct it, VAT, value added tax. You cannot deduct it. So you have to bear the cost of value added taxes. Okay, so you clearly have some disadvantages for being informal, but clearly the advantages for being informal, especially for small firms, outweigh the disadvantages. That's why we are seeing so very few movements of firms from informal to formal, while the reverse is true. Davis asked about how relevant is a combination of these criteria. I think it's important because these are the criteria which are mainly used. So each of them clearly captures one dimension of informality. So to have a more comprehensive view of the phenomenon, I think it might make sense to combine all these criteria. Anyway, in the literature, most people advocate for a comprehensive definition of the informal sector and emphasizing the definition in terms of levels instead of the binary definition. But few of the scholars interested in the informal sector have attempted to implement the methodology. What we have tried to do is to implement the methodology, and it has yielded very, very valuable outcomes based on many considerations we have got both from policymakers and also from academics and from researchers. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Amadou. But there's one point that you may want to emphasize, which is the cost of switching from the informal sector to formal. I think somebody asked about it there, and it relates somewhat to the last point, that is the question of why is it so important to know what are the causes, as it were? That is the 6 factors that you mentioned, a question that Rob asked. Could you please deal with that, if you may, just briefly? The cost of switching from informality to formality, the informal sector to the informal sector to the formal sector. You've mentioned the advantages. You've mentioned the access to credit, VAT, etc. But what are the costs?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for reminding me about that. We might have a direct cost. When you move from informality to formality, then you can be detected by the tax authority, which could just ask you to pay more tax. So this is one direct cost. But more broadly, we see informality as a cost benefit, resulting from a cost benefit analysis. What are your benefits when you are informal, and what are your advantages when you are informal? So if you have this approach, it becomes clear what the costs are when you transition between informality to formality. It means that when you go from informal to formal, you're losing the advantage of being informal. And the advantage of being informal is flying under the radar, paying less taxes and the like, bypassing the regulations for labor. You don't abide by the rules governing labor. You can hire people and sack them and fire them as you want, and the like. But at the same time, you're losing some advantages of formality, like accessing bank credit, accessing some public services. Okay, it's much more challenging for informal firms than for formal firms. But having this perspective of a cost-benefit analysis of being formal, of informal, will make it very easy to answer the question. When you move informality to formality, you are gaining something, but you're losing something.
Okay. Thank you, Amadou. I guess just for me, before I take another round of questions, for me, the one thing that I missed is this sort of concern about the capacity of the owner of the farm. I mean, maybe they are at the limit in terms of their capacity to run this farm, and they don't want it to be any better. They are happy just to turn this thing year after year after year. So it links to other things in other discussions. I think we have an entire discussion of entrepreneurship, etc. So it isn't just an issue of taxes and things like that, but I think there are fundamental limits that one reaches and then decides, well, I'm happy where I am, and let's just keep it there. Okay, another round of questions, please. Any questions, please? No, I hope they're not all converted, because I think there are a lot of questions that the one could raise. I think Andy, was it Andy? Andy, you. Oh well, okay. I think we'll see.
At the end.
We'll have to prepare Amadou for your questions, right?
No, I'm not going to ask Amadou a question.
Please go ahead.
Okay. No, I want to pick up on what Rob said about looking at different dimensions separately, and I think that's got to be the right approach. Looking at the different dimensions separately, they're dealing with different issues, there are different aspects of formalization, and we shouldn't treat them all in the same way. Let's move away from a 0-1 concept of informality. There are different aspects to this, and therefore they should be analyzed differently. And the process of, and if we are concerned about sort of registration or whatever it is, let's look at the different aspects separately, and not just have a sort of 0-1 concept of formal or informal. So measuring it with looking at several dimensions is fine, but I agree. Let's look at the different dimensions separately, and let's move away from such a strong focus on formalization. David Mackenzie, I think, made that point very well.
Thank you very much, Andy. Very good. Seeing no further questions, I think I want to bring the conversation to a close. First, I want to thank Professor Mbaye Amadou for an excellent paper, presentation, and raising a lot of issues. I'm not going to summarize them. Best not to do that. But I think the issues are very much ours as development, people who are interested in development. These are issues that will be with us pretty much forever. There are some subtleties that need to be refined. And I think there was a point that was raised by Professor Mureu that may have been quickly dealt with and moved on. But this thing of informality and SMEs, they are not the same thing. And one needs to understand what is what. By the way, in Germany, virtually 98% of their farms are SMEs. So there's something else that is going on with our sort of informality in the context of the production processes that we have there. So I think there are many points that were raised, and I think we will continue to bring this up in this area of research, which Andy, you are leading, and others are involved in it. I want to thank Andy for excellent discussion, really raising the issues, and again, to encourage particularly the younger people that are here to begin to continue thinking about this. I mentioned Arthur Lewis for a reason. I mean, he's way back. This is back in the 70s and 60s when he was writing this. He got his Nobel Prize in 79, I think it was. But for things he did way, way, way back. And here we are, you know, maybe 70 years later, 60 years later, and we are still discussing those fundamental issues. So there are a lot of things, and with new techniques, new data, that you could actually, you know, set your hands on and really do some excellent research that will bring us closer to understanding things that we didn't know before. But I finish by saying at the end of the day, we are trying to, it's important to bring up the policy, let's say, options. The policy, which I think, Rob, you mentioned, you know, at the end of the day, it's not just an academic discussion. We do need to change things in our countries for the betterment of our people. So thank you very much. Thanks for an excellent discussion. So I now turn over to you, Victor, or somebody, or is it to you? Or to Charles, yes, you need to tell us what our next steps are. And I apologize for running like 1 hour late. Okay, thank you very much, Charles. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair, for leading the insightful discussions. Right now, what we want to do is take a photograph, and perhaps a round of applause to the Chair. I think we need to appreciate the Chair. He's done a wonderful job. So we want to take 3 sets of photographs. One will be the panel the way they are seated, and then the second one, I will invite the 3 former executive directors to just stand behind them for the next set of photo, and then the last one, the participants on the front row, kindly will make your way to stand behind them so that I can't take everybody, but at least the front row, we can take one photograph. So there's coffee now served just at the foyer. The rest of the participants, you can make your way there. Thank you very much. We'll take about 20 minutes for tea, coffee. So say about 20 minutes should be sufficient. So we should be back here 22. Peter Mureu holds a PhD in financial economics from the University of Birmingham, United Kingdom. He's an associate professor at the Department of Economics and Development Studies at the University of Nairobi. Besides being an alumni of the African Economic Research Consortium, collaborative master's program scholarship award that he received some years back, he's an active member, he's a very active member of the AERC network, and also an esteemed external reviewer in areas of finance, resource mobilization. He's also an external reviewer for Oxford Development Studies Financial Regulation project, whose aims are to ignite new policies on financial inclusion, financial stability, climate finance, banking concentration, microfinance initiative, as well as cross-border banking and provisional behavior and risk management in the markets. As a policy analyst, he has been engaged by several African governments on matters financial inclusion, banking, and institutional reforms. So I will hand over the mic to Professor Peter Mirui with the belief that he's going to help us catch up on time, since we're running out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles. We are really running out of time, but I promise that we are going to recover. Otherwise, we'll be seated here the whole day. And for that reason, I will not dwell much into whom I am. We can have that discussion during lunch and during the dinner. I want to introduce Professor Imran Lasso, who is the presenter of our next of the next paper. And I'll not say much. Professor Imran Lasso is a professor of economics at the University College London, director of the Center of Macroeconomic Analysis or Public Analysis at the Institute of Fiscal Studies, and co-director of the James M. and Kathleen D. Stone Center on Wealth Concentration, Inequality, and the Economy. So I go into the paper that the authors are that Imran is going to present. Let me say that too much work has gone into this work. I've read the paper. It is 77 pages. 77 pages. And it's another city done in Uganda. Several survey waves, 4 before COVID. And this builds on their previous work on the same project. You realize that the focus or the theme of today's plenary is also what was done in the last biennial in December. So this is a continuation. And I want to put a caveat that this is work in progress, which will benefit from a lot of comments from the audience and those online. So without much ado, I invite Professor Imran Lasso to present the paper.
Thank you, Peter. Can you hear me fine and see my slides okay?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead. You have exactly 30 minutes, and please stick to time.
Great. All right, thanks, Peter. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me here today to be able to present this work in front of such a distinguished audience. This is joint work with Libera Alfonsi, Vittorio Bassi, and Elena Spadini. And as Peter, you mentioned, this is really trying to understand what happened during the pandemic and how it affected workers differentially in the context of Uganda. And so we can think of the COVID pandemic shock on many measures as being probably the most severe global economic shock that's hit the world. And much of the impacts were transmitted through labor markets. So work done by the ILO shows on a global basis that during the pandemic, they estimate around the world about 144 million jobs were lost during the pandemic. On the intensive margin, there was a 20% reduction in the total hours that individuals were able to work. And at least in a number of countries, we're seeing still very persistent effects of the pandemic, where both employment levels and hours of work haven't fully recovered back to pre-pandemic levels. We think of this as being a very important major shock, and unfortunately not one that we expect never to occur in the future. Pandemics and epidemics are becoming increasingly frequent around the world, not least in parts of sub-Saharan Africa. So how do we think about the nature of this shock? So focusing on sort of labor markets, we think of the shock as affecting both labor demand as well as labor supply. So in terms of labor demand, the shock would have caused a reduction in face-to-face trade that takes place. That's going to affect sectors that are particularly sort of customer-facing. And it can potentially disrupt supply chains. So firms that are either supplying to or buying from other firms may be impacted as the shock propagates through the economy. On the supply side, the pandemic had first-order impacts on the workers' ability to travel to and from work. And the nature of this type of shock is somewhat different to how we might think of how labor markets are impacted by other types of aggregate shocks, such as recessions, both in terms of the depth of the shock, and I'll show you the numbers on that, and the speed at which it occurred, means that some of the responses of both firms and workers to the pandemic may be somewhat different to how they would respond to a more general or slower sort of economic slowdown. That's going to have implications for some of the responses that we document amongst workers and firms to the pandemic in our analysis. Now, it's well understood from many different countries, both in high and low income settings, that the shock had very different impacts across different types of households. It had impacts differentially by gender, by levels of income, by levels of education, for example. But we also think that the impacts of the pandemic are very likely to differ depending on the skills, the fundamental skills that individual workers had. And that I'm going to sort of frame those impacts as either being through exposure to the shock, that workers of higher skills are in different types of firms, in different types of sectors, and that may cause them to be differentially impacted by the shock. But having different skills also means that you might be differentially resilient to the shock. So when we look at not just your initial exposure to the shock, but then dynamically whether you're able to recover and get back onto the job ladder may well depend on the skills that you have. Oh, I'm sorry. Just jumped to the end. Okay, so in this question, we're going to really try to drill down and provide some very detailed evidence to understand how skilled and unskilled workers were differentially impacted by the pandemic. And we're focusing on skills rather than some of the other dimensions that have been shown to be very important for differential impacts of the crisis, because we think the skills are very much sort of fundamental to driving some of the other impacts that have been documented. So one of the reasons why high and low educated households may have been differently impacted, or high and low income households might be differently impacted, is fundamentally because of the differences in skills and human capital that individuals have that are correlated to those outcomes. And skills are an important primitive to look at, also because that can lead to different policy interventions and have very important implications for whether and how we try to train workers or to skill them. If, for example, the returns to training that allows workers to become more skilled completely disappear during a negative shock as the pandemic, that would make us think very differently about the long-run returns to skills than if we found that skills were very beneficial to have during the pandemic. So the way we're going to answer this question is by using a long panel data, both of workers and of firms. So since around about 2012, we've been tracking a group of just over 1,000 young individuals, young job seekers in Uganda. We first started tracking them in 2012. These individuals were all labor market entrants when we started the study. So they were, on average, aged around 20 in 2012, and an equal split between men and women from all around the country of Uganda. And so before the pandemic, we tracked these workers over 4 waves of data collection from 2012 up until 2018. And then we were able to use phone surveys to continue tracking them throughout the pandemic. So the first phone survey took place late in 2020. Second one took place later in 2021. And the third took place in early 2022. So those coincide with the period around the first lockdown that occurred in Uganda, around the period of the second lockdown in Uganda, and around the period when COVID cases were falling quite close to zero and the economy was starting to recover. So we're going to be able to use those 4 pre-pandemic and 3 during pandemic survey waves to really try to trace the labor market outcomes in a lot of detail through the course of the pandemic. In fact, more specifically, during the pandemic, we'll be able to ask questions about 7 different timeframes within the pandemic to build up a very rich dynamic picture of exactly which workers were hit, when they were hit, and what was their ability to recover from the shock. So this data collection was part of a 2-sided labor market experiment where we weren't just tracking workers, but we've also been tracking a group of SMEs in some relevant sectors over this study period. So we've been also tracking about 2,000 of those small and medium-sized enterprises. They typically have about 3 employees plus a firm owner. And so I'm also going to use data from those firms to understand how firms in the types of sector these workers were working in also responded to the pandemic. So to really understand the dynamics of labor demand, what happened to their employment levels, which workers did they retain, which workers did they fire, which workers did they try to recruit throughout the pandemic, and fundamentally, how is that different between skilled workers and unskilled workers? So that'll help us build up a very detailed picture of the labor supply responses to the pandemic differently between skilled and unskilled workers, and the labor demand responses between skilled and unskilled workers. So this paper is going to build on a randomized control trial, which was the original purpose of starting to collect this data in 2012. So the randomized control trial said that once we started, we collected information on these workers at baseline. These are all job seekers, and they typically had very low skills, just exiting the formal education system. Young people very keen to find work. And so for half of them, we randomly chose half of them and offered them 6 months of sector-specific vocational training in one of 5 vocational training institutes around Uganda. So that's going to create exogenous variation in the skills that workers have. Those who are randomly assigned to receive the vocational training, I'm going to show you, have measurable improvements in the types of sector-specific skills that firms are going to very much value in this economy. And so throughout this analysis, I'm going to compare what happened to those workers who took up and completed vocational training in 2013 versus the control group, who are observation equivalent. They're the same, their gender composition is the same, their labor market histories before 2013 are the same. And look at how both those 2 groups of workers fared over the course of the pandemic. It should then be apparent that on the eve of the pandemic, the workers in our study were about 26 years old. They'd accumulated 6 years of labor market experience since we've been tracking them. So these are prime age workers who are really just at the point when their labor market histories are just improving. And so, understanding what happens to these workers, even in the control group, is going to be very important to understand, what happens to that prime age workers when the economy is hit by such a dramatic shock. Okay, so just to reiterate, our labour market entrants were all young people in 2012. We've studied them across 15 different urban labour markets throughout Uganda. This is not a random sample of young people. The programme initially was targeted to disadvantaged youth. As I said, they were 20 years old at baseline. All of them were out of school, and employment rates were around about 40% for these young individuals at baseline. 60% of them didn't have regular employment initially. So very much in line with many of the statistics that were shown earlier on, where these young people, absent the provision of training and skills, would have been very much reliant on casual work, informal employment. Okay, and then we tracked them over the pandemic. So let me just show you quickly just a timeline of our study. I'm just focusing in on the timeline over the pandemic period. So from March 2020 through to February 2022, where we have 3 waves of data collection, waves 5, 6, and 7, they're referred to. In wave 5, we asked workers about their labour market outcomes around the period of the first lockdown. So we asked them to recall their outcomes just before the first lockdown, what happened to them during the lockdown, as well as post-lockdown. Our second survey wave took place just after the end of the second lockdown. So we asked workers to recall how they recovered just before the second lockdown, what were their experiences during the second lockdown, and how did they recover just immediately after the second lockdown. And then our last survey wave takes place in February 2022, just as COVID cases are falling to zero and the economy in aggregate starts to recover from the pandemic. So that means within the pandemic period, we're going to have these 7 different timeframes that will allow us to build up a very rich, dynamic picture during the pandemic, in addition to the 4 survey waves pre-pandemic. Okay, so the intervention itself was the offer of vocational training that were financed and organized by an NGO, BRAC. The cost of the training to send an individual to 6 months of sector-specific training at a VTI was $470. So this is not a cheap intervention, but that covers all of the costs that the trainee would have to pay at the VTI, as well as some associated costs. And so individuals in our sample could specify which sector they wanted to receive this 6 months of training in. These sectors cover both manufacturing and service sectors, and there are 8 sectors in total: welding, motor mechanics, electrical wiring, construction, plumbing, hairdressing, tailoring, and catering. So these are very important types of job in the Ugandan economy. When we look in nationally representative survey data, about 30% of all young people who are in formal employment are employed in one of these 8 sectors. And so that's why we purposefully offer training in these sectors. We think of these as being good sectors that can potentially offer good jobs to individuals. And so in the treated group, those individuals received 6 months of sector-specific skills related to one of these 8 sectors that they wanted to be trained in. The control group were identical, except they just didn't receive the training. Now, one important aspect of the vocational training institutes is that at the point of graduation, individuals receive a certificate that verifies that they've been trained in that particular sector. And that has a lot of value because you can show that certificate to employers, and that can help a lot in terms of being able to find work or to be able to move from one job to another within the same sector. And I'll come back to the importance of that certification throughout the talk. We have attrition of workers. So between when we started the study in 2012 and 2018, about 12% of workers attrit from our sample. That rises to about 30% during the pandemic survey waves. It doesn't accumulate between the first pandemic survey wave and the last. So it's really, we lose a lot of workers right at the start of the pandemic, but then the workers are able to track through the pandemic are very much constant. And there's a lot of work we do in the analysis to show that we don't think attrition is going to explain many of our results. And in fact, we do some bounds analysis to say how large would the attrition have to be and how differential would it have to be between treated and control workers to essentially reduce all the results to zero. So I'm not going to talk about that in the presentation itself. I'm happy to talk about that afterwards. And just one final point, the firms that we've been tracking as part of the study are exactly firms and SMEs operating in these 8 sectors that we offered the vocational training in. And so we'll be able to see how firms in the sectors that workers were reliant on, how did they change their labor demand? How did that differ between skilled workers and unskilled workers to really build up both the labor supply and labor demand responses to really understand what was the impact of skills and why during the pandemic. So before I show you what happened during the pandemic, let me just spend a few minutes just talking about the differences in outcomes between workers before the pandemic. Okay, so I'm just going to show you pre-pandemic, what was the impact of the vocational training on the treated group relative to the control group. And I'll show you this in terms of a number of different outcomes. So first of all, let me just show you what was the impact on the skills that workers had. So we introduced a test to measure the skills, the sector-specific skills that workers had. So in motor mechanics, we asked workers, how would you change the oil of a car? For example, we tested them on that. We obtained some measure of their skills in that sector. And so what we see is that workers who receive the training are about 30% more likely to report, having some sector-specific skills. In the control group, that's about 66%. So about 2/3 of the control group say they have some skills that are relevant for a sector. That rises to almost 100% of workers who receive the vocational training. When we have this test of how well they're able to conduct those skills, the actual measurable skills of workers rises by about a quarter of a standard deviation on our second measure. This figure here to the right shows a quantile treatment effects estimate on the skills that workers have. And so we see that across the board, the skills of treated workers just rise, quite dramatically relative to the control group. So I'm going to refer to the treated workers as being skilled workers or high skilled workers, and the control group as being unskilled or lower skilled workers. You don't want to think of them as having no skills whatsoever, because by the time of the pandemic, they still had accumulated 6 years of labor market experience, but they have substantially lower skills than the treated group because they didn't receive this vocational training in 2013. So by 2018, the last survey that we ran just before the pandemic, we see that individuals who received the training are about 18 percentage points more likely to say they're working in one of these 8 sectors. So the control group, about 1/5 of them are working in one of these good sectors in good jobs. That's nearly double. That's nearly doubled by those who received vocational training, in 2013. Their earnings are also, $20 per month higher over a baseline of about $72 per month earnings for the control group. And then when we look at the cumulative effects of the intervention on labor market outcomes between 2014 and 2018, where we have information month by month on what workers were doing, up until the pandemic, we can summarize the cumulative impacts of the vocational training in terms of the following 3 metrics. So those individuals who completed the training spend about 28% fewer months unemployed between 2014 and 2018. Their experience of working in these good sectors is about 123% higher. And overall, the earnings that they've accumulated are about 72% higher. Okay, so on the eve of the pandemic, skilled workers are doing much better than unskilled workers. The training was very effective. We have measurable improvements in their skills and long-lasting impacts of the training up until the eve of the pandemic. And so now what we want to study is, well, did these impacts continue during the pandemic, or were all of the benefits of training that I've just shown you, did those essentially not survive such a large and dramatic shock as the pandemic? Okay, so I'm going to use our 3 pandemic survey waves, wave L1, L2, and wave R, in which we can break down outcomes over these 7 different time periods that are around the first lockdown, around the second lockdown, and as the economy starts to recover, to really look in lots of detail over these 7 different timeframes of exactly what happened to the trained workers, the skilled workers, versus the lower skilled control group. Okay, so let me just document that graphically. Okay, so this just shows you, the first figure here shows you the main outcome we're looking at is whether you were working in the last month. On the x-axis, we've got scaled sort of the different time frames of our study. We start with the last survey before the pandemic, and then we have 7 different time frames during the pandemic. The shaded regions here correspond to the periods of lockdown in Uganda. Okay, so the blue time series here is for those individuals who completed training, and the red line is for those in the control group I've just shown you were lower skilled. Okay, so what do we see? We see that, before the pandemic, as I just documented, about 80% of these workers were working. It's slightly higher amongst skilled workers than for unskilled workers. But what we see is during the pandemic, in both the first and the second lockdown, there's a dramatic reduction in employment. Employment amongst these workers falls from about 85% just before the first lockdown to about 40% during the first lockdown. Okay, so these employment rates are back to what these workers were experiencing when they were 20 years old and just entered the labor market in 2012. This is a huge shock where many of them lost employment. But there's a couple of points to notice here. As soon as the lockdown ends, all workers recover quite quickly. Okay, and indeed, they continue to recover until the second lockdown, where again, there's a reduction in employment rates. But as soon as the lockdown ends, these workers are able to recover again quite quickly. Now, it's the case that the second lockdown is less severe than the first lockdown. And that's very much in line with the narrative that the second lockdown in Uganda was slightly strictly less enforced than the first lockdown. And the other point to notice is that during the lockdowns, because just before treated workers were always doing slightly better than control workers, in proportionate terms, the higher skilled workers are more exposed to the shock. Their fall in employment is larger than for the unskilled workers, but then they recover more quickly. Okay, so we see a very stark V-shaped pattern of recovery on employment. This is when we look at aggregate employment. This just shows you the same information, but where the outcome is whether you're working in one of these 8 good study sectors, so more closely related to what the workers were actually trained in. And so here we see that, skilled workers are always more likely to work in these good sectors than control workers, except during the lockdowns. In the lockdowns, that advantage completely disappears, but the workers with the skills are able to recover from that relatively quickly. And so by February 2022, their likelihood to work in one of these good sectors is very similar to what it was in July 2018.
Imran, can you hear me?
Yes?
Yeah, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. When we look at wage and self-employment, we see similar patterns. When we look at casual work, we see that higher skilled workers are much less likely to work in casual employment throughout the pandemic. It's not that skilled workers downgrade their skills and are forced into more tenuous jobs, more informal work during the pandemic. That's not what's happening. Skilled workers retain their advantage and they do not downgrade their skills and move into casual work. Less skilled workers are always more likely to be working in casual employment throughout the pandemic. When we look at earnings from self-employment, those follow a very similar double dip V-shaped pattern of recovery, where skilled workers are hit harder in terms of their earnings, but they recover more quickly as a result. In other words, all of these results suggest that the returns to skills survived the pandemic. Skilled workers did better during the pandemic because of the skills that they had. Okay, so in order to put a number on this, we can look at what were the cumulative impacts of being skilled over the course of the pandemic. So let me just try to wrap up with some of those numbers. So when we look at the cumulative impacts over the 25 months of the pandemic, what we find is that individuals who were skilled over the pandemic spend about 60% more months of the pandemic working in these good sectors relative to lower skilled workers that are in the control group. Their earnings as a result of being skilled are about 20% higher. Their earnings specifically from wage and self-employment are about 24% higher. So despite being more harder hit on the eve of each lockdown, over the 25 months as a whole, these skilled workers retained the returns to their skills. What are those returns? Well, they allow them to, over the pandemic, spend 60% more time in good jobs and accumulate 20% more earnings than lower skilled workers from the control group. What are the reasons for this? We look in detail at both how firms responded and workers responded. What we find is that the certification of skills are very important. That means that because skilled workers have certified skills, when they lose their jobs, they're able to quickly move to new firms in the same sector. And that's what's driving this V-shaped recovery, that the extent to which they're able to do that is greater than the control group. They're more mobile during the pandemic because of that. In addition, there's other forms of labor market attachment. They've got more experience of working in good sectors with good firms, and that means that their skills, beyond what we gave them in 2013, are even more valuable, and that allows them to move back into employment more quickly. In terms of what firms did, what we find is that on the eve of the pandemic, all firms were very worried by the shock, and they fired the most skilled workers, the more experienced workers, because they're the most expensive workers. So given a big fall in revenues that these firms face because of a fall in consumer demand, the way that most SMEs responded to this was to fire the most skilled workers. And that's why those skilled workers are more exposed to the shock to begin with. But skilled workers are able to use their labor market experiences, the certificates they had, to recover from that. But we do find that amongst the firms that we were tracking, 15% of them didn't survive the pandemic. And so in terms of firms, we do see a reduction of 15% of these very productive firms that has long-run implications for growth and employment in Uganda. So what have we learned? We've learned that the returns to skills survived the pandemic. The magnitude of the returns to skills correspond to some of these numbers. The reasons for why skills remain very valuable during the pandemic is that skilled workers are attached to good jobs, good sectors. They're able to certify their skills. We don't find much role for skilled workers searching differently. And it's not that skilled workers have more savings to rely on during the pandemic. Those turn out not to be very important mechanisms for why the returns to skills are maintained. Okay, so ultimately, this has important policy implications. We know that low-income countries are more prone to aggregate shocks, including viral outbreaks, but many other types of aggregate shock that can affect labor markets greatly and very quickly. And so finding the returns to skills survive something as dramatic as the pandemic means that the returns to skills in good times and bad are there. And so the benefits of training workers early on in their careers are enormous. They don't just help workers when the economy is growing, that skills provision has dramatic impacts on improving worker outcomes, even if the economy is hit by an aggregate shock. So it's much better to train workers early in their careers rather than trying to retrain them or waiting for them to be having hit by a shock. But there's other underlying concerns that are highlighted by some of the data in the paper that 15% of the SMEs that we've been tracking that have survived from 2012 to 2018, these very good firms, 15% of them were not able to survive the pandemic, despite this very dramatic strategy of firing the highest, earning the most productive workers at the start of the pandemic. And that has obvious implications for long-run growth and the ability of the economy to recover overall from the pandemic. Thanks very much. I did my very best to stick to time.
Thank you, Imran. A round of applause for Imran. And thank you very much for sticking within the time. I'm going to introduce the discussant. And I don't have to say much because he's a household name in AERC. He's the chair of Group A, Professor Fintab, sitting next to me. Is a professor at the University of Copenhagen and the former director of UNU-WIDER, a leading international academic on issues of development strategy and foreign aid. Something else I need to say is that he's now part of the leadership of the AERC collaborative project supporting policy making for the government of Kenya. The floor is yours now, Fintab. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the introduction very much. And I do appreciate the invitation to contribute to this plenary. I mean, it's an honor to be here. And I'd like to start by congratulating warmly the new senior management of the AERC. I mean, I always admire people who take on big tasks. And let me put it this way, I really admire Victor and Abby. It was stimulating to read Imran's and his colleagues' paper and listen as well to Imran's very clear presentation. I mean, one can definitely congratulate the authors on a fantastic data set and a truly impressive effort that must also have involved quite a number of Ugandan collaborators in addition to the team. It's a very technically competent experimental study, and it is a notable group of authors in the field. So when I was pondering how best to contribute to our discussions today, I was sort of wondering, should I try to focus on the, if you wish, nitty-gritty, or should I try to sort of focus on some more broader issues and questions which one might take to the table? And having spent much of Wednesday listening to 9 African presidents and a host of other participants at the African Development Bank annual meeting here in Nairobi, I opted for the latter. Now, transforming Africa was repeated over and over again as the key development challenge at that meeting and by all of these presidents. So, of course, what is the broad setting and what is it that sort of motivates them to say what they did? Well, I mean, Africa's youth unemployment is a global challenge, and we can certainly discuss the exact size. I mean, I would have some comments on the previous presentation in terms of the exact numbers, but it is indeed important. And there are, of course, both supply and demand challenges that affect youth prospects. Now, these are reflected in the SDG 8, which talks about promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth and productive employment and decent work for all. And why is that? Well, because people work their way out of poverty, and because SDG 8 relates to achievement of practically all the other 16 SDGs. And policymakers, firms, and individuals have to deal with this challenge in the present of frequent crises, including COVID-19, as Imran brought out so clearly. Now, what are the key points? And I won't be long here because Imran was very clear. Well, asking a question, were high and low skilled workers differentially impacted by the shock? Uganda is the case. Result, Conclusion, skilled workers were more severely affected by the lockdowns, but they recovered faster and remained resilient. Return to skills were maintained. The shock did not eradicate the beneficial impacts of skills. And sectoral allocations drove worker exposure, and certifiability of skills enabled them to recover by switching firms in the same sector. So I guess I have to say that while I admire the technical work and so on, this is not very different from what I would actually have sort of expected. I'm a little bit less sanguine about the conclusion. This has especially resounding implications in lower income countries that are more frequently impacted by aggregate shocks. And I'm going to try to sort of illustrate that, and I would like to remind everybody that I've been asked to be the discussant, trying to maybe provoke a bit as well. There are critical voices out there that would sort of argue differently here. I mean, you can take the Filmer and Fox 2014 World Bank study, whereas in Evans and Santos 2019 a comment on Skills Balancing Act in Sub-Saharan Africa. And basically the key point they make is that post-secondary technical and vocational training programs have been, and I quote, a massive and expensive failure. And reference was also made to McKinsey, who in 2017 asked how effective are labor market policies in developing countries. And I mean, what he actually concluded from his study was that labor markets work pretty well at matching youth and adults with the jobs available. This is not to say that the problem was solved, but that the matching was kind of okay. Of course, this leads to a question, which, I mean, Imran may want to reflect on. Does this give rise to any reflections from the perspectives of the author of the present paper in front of us? I mean, should we just dismiss these previous studies and say that they're not really relevant? Now, I am, as was mentioned, no longer the director of WIDER, but I do like to sort of think about wider perspectives, of course. So one question I could put here is, which are the truly big issues in youth employment in Sub-Saharan Africa? Well, I mean, one approach would be to try to think about, okay, if you control for income level, well, then employment outcomes are in many ways quite similar to the rest of the world. Controlling for income level. But the structure of employment by sector is very different, exposing a very serious demand-side issue. 2 food jobs are being created. So there are key factors outside the labor market that are at work. Fewer jobs in manufacturing, underdeveloped factor markets that inhibits growth of formal firms in informal sector, as we just discussed. So, I mean, some would argue that we are seeing an underskilling problem. Poor quality of education systems means that years of education do not translate well into better employment outcomes, and I won't say much more about that because that's the point of the next session. But we also do see in quite a few areas an overskilling problem. Unemployment is highest amongst those with the highest levels of education, and once they enter the labor force, the well-educated often report that the skills are not being used. So I would say that in some ways, the African countries, especially the lower middle-income ones, have maybe created more skills than opportunities. So would it then be correct to say that the youth employment policy agenda is first and foremost an economic transformation agenda? Now, the implication of this would be that the key way to improve youth income earning prospects decisively and sustainably in general is through economic transformation. And then there are 4 bullet points here to suggest what those policies are, and I'm not going to discuss those because I think they will be running through our day, the whole day through. Now, one specific dimension of this, which together with colleagues that I've tried myself to kind of contribute, is to argue that industries without smokestacks bear some promise. And I think that is one sort of dimension that one should talk about here. And there is a book out a few years ago, and among 5 other books. And also, if you don't find what I've been saying here particularly convincing, there's actually even a video, 8.45 minutes, trying to make some of the points that I am reiterating here. And you would there, if you take a look at that video, be able to listen to the late Beno Ndulu and also John Page, which talk about that done right, transformation can change the lives of hundreds of millions of Africans. So I guess that's sort of what I'm trying to get at here, is that this, I believe, is the big issue. Now, let me now also turn to some specific reflections related to the paper, and I wish to stress a very clear presentation by Imran, which is indeed technically competent. I have absolutely no question that this will be published in a very, very good journal, and it is a very informative study for those who work within the area of experimental economics. But my question would sort of be, but how much, or does it really help grappling with the big issues? And another question I think one could ask is, well, is helping a specific group of people recover by switching firms a key element of the solution to the needs of jobs for hundreds of millions? I mean, I'm just sort of wondering a bit here, and maybe one could also ask, what can be said about the generalizability of the results achieved by Imran and his colleagues, given that big issue, which is also out there and which I've tried to outline, and that's why I kind of started from that end. And then also, what types of skills training might give similar results? A further one is, what type of economy-wide shocks could have had similar outcomes as the COVID-19 shock? I mean, there are many different types of shocks in the world, and that might matter a lot for the results. And Imran did refer to the cost, also that it was a reasonably expensive one. I put here how expensive is the intervention as compared to the benefits. And I would kind of be interesting to unpack that a bit in thinking about that at the same time, one needs to address the big challenge. So, demanding study by top-notch colleagues. I speculate how much does this actually contribute to our understanding of the big youth employment challenge. Might a focus on youth-targeted interventions actually detract policymakers and stakeholders from developing the policy agenda for structural change that some have actually argued? And then finally, how should actually African policymakers use this study in grappling with the challenges they face 24/7, so we can look forward to a promising sunrise in the African labor market landscape? And those of you who have sharp eyes may see that this could both be a sunrise but also a sunset. I'd stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fintab. As expected, he has really enriched the paper. And I would, at this time, open the floor for more comments. And this is how we proceed. I'll take 3 comments from the floor. We'll get some reaction from Imran. And then we'll take some comments from those who are online. So who is moving now with the microphone? Can I see by a show of hands? Abi?
Thank you, Imran. Very nice paper. I think I like the comment in relation to over education that Finn has highlighted. I have the following to say. For instance, if more of the unemployed are the most educated, are we spending, or governments are overspending in education, which is not relevant for labor markets? In that case, should we have a paradigm shift towards investing in learning instead of just spending in schooling, which is usually promoted by Professor Land? I think he just stepped out. But my question is, are we overspending in schooling, which is not really translated into investing in learning, which is very, very critical for skills that are meaningful for jobs.
Good question. Good question, Abi, for keeping it short and precise.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Kamau from IDS, University of Nairobi. Thank you very, very much for the opportunity, and thank you for great presentation of the paper. I just wanted to raise two issues, Chair, and to say these findings, which relate to a period when there was a shock, initial results perhaps was to see what is the impact of this training on access to the labor market and returns thereof. Then post-COVID was to see the shock. And I think the presentation seemed not to separate so much the variation in these two categories, and would like to hear more about, was the shock a deterrent to the training, or was this training differently during COVID? Number two, how did the household characteristics play out in this, especially in the COVID, in terms of resilience and being able to return to the job market and to work? Because if one has a good, maybe household characteristic, maybe they were able to recover and return to the market much faster than perhaps those who from not too well-to-do background. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Paul Kamau. This side. Yes, yes, Lema.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I really enjoyed the presentation. Very well done and competent. I think my question is somewhat in the same vein of Finn. So when we talk about skills, we need to be careful about devolving into one size fits all. The question is, are we dealing with skills which are fit for purpose? Take, for instance, finance. You can talk and educate very kind of Stone Age finance, and then you say the person is educated, is that right? Or you educate where somebody has capacity for risk management, right? And fit for more advancing financial economies. So really the question here at a more general level is really this is a Uganda-based finding, and then I think the issue of disaggregation really matters. To what extent can you go beyond Uganda? And then it's also a COVID-19 shock specific study, right? How far do you generalize in terms of other crises? And third is on the firm side, firm policies, working conditions, those things actually matter. The extent to which there is enabling environment for workers matters in terms of survival. So pretty well structured, nice study, but I think that when we move to delivering knowledge to policy, that's what we eventually try and do in this network, much more work needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Now, Imran, if you can hear me. Imran? Have we lost him?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Imran. There are three rounds of interjections that have been made. Like I said in the beginning, this is work in progress, and some of the comments will be taken for further action, so you don't have to give so much, but just give us a preliminary reaction. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Finn, and everybody from the floor. Those are fantastic points. So let me just focus in on what the big picture is. And Finn, I think I agree with 100% of what you said on your slides. I agree with the notion from Filmer and Fox and David McKenzie that most of the training programs have not been effective, whether that's in sub-Saharan Africa or in other parts of the world. we generally don't think of training programs as being very necessarily generating high rates of return. We've tried to understand that and say, why was our program so effective? And we think there are a number of reasons that really led to this, and that's why we have such high returns even before the pandemic. The first is that I mentioned we didn't just work with a random set of vocational training institutes. We worked with the 5 best vocational training institutes in Uganda. There's about 170 in total. I'm pretty sure that most of them don't provide training to the same level that we worked with. So I think that understanding the quality variation across vocational training institutes is incredibly important. Every country I've ever worked in, there's huge heterogeneity in vocational training providers. Most of them, I think, generate 0, if not negative returns to the training that they're offering. So something is going wrong in that market of people providing the skills. So I think that's one of the things where the devil is in the detail. The second key element is that the training that we provided is very intense. It's for 6 months. It's in one sector. It's 6 days a week. It's practical skills. It's not theory. It's as intense as you can possibly get. Many other training interventions have been much more light touch. As a result, our intervention is very expensive, as you said. So what is the cost effectiveness of the intervention? Before the pandemic, we document that the internal rate of return to the training is between 20 and 30% annually, depending on which assumptions you want to make. So the returns to the individual of that training are far higher than just about any other development intervention we can think of beyond international migration. So we think it is very cost effective. The costs are very high, but the benefits are also very high. And in our earlier work, we document what would be the cost effectiveness if you had to build the vocational training institutes from scratch, rather than build on this program to get more young people through vocational training. And I think the other key element of why this training worked so well is because, remember, when we offered the training, we said to individuals, are you willing to be trained for 6 months? And that, in a sense, means that we select into the intervention people who are willing to take 6 months out of the labour market and go into this vocational training. So they're giving up labour market opportunities that they might get in those other 6 months when they would have otherwise been in vocational training. My sense is that means that we get particularly patient young people into the intervention. And those kinds of non-cognitive skills or personality traits, I think, turn out to be very important for who you want to target for these interventions. My guess, and I've been telling all my students this for the last decade, is that if we'd run an intervention where we said, we're going to offer you an apprenticeship in a firm from day one, then we would have got individuals who are very impatient to say, I want to sign up to that because I get a job tomorrow or with some probability here. And I think the long run returns to that type of intervention will be much lower. So these are ideas that we take seriously in our work. And what we essentially show is that depending on how those factors really play out, we can replicate many other results. We can replicate all of the results in the existing literature. We can show that if you had a lot of inpatient individuals who signed up to our intervention, the returns would have been 0. And that's very much similar to the Filmer and Fox claims and the McKenzie work, that it's all in the details. So I definitely don't want anybody to walk away thinking one size fits all. We need high quality vocational training providers. We need to target it to individuals who have the right traits. It's not going to work for everybody. And we need to provide them intense training. Only under that brief specific set of conditions do you generate the results that we do. The results are surprising in the sense that there's lots of evidence from other settings to say that the returns to skills disappear during an economic recession. Most of the work in the US says that the returns to skills cause workers, once they lose their jobs, their skilled workers have to move down the job ladder and move into less skilled work. They have to downgrade their skills. We don't find that actually happens here. And that's a very important finding, that the returns of this very effective program are even larger than we previously argued, because you can also survive a very severe downturn in the economy. to come to Abby's question, you know, we can discuss this forever, and it's something that I've been thinking about a lot. What are we trying to do with training? We're trying to make up for the inadequacies of the formal education system. The formal education system is causing people to leave school without the skills that employers are demanding. So the rates of return to investing even earlier in life would be even greater than trying to make up for that in some remedial way through vocational training. Having said that, as an academic, you know, we have to recognize that the purpose of schooling goes well beyond just skilling people for the labor market. And we can each decide the relative importance of that's the role of the education system versus other objectives. But if you thought that its only objective was to train people for the labor market, then clearly around the world, whether we're talking about the most advanced or least advanced countries, the speed at which the education system is able to respond to changes in labor demand and the types of skills that employers are needing, you know, the education system is not very responsive for a whole variety of different reasons to that. So just to come back to Paul's point about heterogeneity amongst individuals, you know, the focus of our paper is not gender, but we obviously have a sample split between men and women. We find the results to be somewhat different amongst men and women. When skilled women are hit by the pandemic, they are much more likely to move into casual employment as a result. It's men who don't downgrade. Women are much more likely to have to switch into casual employment, even if they're skilled. So the returns across genders are quite different, and you know, there's lots of other evidence like that in the paper. But I agree with Finn where you came from. Fundamentally, what you want to do is increase labor demand, and improving the quality of labor supply is only going to get you so far. You know, these workers are more productive, they're generating surplus, they're causing these firms to grow by being able to hire additional workers. But ultimately, it's demand restrictions. And that's why documenting that in the pandemic, amongst a very positively selected set of firms, 15% of them were unable to survive the pandemic, might be the most important result in the paper, that we're losing some of the best firms when we're hit by an aggregate shock. And that has really long-term consequences for employment and productivity in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you, Imran. Who is online? Let's hear from those who are online. Who is online? Okay. It appears there is no one. There is an issue that FinTap had raised about generalization. One of the problems with RCTs is the issue of external validity. The other thing I noted in the paper is why Uganda? Why would Uganda be an interesting laboratory for investigation? That is something you need to put in the paper. And again, the casual effects on macroeconomic policies on returns to skills, that cannot be settled by RCTs. You really don't have to respond to me on this. I just take them up. And do you have another set of, I will just take one in the interest of gender parity over there.
Thank you.
Just tell us whom you are, your institution, and then proceed.
Sure, thank you. My name is Sahar Rat. I am a lecturer at the University of Westminster in London and also a lecturer at SOAS, University of London. And my comment was probably to reiterate what Professor Tarp was mentioning before. A lot of my work has been in the North Africa region, and I was formerly a senior country economist at the African Development Bank, covering sort of employment and education issues in North Africa. And sometimes I felt that our findings and our concerns were, to some extent, slightly contradictory to what Imran's discussions were proposing. Not quite contradictory, but perhaps like one step further in terms of realizing that we have a region where, in fact, skills sometimes is a burden to individuals' sort of path of employment, particularly in the context of the fourth and fifth industrial revolution in particular sectors, whereby we feel that it's the structural transformation which is causing a problem when we talk about employment issues and employment sort of solutions as we go forward. And whenever we hit a crisis, whether that crisis is caused by conflict, a pandemic, an economic crisis, we realize that it's actually hard for the economy to actually provide those opportunities for those who are highly skilled. And of course, another angle to this has been that skills set certain levels of expectations within the labor market. And those expectations are sometimes a bit of a challenge for the economy to respond to. And individuals sometimes, again, perhaps more in the context of North Africa, they find it a bit challenging to move across different firms and different sectors because there are, as I said, certain expectations coming with the skills that they have acquired. So yeah, I just wanted to put that in and perhaps echo the previous gentleman's position that sometimes we are struggling with the one-size-fits-all sort of narrative. Thanks.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'm going to stop the interjections there. Anyone else who has a comment on enriching this work can submit it through AERC. And I go straight to the next presentation. But before I do that, a round of applause for Imran and the others. Now, investing in human capital education for a democratic dividend by Professor Rand Pritchett. Let me say something about him. Professor Rand Pritchett is a development economist from Idaho. I don't know whether I pronounced it well, perhaps my mother tongue influence on pronunciation. He graduated from BAU in 1983 and received his PhD in economics from MIT in 1988. He has worked for World Bank, various countries. He has taught at Harvard Kennedy School from 2000 to 2019. From 2018 to 2023, he was a research director at LISE program, Oxford's Brandeis School of Government. Now, over to you, Professor Pritchett. Oh, you're here. Thank you very much. You have 30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay. I will. I'll set a stopwatch. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm going to sort of combine two issues. One is investing in human capital, and the second is a bit on the demographic dividend and a particular domain on which I've been working on the ways in which Africa can exploit its demographic dividend, which is taking into account that the rest of the world, as was pointed out, is having a demographic dearth. And so I think moving people from labor force abundant places to labor force scarce places is an important part of the future that has yet to receive the attention it deserves. But let me start by, we really need to take some massive shifts in thinking about invest in human capital, because the consensus that we should invest in human capital has existed since development began. This isn't a new thing that you need to invest in human capital. The problem is, when we said invest in human capital, that got elided into making synonyms out of two things that aren't synonyms. One was we substituted schooling for education in the human capital equation. We said, yes, we need to invest in human capital. That means putting more butts in seats, more kids in classrooms for longer periods of their life, and all of a sudden, empirically and otherwise, schooling and education became synonyms, and they're not synonyms. Education means one thing, schooling is another. The second thing we've done is we substituted a serious discussion of, what are they seeing? How come they're not seeing what I'm seeing? How come this isn't moving the slides?
The guy told me if I... It's moving the slides on this machine, but not on the machine being viewed. Okay, great. So the first shift is... Okay, now it's not moving them on this machine, so anyway. Okay, so the first is invest in human capital was completely, totally correct. Spend money on schooling was not the same thing, but was treated as the same thing. So when there was talk about the quality of schooling, quality came to mean spend. If we spent more on schooling, then it was higher quality schooling. And so what happened was the world has been massively successful at spending money on schools and getting more and more children in school for longer and longer periods. But the net effect of that has been to create incredibly less human capital in terms of valued human skills than one would have hoped. And so we really need to shift the focus entirely from this invest in human capital means we need to spend more and more dollars on schools, and we need to have greater and greater measured inputs like teacher training and quality of the infrastructure. And we really need to massively focus on what are the actual cognitive skills being acquired during the period of schooling. And this is going to be a massive shift. It's going to be a hard shift. It's going to be very hard to do. So the second shift is what Finn was just saying earlier, is irrespective of what the individual rate of return to various types of education are, we need to ask that the key to human capital is actually working in a productive place. And if you work in a productive place, you're more productive and you have higher human capital for the same level of individual skills that you have. And so a huge part of what needs to be taken and incorporated into the human capital agenda is the supply of, are we creating more productive work for people with skills to do? And without the supply side, where you can create more and more skills, and it's not going to translate into greater and greater human capital if we don't also create productive uses of those skills. And the place premium is just huge. People with exactly the same intrinsic productivity make 10 times higher wages in real PPP terms, working in high productive versus low productive places. And so the question is, how are we going to get people working in higher productivity places? And there's only two ways to do it. One is structural transformation that leads to higher productivity of the place you're in, and one is to allow people to move. So let me now, schooling versus learning. Sub-Saharan Africa has not been a laggard in schooling. Oftentimes people say Sub-Saharan Africa is lagging in human capital, but it actually, in percentage rate of growth, it started from a lower base, but its progress has been, in percentage terms, much faster than nearly every other region in the world. And those two things are compatible, as I'll show you in 1 minute. But the real problem with Sub-Saharan Africa is the learning profile, which is just the association between the augmentation of valued competencies, capabilities, skills, whatever we want to say, and the years of schooling is way too flat. So we thought that schooling would lead to capabilities, and those capabilities would lead to productivity. The schools are not creating the skill sets individuals need to survive, to be productive individuals in the 21st century. And hence, we've created too few cognitive skills from the schooling they've gotten, and that's the main problem. So first, this is just a bar chart showing the huge distribution of increase in total years of schooling across regions of the world in percentage terms. So this is the percent increase in S, the years of schooling. And sub-Saharan Africa has actually been way faster than nearly all other regions. So, you know, the bottom line there is like Uganda is in the laggards of sub-Saharan Africa, the 25th percentile, but it's still way faster than any developed country, way faster than Latin America, and way faster than Korea. So the percentage rate of growth of schooling in Uganda, a lagging African country, has been faster than the percentage rate of growth of schooling in Korea. Okay, so just the idea that Africa has put too little effort into expanding schooling is just not on. It started from a much lower level than Korea. So if you look at the absolute change, and this is absolute change of the beginning average years of schooling and the ending average years of schooling by region, yes, East Asia is ahead and other regions are ahead in absolute terms, and the absolute change was somewhat smaller, but not that much smaller. It's very hard to, you know, blame any of the lagging economic transformation of sub-Saharan Africa on its lack of putting kids through school. Massive effort, huge expansion in percentage terms, which is how we measure most investments in capital stocks, and huge changes in absolute terms as well. So currently, you know, most African countries actually have adult populations with more years of schooling than France had in 1970. But with incredibly lower GDP per capita. So, you know, the problem has not been, again, expansion of the schooling system, but then we get to just draw a hypothetical range of what I call learning profiles. Put anything you want children to have acquired on the vertical axis, reading, math, any other measurable capability, competency, skill, and then think, how much did that go up by the exposure of the child to each additional year of schooling? That's the increment, that's the learning profile. And the main challenge in the developing world is that we kind of thought that kids would acquire a basic education from a basic schooling. And they don't. They don't get to anything like the set of skills and competencies that have always been anticipated and planned in and programmed in as part of schooling, meaning if you set out what were the curricular objectives of a child finishing 6th grade or primary schooling, we're not achieving those learning outcomes in most countries because these learning profiles, and you're seeing actual learning profiles of various countries in the right-hand side, there's just massive variation in the world. So having a 5th grade education doesn't mean anything. What a child can do after a 5th grade education in low-performing countries, and this is mastery of foundational mathematics. In these low-performing countries, less than 10% of kids by grade 5 have mastered, whereas in Thailand, 75%. So a 5th grader in Thailand and a 5th grader in the DRC are not equivalent quantities of any relevant measure of human capital. We just have to stop talking about completion of primary school or completion of junior secondary school as if it is in and of itself an important contribution to human capital. We don't know what it is until we measure what they actually acquired. And the differential is huge, and on average it's very low. So mostly What every educator thought we were going to get is a learning profile like this, where we could get nearly all children to some command over foundational mathematics by grade 5, and instead what we get on average is well less than half of children actually have any mastery of mathematics or arithmetic in the same graphs for reading or any other skill we measure. So the upshot is, and this is a recent paper by Gust, Hanyushek, and Losman, but the upshot is 94% of 15-year-olds in Africa are not meeting the SDG standard of minimum level of learning. 94%. So, and that's, you know, that's 94% is, it varies somewhat regionally, but in Latin America, it's 65%, which is still shockingly high. But in East Asia, it's 42, East Asia, only 30% are not getting there. So again, just it's not, but the difference is not whether or not kids are going to school, because the real problem is 89% of 15-year-olds in school at age 15 are not at the SDG minimum learning level. So if every kid in sub-Saharan Africa made it through to age 15, enrolled in school, you would still have 89% of the youth not at the minimum learning level. So there's just no more traction in pushing kids out. Pushing kids out these flat profiles just is not going to give you the traction you need in getting children emerging from their youth adequately prepared with the skills they need. At existing business as usual, like I say, you could go from only 65% are still in school, so there is a huge lag in sub-Saharan Africa. Kids aren't finishing school, but even if that were 100%, you'd still have 90% of the kids with inadequate skills, right? And sub-Saharan Africa, on average, is low even for its low GDP. And again, not all regions, so this is showing you the 4 different sub-regions of Africa. East Africa is about, on average, on its GDP level, because some countries, and playing Kenya, Tanzania, are well above where their GDP per predict. So everybody above is in blue, everybody below is in red. But most other regions of sub-Saharan Africa are on a scale in which a year of schooling is 20 to 30 points, are about 50 per points, even below their GDP level. So even if you said, well, Africans, you know, kids are getting less good schooling because they're from poorer environments or have poorer, face harder conditions, even if you account for that, large parts of Africa are doing worse than would be predicted. And the second thing is, and this is a very busy diagram, but it's the most important thing I'm going to say. And it's not my paper, so I can say that. It's, if you look at, can an adult, and I'm focusing on women because this is from the Demographic and Health Survey that focuses on women, can adult women read a simple sentence like farming is hard work in a language of her choosing as an adult, having completed 5 years of schooling? So this is a concrete metric, right? Did 5 years of schooling produce lasting literacy? Okay? This is showing on this graph the 35-year change in the percent of women with grade 5 or higher, and there's massive improvement. And the improvement is about exactly the same between sub-Saharan Africa and the rest of the world. But in every country, this is the percentage fall in whether or not a woman who completed grade 5 can read as an adult. And it's massive. So just to pick on Zambia, because we have other data from Zambia, which we'll show you in a minute, but in Zambia, a woman who went to school in the 90s is 30 percentage points less likely to be able to read a sentence than a woman who went to school in the 1950s. Yeah, I'm letting that sink in, meaning schools are producing literacy much, much less than they used to. So this is not a recent problem, and the problem has gotten worse, and, you know, and this problem has gotten much worse in sub-Saharan Africa than in the rest of the world. So on average in sub-Saharan Africa, the fall in the percentage points that a child who attended grade 5 can read is 13 percentage points. So Zambia is particularly striking, but there are other countries down here too where the fall in Uganda, in Togo, in Zambia, in Angola, all of these have had 30 percentage points, which means something like 60% could read when they went in the 1950s, women who attended the 1990s, and we're sampling adults, so that's the most recent we can get, it's down to 30%. So the productivity, the learning productivity of the systems is substantially worse in most places. Not any better. There's very few African countries. You know, this graph, this is 0. So only those few countries have actually improved. And this is the SSA average, which is well below the non-SSA average. And to all of those who were thinking, oh, of course things got worse, we expanded the system a lot, there's no correlation, right? This is the degree to which the system expanded, and this is the degree to which it got worse. There's no correlation in this graph. So it's not the case that it's a natural or inevitable consequence of expansion that you get worse. Vietnam got better and expanded significantly. So again, it's not that there's a strong downward sloping line and there was some trade-off between expanding quantity and quality. Countries expanded quantity and got quality. Countries expanded quantity and fell. These countries expanded less than the average country and still had falls in quality. So Zambia actually expanded less than the average country. And so much of the current, I'm going to skip this, much of the current, so for instance, if you look at the PISA scores, Zambia participated in PISA D, which is why I'm picking on it, which is a bad thing to pick on countries that have the courage to do the data, but you know, there's this huge gap between Zambia and, well, I will go back to this previous gap. So if you take this is a graph showing scores by socioeconomic status, and if you look at the socioeconomic elite of Zambia, who are male, urban, rural children, so the advantaged elite, their average PISA score was 330. For Vietnam, that same predicted score was 580. This is a standard deviation of 100. An average year of schooling conveys about 30 points, meaning the typical 15-year-old in Zambia was 8 years of schooling behind a typical kid in Vietnam. So, and that is not because there's something wrong with Zambia, because of women who went to school in the 1950s, Zambia and Vietnam looked a lot alike. It was about 60% of women could read in Zambia, about 72% in Vietnam. And what happened was the system collapsed in Zambia and got better in Vietnam. So in Vietnam got better, the system collapsed in Zambia, and hence the differential is not some permanent feature of Africa. It's not some thing that has to happen. It's that many of these countries are trapped in systems that have not managed to create a dynamic of improving the efficacy which they translate skills in a year of schooling over the last 50 years. and many have gotten much worse at it. So I'm going to now skip. I'm going to skip a bunch of stuff because I want to talk about something else, and I also want to end in 30 minutes. But I just want to come back to nothing about Africa's growth has anything to do with the extent to which they expanded schooling. Because first, schooling and growth of output per worker are roughly uncorrelated anyway. And again, given what I've just told you about the huge heterogeneity in the extent to which your year of schooling conveys any skills, it shouldn't surprise you that countries just having more years of schooling actually doesn't lead to growth. So this is over the whole period, 1950 to 2015. That's just a scatter plot. The correlation between growth of output per worker and growth of schooling is a tiny little, slightly negative number. And this is the graph showing, this shows you the percent rate of growth of schooling in sub-Saharan Africa, which was well above the percent rate of growth of schooling in the high-growth countries. So if you just say, what did the high-growth countries do? Well, the high-growth countries actually didn't have any higher growth had much lower per annum growth in schooling than Africa. So again, nearly everything you've heard about aggregate schooling growth being connected with economic growth is just myth. It's just a myth. And then we get to this, and this shows you an interactive effect between schooling, learning, and the level of GDP. And what this shows you is that if you learn more when you're in school, then it contributes more to GDP. Again, this shouldn't be super surprising, but if you ask how much would a year of additional schooling contribute to our GDP, the answer in Singapore is a lot, $8,000. The answer in Nigeria is nothing. Why? Well, because Nigeria's learning of kids in school is so low that the incremental contribution of a year of schooling is likely to be low because it really didn't create any skills. And hence, if you look at whether the gains to augmenting learning in the years of schooling you have are at least as large as the gains from expanding the years of schooling. So if kids just learned more, this is a thought experiment of what if kids in Africa actually were just at their GDP line in learning. If a kid in Africa learned about what would have been predicted for the GDP of their country, it means their learning would be on this measure 50 points higher. 50 points higher would mean GDP in Africa for the same level of schooling would be higher by almost 50%. Okay, yeah, good. Okay, now I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to skip, and I'm happy to circulate the rest of this. The rest of that is what you might have to do to change learning, and we should admit it's going to be radical, it's going to be hard, it's going to be difficult, because if it weren't, it would be done by now. Like, everybody that's telling you, oh yes, we need to spend more, we need to train more teachers, complete, total hokum. It's what we're already doing. So, it's not going to work. Okay, let me just get to another thing, which is, you know, we tend to emphasize a lot that people in a given country with more skills make more money, and that's true, but the real difference in the world is across people with the same level of skills in different countries. So this is earnings in Ethiopia for no education, secondary education, college education. It goes from $400 to $2,400. But the learning of people in the Netherlands with no education at all is 10 times as high as the earnings of somebody in Ethiopia with an advanced degree. It's just a place premium. You make a lot more with the same skills if you work in a productive place. So if you look at ILO data on wages in PPP, of skill level 1 earning occupational tasks. So they divide into what the skills, and skill level 1 are things that somebody with a primary schooling can do. So it's kind of the lowest skill that there can be. Low-skill workers make $3,000 in sub-Saharan Africa and make $33,000 in the US. On average, in the industrial countries, they make $25,000. It's all place premium. You can take an African worker and you can put them in Europe and they can make $25,000 if they were making $3,000 in sub-Saharan Africa. So, and we've done more kind of experimental like controlling for selection and all that. When migrants move, they move almost immediately to the wage of the place they move to. Now, this is showing that all of my people stopped having children for whatever reason. But we're committing demographic suicide. All of Europe, all of America, all of everybody, we have decided for whatever reasons to not reproduce ourselves. So there's going to be a massive need for workers in these countries because they can't survive in their existing economy and existing social contract on the labor force they're going to have. Without migration, by 2050, the ratio of labor force to people over 65 in Italy would be 0.9. 0.9 workers per every person over 65. You can't sustain anything like the European social contract with that ratio. It's just fiscally and economically impossible. So I've done the calculations, and by my calculations, in this, Europe is going to need about 355 million more people by 2050 than what it's going to have through its own natural demography. That's a lot of people. 355 million more people. What? No, it's not. I have 30 seconds. Your time's up. Okay. So let me just, at the same time, Africa is essentially, as earlier graph showed, the only source of net labor force that's available to meet the rest of the world's demographic gap. And if Africa were able to place its workers into these rich countries at its proportion of the creation of labor force, it would add $3 trillion to African earnings. Total GDP in Africa is 4.4 trillion. So I think Africans should be focused on not just how can we increase productivity within Africa, but how can we get the rest of the world to admit that they need our workers and prepare our workers and create a placement of African workers into core skilled but essential jobs in the rest of the world, where they can benefit from the place premium on a rotational basis, which is going to be win-win-win. It doesn't lead to brain drain because they're doing low-skill jobs in the rest of the world. It doesn't lead to lack of attachment to family because it's rotational. It can be win-win-win, but it's only going to happen if Africa is leading the advocacy of all of the issues that the West comes and pesters you guys about. Like, the world consists of people coming to you and say, you should do this, you should do that, you should do the other. Africa needs to stand up and say, okay, here's what you can do for us. You can let our workers come and fill the jobs you need anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pritchett. Thank you. The study is very interesting. Telling by the silence in the room, you could feel the drop of a pin on matters touching on Africa. You know, like the resource curse in Africa, now we have the education curse in Africa. So I'm going to invite the discussant, Professor Yo Nyako, Professor of Economics in New York University. He's a fellow of the Econometric Society, chair of the Econometric Society Africa Regional Study Committee, the Research Associate of the National Bureau of Economic Research. Professor Nyako, you have 10 minutes. Is he online?
I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Please go ahead.
Okay, all right. So thank you for inviting me. Great talk, Lant, as always. Let me say my thanks first. Comrade Victor, it's really great to have you at the helm now. I know you've been passionate about the AERC for a long time, resource persons and all of that. So Comrade Victor, really glad to have you take on this responsibility. And as was said before, thank you for accepting. So I am calling you guys from Ghana. I'm in a small town called Kumu. It's in the Ashanti region of Ghana. And I'm down the road from a secondary school. It's a fairly rural area here. And I'm actually the chairman of the board of a secondary school. So Lant, everything you're saying, in some sense, I'm now a policymaker, okay? You know, we're grappling with issues related to quality of education, learning outcomes, all the things you've said. So let me just go very, very quickly. I only have 10 minutes, so I'm just going to make a few points and just run through the slides. And Lant, I can share the slides with you. Anybody who wants the slides, I can hand them over, okay? So first of all, we've had a lot of very high enrollments in our school systems, okay? When I was a student at this particular secondary school, there were 300 of us. Today, there are 3,000 people in a school where the facilities haven't changed that much. Therefore, it's not that surprising that the quality would be a little bit lower, okay? That the learning outcomes could be a problem. I remember, Lant, many of the things you're saying. Bob Lucas, many, many decades ago, was talking about, you know, when we're starting macro and TFP and the whole issues of the marginal return up to capital being so different in the United States and in other countries, and attributing all of that to human capital being, you know, how much learning people have. So this is an old thing, old question, and I guess we're dealing with the consequences today. A little bit of history to put everything in context. Many African countries started their big rapid rise in schooling, not education, in the 60s. Right after independence, many of our nations realized that we didn't have many schools. In my home country, Ghana, very few people were literate. The Kwame Nkrumah, the independence leader, did a rapid education of the primary schools and went to John F. Kennedy to ask for American help for teachers, okay? And so that's actually, my understanding is that's how the United States Peace Corps was born. Ghana was the first country to receive Peace Corps volunteers. And the goal was just education, educating people. And so a lot of secondary school teachers were coming in there. The same with medicine. On independence, we didn't have many doctors. I remember when I was born in Accra, on my birth certificate, it was an Indian doctor. Today, for sure, it will be a Ghanaian doctor. All of our teachers will be Ghanaians. Architects. I'm doing a lot of projects here, and I need architects, I need foremen, and we have a very, very deep pool of those kinds of skills. And I'll even mention contemporary arts. We've got thousands of artists, Ghanaian artists are now making millions of dollars on their paintings in Europe. So it's not all bad. Yes, the numbers, and again, we'll talk about the numbers in a second, but we also have to recognize that in many nations, compared to 1960s, when you just look at the state of the economy, things are really looking up, okay? And so this is for Ghana, obviously, a country which some would say is in economic crisis. But by my count, especially when it comes to human capital, Ghana has actually done very well, okay? So looking at Lant's numbers, what are the things we need to think about? So I'm calling quality learning, okay? So the quality of education is how much learning you had after education. What are the returns to quality? Are they low? Is that why that's not happening? We have civil servants. Maybe there are a few jobs, and so people get in there without having to show quality? Is that what the issue is? Is it the issue that because of high unemployment, we have discouraged learners? Is it that private universities which have expanded are now accepting people of lower quality? So in other words, what I'm driving at is, I think there are two sides to the quality debate. There is the supply of quality by the schools and all of that, but people themselves need to figure out how much effort they need to put into getting to learning. And so what's going on there? Many of you may recall the arguments about signaling. So why do we have good schools and bad schools, and people are competing to get into good schools just so that they can signal that they are of a higher type, higher IQ or something? And even in the older literature, it was well understood that, you know, school itself gives you fairly limited delta in terms of learning, and students do a lot of the learning by themselves. What is the point I'm driving at here? I'm trying to nudge Lant a little bit on the other side of the equation. So one side of the equation is the supply, and Lant has spoken about NGOs and governments dealing with quality. But the other side of it also is people themselves need to figure out how much effort to put into it. There's education outside of the classroom, okay? And so that's a part we need to think about. The other part we need to think about is on-the-job training. I think the earlier session, Imran, Fintop, and others talked a lot about that, but a lot of education takes place on the job. So how does that figure out into everything Lance said today? So these are question marks. Lance had a very good training session. I think it was last year. I was invited to that for the AERC. This is training AERC graduates and scholars on research. And so I remember giving my general political economy paper on the UAE. And that paper was talking about how Indians, large numbers of them, will be sent to the United Arab Emirates for jobs. Most of them are very poorly trained in India itself. Most of the training takes place by large construction firms in the United Arab Emirates. So all of this is just to say, you know, from MINSA to the work I just mentioned, a huge part of training is on the job. Okay, so Lant, what do you have to say about that? Okay, I love this line. I can't tell, Lant, whether this was in your in one of the papers or just in the email you sent. I heard some parts of it in your talk right now. So it's something like, so the leaders of SSA should tell the world to stop jacking around with RCTs and how to give cash transfers or chlorinate water and stop worrying about foreign aid, and instead think of legal rotational pathways for core skilled workers. This is migration out. And as always, Lant, I just love it when you just say things just the way they are, okay? So keep it up, okay? All right. You mentioned apropos of that migration and the brain drain. And all I can say is God bless you on trying to get a movement on that. In 2009, which is about 15 years ago, Bill Easterly and I were saying essentially the same thing. We're making the argument that brain drain is good for Africa. Even at that time, we knew of the differences in the demographic trends. We knew at that time that Europe, America will be decreasing their populations. Africa will be increasing. We wrote these papers saying that the brain drain is good. It's a good form of creating jobs. Anytime you send somebody out, you make them way richer than if they were in. And so, as you correctly said, there's been very little uptake on that. Maybe you will get lucky this time around, okay? I should also mention that to the extent that there is a brain drain, the brain drain itself, or the skills drain or the unskills drain, can on its own create more human capital. Again, don't forget that people have to invest in learning, okay? And so if they know that the investment in learning could enable them to go to a foreign country and get those high returns that Lance mentioned at the very end of his talk, then more of them will put in effort. And even after taking out that percentage that have migrated, those who are remaining in the economy would be larger and would have higher human capital than the situation where there was no outflow. In other words, the possibility of an outflow will incentivize people to do work in getting their learning and ultimately create a larger pool of human capital. So I just wanted to mention that there. UAE is a big country on rotational migration. Here are the statistics. The local population, 1.18 million. The number of rotational migrants they brought in, 9 million, okay? So that's one example of a success story in terms of what Lance was saying at the very end. To do that, the UAE has had to deal with, on their side, on the UAE side, a number of issues to fix the political economy. You will not be able to do that in Europe without fixing that political economy. When we were, Bill Easterly and I were talking about that 15 years ago, Europe hated us, okay? Anytime I give a talk in the Czech Republic, people will be screaming at me, saying that we will never allow African migrants to come in. Brexit, among other things, was caused by Europeans coming into the UK. And so unless we deal with those political economy issues, the rotational migration things will not happen, okay? Smaller questions, and just give me a minute, Mr. Chair, I'm almost ending. So if learning stops after 5 years, are you really saying we should just end schooling after 5 years when we get to that flat? Just a question. Should we just stop spending? Because that would be the logical implication of what you said. Jim Heckman has done a lot of work similar to what you have here for the United States using Army tests and looking at scoring, learning. Issues about the average versus the variance. And so the averages may be flat, but within there, you may get a few superstars who will then go and be members of your universities and then run things, okay? So even though the average may be flat, you're gonna have variances and you have to staff your universities, okay? So those are a few things I'll say. In conclusion, Lant is right on everything, but he has to tell us what we need to do, okay? It's unclear, okay? For Africa, there are a lot of successes. We should not ignore them, okay? It's you go to many countries and, you know, the economies are thriving. They've got populations of skilled workers all over. These are successes. In the work, we need to look very carefully at markets, incentives, and if I was to add to Lance's work, what's the microeconomics? What's going on? Why is learning slowing down? Okay, this is not just an engineering thing where you pump in money and you get something out. So we need to hear from that. And then finally, brain drain and migration, right on. Incentives are very important. So Asante Sana, thank you all. Congratulations again to Comrade Victor, and thanks to the AERC for inviting me. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Yoon. And the take point home is, Lant is everything on, you are right on everything, but what should we be doing? Let me say that this work has been published in a journal already. Yeah, it has been published in a good journal. I received 2 papers. One was on Latin America, one was in Africa. I chose to focus on the one on Africa, and hopefully I was right. It's more of exploratory. First article, overall with 3 distinct parts. Now, figure 5 on your work. So, why is Nigeria lagging so behind Rwanda? Percentage of women aged 25 to 34 who can read on a single sentence. And like I said, the problem of Africa, resource cars, now it comes to education cars. We talk of cross-border banking from West Africa. In Africa, we also know cross-border movement of human capital, Nigeria reads. Even in terms of the highly educated people, when you ask people in Africa, they say Nigeria reads. But when I look at that graph, where Rwanda is top, and Nigeria is bottom there, and assuming for the sake of argument, I'm a policymaker from Nigeria. I'm the cabinet secretary for education. And from your work, you extract a policy brief for me. So what would you be telling me? Now, can we have some comments? Let's start from there. tell us your name, your institution, and make your comment brief. I can see by look of the face our sugar levels have gone down.
Yeah, so the name is Wisdom Akpalu. I'm from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, and I'm a resource person of Group E. So I think as economists, we all believe that incentives drive behavior. And I strongly believe that the results presented are depressing, but they are not surprising. The first question is, who actually gets into teaching at those levels in our countries? If you go and sample teachers at the basic school, majority of them will tell you that they went into teaching because they did not have any other option. Two of you finish school, one goes to the bank, and he makes so much money compared to how much you make in teaching, and post-retirement mortality is very high among teachers. So when people go into teaching, they have less incentive to actually deliver. So the investment that are going to teaching is, to schooling, is providing training, all kinds of things, but not incentivizing the teachers themselves to give up their best. And I believe that if this same study is done for private schools, the results would have been completely different from what we see. I believe these are for public schools. That is why it is different. Secondly, coming to the productivity or the contribution to GDP as a result of acquiring years of schooling, I think it's also because the labor market is so distorted that when people go to school, the chances of them getting a job because they did well in school is so low because of corruption. So the incentive to even learn so that you have a better chance in the labor market is quite low. And that may be the reason why some of the results are found in Nigeria and other countries. Thank you.
Thank you. The role of institutions of governance on education, corruption, from this side? Okay. This gentleman here.
Thank you very much. I am Whiton Jombo from Malawi. Quickly, I just want to agree with the presenter entirely on his presentation. But the question is, how did Africa end up here? How did we end up with this kind of education mess? So, I might contribute to say that in the recent 2 decades or so, we have had mass schooling initiatives, but these mass schooling initiatives were not accompanied by facilities. You find that kids are still learning under trees, and there are no adequate teachers to support the number of kids going to these schools. So technically, I think this has affected the quality in that sense. And also, I'm not sure what's happening indeed, but if you take, for example, a math book for grade 5 in 2024 and a math book for grade 5 in, say, 1990, you find that the qualities are different. So is it the issue, what happened? What initiated the change? Because I think this might also have affected the quality of this. And thirdly, the politicization of education. Politicians might sometimes they look at the numbers that pass at a certain national exam, not necessarily the quality of the education that they have gone through. To an extent that when the numbers are low, they kind of try to affect this the pass mark or something so that a larger number of people pass. So I thought it is very important that politicians or those that are in control of education in our countries, they stick to the standards, not necessarily trying to have many people passing exams at national examinations. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an issue that the executive director for KIPRA, Dr. Rose Gugi here, some years back, there was a research done in KIPRA on the impact of free primary education on quality outcomes, Fintab.
Thank you very much, Fintab, University of Copenhagen. Len, I'd like to just try to push you a little bit in terms of, the kind of line of the argument. Now, I've been working in Mozambique since 1980, and I've been working in Vietnam since 2000. And I have regularly been asking myself, if I were a parent in those two countries, how would my kids then be faring? I mean, okay, I'm using Mozambique, not Zambia, because I know Mozambique, not Zambia so much. But the Vietnam-Mozambique comparison, let's now for 1 second assume that the quality of education, in other words, what kids actually learn in school is the same. I mean, in other words, what they learn when they are in the school, the quality of the teaching and so on is the same. My prediction would be that the kid in Vietnam would be performing much better on the learning skill test that you're using. Why? There is a lot going on outside of the school in terms of contributing to that performance that you're measuring, the result that you're measuring. So I'm just sort of going to ask, so how is that controlled for in sort of in your argument, in your analysis? I hope you understand what I mean when I'm saying assuming exactly what goes on in the school. And obviously there are differences. I'm not saying there are no differences, but I'm trying to push this point because I can assure you that the difference between how Vietnamese parents would be pushing their children and the way in which Mozambican parents would be pushing their children for lots of good reasons, but it's very different. And I think that is quite important. And Land, I mean, your point about labor movement, it is amazing. The world has been seeing this push for liberalization of markets for years and years. We can't seem to figure out how to do it for the most important factor. Thank you.
Land, can we have the first response, 5 minutes?
Okay. So I was given 30 minutes, so I skipped the section which was, here are the 5 things you should do if you really believed and wanted to tackle the problem. And let me just say what the first one is, though, that you have to recognize this is a system change. And this isn't, and the system isn't in the control of a single policymaker or a minister of education. You really have to get your society to acknowledge that we need to radically transform the way our kids are educated in order, to do it. And then I was head of a research project that went on for 8 years with 7 detailed countries and lots of others. I think there are some general principles which are you need to have good teachers. You need to measure what you're you need to commit to learning. You need to measure what you're committed to. You need to align the system around your objectives, because all these education systems have 50 objectives in addition to the learning objectives that make it impossible for them to do. So I think there are some simple things that are in the presentation, but let's not act as if it's going to be simple. If it were, everybody wants to sell you, oh, tech is going to fix the education system, or teacher training is going to fix the education system, but none of those can work until the system is acknowledged to be focused on producing, foundational skills in early grades and building on those skills in later grades. Because the problem now is, if you look at these learning profiles, kids are getting to grade 4 unable to read, but by grade 4, all of the instruction has become text-based. How are you supposed to have text-based instruction if you didn't establish the foundational leading skills? Same thing. Okay. I, as an economist, have tried to stop actually using the word incentives. Why? I want to use the word motivation, of which financial incentives are one part. So when we talk about teachers, I think we need to talk about the motivation of high impact, high productivity, high purpose people becoming teachers. Part of that will be fixing salaries, but if you have a dysfunctional education system that demoralizes and demotivates teachers because it's bureaucratic, because it doesn't support them in learning, because the last thing you want to do is pay them more. Why? Because if what you've done is attract people into teaching who aren't motivated by being inside an effective education system but are motivated by money, you're headed the wrong direction. So I think we want to work on teacher motivation, on all these. I have a 120-page paper just on this topic of how you motivate, how you create an effective teacher learning force through motivation, of which higher pay for effective teachers is one thing. But what you don't want to do is pay all teachers more. You want to pay effective teachers more. And that is creating a system that can measure effectiveness accurately, can reward effectiveness, can create competencies that produce effectiveness. So just raising average teacher wages is not the solution for sure. In India, by the way, they have scores not much higher than most sub-Saharan African countries. Teachers make 8 times more in the public sector than the private sector. But the public sector learning is like 50% lower. So I can guarantee you that pay without motivation, incentives without motivation is exactly the wrong thing to do. Coming back to Finn's point, I think it is a social-wide effort. That said, one that we had as part of our research project, one of the core countries was Vietnam, to look at what Vietnam did, and it really is the schools in Vietnam. We can show sort of identical kids traced in different panel studies over time. All of the learning differentials between, say, India and Vietnam, and they're massive, emerge in school, right? And we have detailed measures of effort and everything else. It just doesn't look that much different. The Vietnamese kids just learn radically more per unit time. So now, that is parental pressure, and that is part of when we say the system of education needs to change, it's not just a political thing, it's a system thing. And partly it does feed back into the economy of parents have to believe, they have to believe that producing better learning outcomes for their kids is going to change their well-being in the long run, and then parents will devote a lot of effort. One of the many, many studies we did as part of the RISE research program was we did a quasi-anthropological study of northern Nigeria, asking parents why they didn't send their kids to the government schools and were in mostly informal Islamic schools. And they said, the public schools don't prepare our kids with the skills they need for jobs that don't exist anyway, but they do teach them to not respect their parents. Why would I choose that school over an Islamic school? So I do think there is again, without the structural transformation, nothing's going to work. So anyway, so let me stop there. You know, if you'd give me an hour and a half, I would have spent a half an hour on what can be done. I think there are important principles and lessons, but I don't want to be here saying, oh, in order to fix schooling, you just need to do X, because it's not that. It's going to be hard, because if it weren't hard, it wouldn't be done. And one last thing, in response to normally, the fact that Africa has put so many kids in school is an amazing success. I'm not saying it's not a success. I'm saying it's a success on which we now need to build. So that Africa has successfully put kids in school is one of the most amazing historical transformations of all time. So, and I want to start with the point that we did that because everybody agreed we should do it, and we put priority on it. And now we just, we have to build on the success that we've had. So the schooling systems haven't failed at schooling, but they were built for schooling and weren't built for learning. And now we have to take the foundation of systems built for schooling and build into and onto that foundation systems built for learning.
Thank you very much. Who is online? In the interest of equity who is online. You know, the vast interest I'm seeing on this topic will be here until 4. We are running late by 50 minutes. So I would request anyone with comments to channel them to land through the AERC, because most of the solutions that we'll be looking for and questions are in the 120 pages document that he has. I would request him to share the paper with AERC so that we can get access to it and get the solutions. So, Charles, what are we going to do next? I plead that we are back here, say quarter to 3. We should have gone for lunch at 1. It's now 2.
Yeah, we are going to sacrifice a little bit, so we'll take 45 minutes for lunch instead of 1 hour. Housekeeping announcements. We have some housekeeping announcements to make, but first let's give a round of applause to the chair. Has done well to help us save some time. The first announcement is that somebody's key is lost. Room 412. Kindly pick it from me after this. Lunch is served on first floor. Mount Kenya, and the high-level policy panel. There is a section reserved for you so that you can have lunch together, so that when we come back late in the afternoon for the high-level policy panel, you will have interacted a little bit. Those who have not picked their per diems, please do so during lunch break. And the rooms will be open only during lunch break until Wednesday. The room is on first floor, Ndovu room. So please make your way there before lunch or after lunch so that you can be able to facilitate yourself in various ways. So let's have lunch for 45 minutes and come back at 2:45. Thank you very much.
In France, ideally, this afternoon presentation is a case study on migration policies in Africa's regional economic communities. So, Bracy, you have 30 minutes to do the presentation. You can start.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Bonjour à tous. Alors, ma présentation d'aujourd'hui est un peu différente. Je vais faire la présentation en français. Avant tout, je tiens à remercier le CREA et le directeur de la recherche, le docteur Abi Kedir, pour cette invitation. Je suis extrêmement honoré et très chanceux de participer à cette session plénière avec vous et aux côtés de professeurs très réputés, d'une très grande réputation que nous avons écoutés un peu plus tôt dans la journée. Alors, je disais que ma présentation est un peu différente, d'abord parce que c'est une présentation en anglais, en français, mais aussi parce que je ne vais pas vous présenter ici un papier de recherche, un travail de recherche, mais plutôt un rapport, comme cela a été introduit. Donc, un rapport sur les politiques migratoires au sein des communautés économiques régionales d'Afrique. Alors, c'est un rapport que j'ai co-rédigé avec mon collègue, le docteur assis au Cara, qui est aussi en ligne et qui suit cette séance. Alors, nous l'avons réalisé à la demande de la Banque mondiale pour compléter le rapport sur le développement mondial de 2023 qui portait sur les migrations dans le monde. Donc, c'est la raison pour laquelle ici, cette présentation est un peu différente parce que ce n'est pas réellement un travail de recherche en tant que tel. Alors, ma présentation d'aujourd'hui va se structurer autour de, on va dire, 4 points. Je vais commencer d'abord par introduire brièvement et ensuite, je vous parlerai très rapidement des communautés économiques régionales, on en a un aperçu global. Le troisième point de ma présentation portera sur les politiques migratoires au sein des communautés économiques régionales, les approches qui sont adoptées dans les différentes communautés, mais je vous parlerai aussi du rôle de l'Union africaine pour ce qui concerne la libre circulation des personnes en Afrique. Et enfin, je terminerai mon propos par une conclusion et quelques recommandations de politique qui, j'espère, ouvriront les discussions pour cette présentation. Alors, comme vous le savez tous, l'intégration régionale en Afrique et la libre circulation des personnes occupent une place très importante dans les politiques de développement en Afrique. Et cela peut se voir à travers la multiplicité des regroupements économiques que nous avons sur le continent. En effet, les décideurs africains ont bien intégré, ont bien conscience du fait que l'intégration régionale est un processus crucial pour réduire l'exposition de leurs économies aux chocs exogènes, mais aussi pour renforcer leur résilience et promouvoir le développement économique, politique et social sur le continent. Et donc, les communautés économiques régionales ont été créées la plupart du temps dans le but de promouvoir, n'est-ce pas, l'intégration des économies africaines à travers le commerce, mais aussi à travers la mobilité des personnes, des capitaux entre les pays. Et donc, évidemment, la migration intra-africaine ou encore la libre circulation des personnes à travers le continent occupe une place très importante. C'est une partie intégrante, je vais dire, des politiques d'intégration des communautés économiques régionales et même de l'Union africaine. Je reviendrai évidemment sur ce point dans ma présentation. Alors, ce que l'on peut dire, c'est que pour la plupart, les pays africains ont engagé ou sont engagés dans un processus d'intégration depuis très longtemps, la plupart du temps depuis le début des indépendances. Mais quand on regarde un peu les faits stylisés aujourd'hui, on se rend compte que le niveau d'intégration des économies africaines est relativement faible. Par exemple, le commerce intra-africain peine à dépasser les 15% sur la période 2020-2022. On a un commerce intra-africain autour de 14%, alors que c'est 4 fois plus, par exemple, en Asie ou en Europe. Et aussi, un autre chiffre, c'est que quand on regarde un peu les migrations intra-africaines, même si on sait aujourd'hui que la migration africaine est dominée par une migration intra-africaine, moins de 2% des Africains qui vivent en Afrique ne vivent pas dans leur pays d'origine, ce qui montre quand même que le niveau d'intégration par la migration est relativement faible. C'est la raison pour laquelle il est important, de notre point de vue, d'analyser les politiques migratoires au sein des communautés économiques régionales pour comprendre un peu les dynamiques de ces politiques-là. Alors, ce qu'on sait, c'est que ces politiques migratoires sont façonnées par de multiples facteurs, notamment des conditions économiques, mais aussi les défis sécuritaires, le changement climatique et aussi l'engagement politique que les pays mettent derrière. Alors, ce que nous montrons dans ce travail, dans cette étude, ce rapport, c'est que les progrès en matière de politique migratoire varient considérablement d'une communauté régionale à une autre et reflètent en grande partie, en tout cas dans une certaine mesure, les engagements politiques qui caractérisent donc chacune de ces communautés économiques régionales. Alors, avant de revenir un peu sur les politiques migratoires donc, dans les communautés économiques régionales, permettez-moi de présenter ici un aperçu rapide des différentes communautés économiques régionales africaines. Alors, au total, ce qu'il faut noter, c'est qu'il y a 8 communautés économiques régionales qui sont officiellement reconnues par l'Union africaine. Et comme vous pouvez le voir à travers ce tableau, hein, ces communautés sont différentes les unes des autres, d'abord de par leur date de création, mais aussi de par les pays qui les composent, de par aussi leur taille en termes de superficie ou de population, mais aussi de par le niveau de richesse de ces communautés économiques régionales. Donc, il y a évidemment une différence qu'on peut noter dans les différentes communautés économiques régionales. Mais ce sur quoi je voudrais vraiment attirer votre attention ici, c'est ce qui est relativement commun à ces communautés économiques régionales, qui est que, quelle que soit leur différence, ces communautés partagent tous l'idée de promouvoir l'intégration africaine, promouvoir l'intégration des pays qui les composent, aussi bien à travers le commerce qu'à travers la libre circulation des personnes. Alors, évidemment, comme je disais, il y a des différences importantes. Par exemple, la communauté économique d'Afrique de l'Est est la plus ancienne. Elle a été créée en 1967. Ensuite, elle a été dissoute 10 années plus tard, avant de renaître au cours de l'année 2000, pardon. Donc, de ce point de vue, elle est la plus récente, la plus jeune des communautés économiques régionales. Il y a aussi, évidemment, la CEDEAO, qui est l'une des plus anciennes, qui, je le montrerai plus tard, a fait des efforts beaucoup plus significatifs en termes d'intégration par la migration et le commerce. Alors, comme vous avez certainement dû le remarquer dans mon slide précédent, c'est que les pourcentages de population ou de superficie ou encore de PIB qui ont été présentés dépassent, lorsqu'on les somme à travers les différentes communautés économiques régionales, dépassent largement les 100%. Et cela s'explique essentiellement par les chevauchements multiples que vous pouvez constater à travers cette figure que vous voyez ici. Et c'est ça aussi qui caractérise un peu la communauté économique régionale africaine. Alors, dans les faits, aujourd'hui, tous les 54 pays africains appartiennent au moins à une communauté économique régionale. Et 80% d'entre eux appartiennent à 2 communautés économiques régionales ou plus. Et certains pays, par exemple, comme le Kenya ou encore la République démocratique du Congo, cumulent jusqu'à 4 communautés économiques régionales. Et donc, le niveau de chevauchement des communautés économiques régionales est relativement élevé. Quand vous regardez, par exemple, aussi la Seine-SAD, vous voyez, par exemple, que la Seine-SAD chevauche avec 6 autres communautés économiques régionales, au même titre que le COMESA qui chevauche également avec autant de communautés économiques régionales. Donc, ces communautés, en réalité, sont imbriquées les unes aux autres. Et cela pose évidemment des défis pour l'intégration en Afrique, et notamment des défis en ce qui concerne les redondances administratives qu'on peut avoir, aussi la complexité de coordination des politiques, la faible harmonisation des politiques ou objectifs économiques, ou encore la fragmentation des cadres réglementaires dans les différentes communautés économiques régionales. Alors, pour autant, lorsqu'on s'est posé un peu la question de savoir quelle est la pertinence réellement d'avoir les différents regroupements, on s'est rendu compte que, d'une manière ou d'une autre, l'ensemble des regroupements que vous voyez ici font sens parce qu'il y a une certaine proximité culturelle et géographique à ce que les pays qui appartiennent à cette communauté économique régionale se mettent ensemble. Alors, nous avons pour cela construit un indice de proximité géographique et culturelle, et nous nous sommes rendus compte qu'en réalité, cet indice est relativement élevé, partant de 57% pour la SENSAD, qui est beaucoup, on va dire, la moins similaire, on va dire, la moins indiquée, si je peux le dire ainsi, jusqu'à 90% pour l'Union du Maghreb arabe. Et donc, il y a, on va dire, une certaine cohérence à ce que les pays se mettent ensemble si on doit regarder leur proximité en termes culturels, mais aussi en termes géographiques. Ce que nous avons pu aussi déduire de cette petite analyse, c'est que ce qu'on peut dire, c'est qu'il n'y a pas comme raison fondamentale à l'évolution ou au progrès qui sont constatés au niveau des politiques mises en place par la communauté économique régionale en termes de migration, eh bien, cela ne s'explique pas par leur proximité géographique ou culturelle, parce que, comme on le verra un peu plus tard, par exemple, l'Union du Maghreb arabe, qui apparaît ici comme la communauté qui a la proximité culturelle et géographique la plus élevée, n'est pas forcément cette communauté-là qui fait des progrès en termes de politique migratoire dans les faits. Et donc, ça, c'est quelque chose qui nous a aussi interpellés. Alors, ce qu'on pourrait aussi se demander, ce qu'on s'est demandé dans ce rapport, c'est qu'est-ce qui peut expliquer que les pays s'intéressent à plusieurs communautés économiques régionales à la fois, malgré les difficultés que cela peut poser, notamment pour l'intégration régionale. Et en réalité, quand on parcourt un peu la littérature, il y a plusieurs raisons qui justifient que les pays choisissent, par exemple, d'appartenir à plusieurs communautés économiques régionales. Alors, les facteurs géographiques comptent beaucoup, car les pays qui sont situés, on va dire, au carrefour de différentes communautés économiques régionales, ont tendance à rejoindre plusieurs communautés avec l'idée que cela favoriserait l'accès aux différents marchés à leur population. Il y a aussi évidemment les liens historiques et culturels entre les pays, y compris par exemple les influences linguistiques, qui expliquent aussi l'appartenance à plusieurs communautés économiques régionales. De même, l'adhésion à plusieurs communautés économiques régionales est aussi motivée par des raisons politiques et géopolitiques, avec l'idée de maintenir des alliances stratégiques avec les groupes de pays et d'accroître l'influence régionale en participant à ces communautés économiques régionales. Alors, une autre raison, c'est la diversification des opportunités économiques et la recherche d'une coopération accrue qui justifie aussi l'appartenance à plusieurs communautés économiques régionales. L'idée étant d'avoir une fois encore accès à différents marchés avec la possibilité de bénéficier des avantages économiques spécifiques à chaque communauté économique régionale. Et la multiplicité aussi la multiplication de ces communautés économiques régionales, de la coopération, est aussi considérée comme utile pour résoudre des problèmes de conflit entre les pays, des problèmes de sécurité ou encore le financement des infrastructures au niveau communautaire. Il y a aussi l'idée qu'en rejoignant plusieurs communautés économiques régionales, un pays peut espérer bénéficier de la complémentarité des objectifs et des avantages associés à chaque communauté. Donc ça aussi, c'est une motivation qui ressort de la littérature. Et enfin, puisque la plupart des communautés économiques régionales fournissent souvent des mécanismes de financement pour les projets de développement au niveau régional, eh bien, l'adhésion à plusieurs communautés économiques régionales permettrait, n'est-ce pas, de maximiser l'accès à ces ressources et à ces financements qui peuvent être utiles, voire essentiels pour des projets sociaux pour les pays. Et donc, c'est toutes ces raisons-là qui expliquent le fait que les pays font le choix délibéré d'appartenir à plusieurs communautés économiques régionales. Alors, une enquête qui a été réalisée par l'UNECA a montré que 50% des États africains qui adhèrent à plusieurs communautés économiques régionales le font pour des raisons politiques et stratégiques, 35% pour des intérêts économiques et 21% pour des raisons géographiques. Et donc, il apparaît ainsi que sur le plan individuel, sur le plan de chaque pays, eh bien, il y a des intérêts, il y a des raisons objectives d'appartenir à plusieurs communautés économiques régionales. Cependant, le coût collectif associé au chevauchement, notamment le coût en termes d'accélération de l'intégration régionale et continentale, soulève évidemment la question de la réduction ou encore de la consolidation de ces communautés économiques régionales en vue d'une meilleure politique de coordination. Alors, afin de pouvoir ensuite apprécier les approches de politique migratoire des différentes communautés économiques régionales, nous avons jugé utile, avec mon collègue, d'évaluer leur niveau d'engagement ou d'importance politique. Et cette analyse a révélé des différences assez importantes entre les différentes communautés économiques régionales. Alors, notre évaluation a été faite en construisant un indice qui s'appuie sur plusieurs critères, notamment l'engagement ou les engagements contenus dans les différents traités qui instituent donc les communautés économiques régionales, mais aussi l'implication des autorités de premier plan, c'est-à-dire les chefs d'État et de gouvernement ou encore les ministres de premier plan. Nous avons aussi regardé le mode et la fréquence des réunions des chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Nous avons aussi analysé la portée de l'action politique des communautés économiques régionales, à savoir leur implication sur les questions relatives à la gouvernance, à la démocratie ou encore à la gestion des conflits. Et enfin, nous avons regardé aussi le respect des dispositions des traités, notamment la régularité des sommets des chefs d'État et de gouvernement et le taux de participation de ces autorités. Et donc, c'est tout ceci qui nous a permis de construire un indice d'importance politique ou d'engagement politique et qui nous a permis de finalement catégoriser, d'avoir 3 groupes de communautés économiques régionales selon leur importance politique. Donc, nous avons par exemple la CEDEAO, la SADC et la communauté d'Afrique de l'Est, donc l'EAC, qui apparaissent comme les communautés économiques régionales d'Afrique avec les plus fortes importances politiques. Ensuite, vous avez les CAS et l'IGAD qui apparaissent comme ayant une importance politique relativement modérée, donc avec un indice compris entre 5 et 8, sachant que l'indice, le niveau maximal de l'indice est de 10. Et enfin, vous avez les communautés économiques régionales comme le COMESA, l'AMU ou encore la CENSAD qui apparaissent comme étant les communautés avec un engagement politique ou alors une importance politique relativement faible. Et donc, alors, c'est important d'avoir ça à l'esprit parce que cela a évidemment une importance sur la manière dont les politiques migratoires vont être conduites au sein de ces communautés économiques régionales. Aussi, avec cette analyse, la conclusion que nous avons tirée, c'est que les communautés économiques régionales qui apparaissent avec une importance politique forte sont les plus à même de pouvoir négocier avec le reste du monde pour ce qui concerne les questions de politique migratoire, y compris aussi bien au plan régional qu'au plan des pays. Alors, je vais maintenant vous présenter les politiques migratoires des communautés économiques régionales dans une démarche beaucoup plus comparative parce que le temps n'est pas suffisant ici pour présenter communauté après communauté. Ensuite, je vous parlerai dans un deuxième temps du rôle de l'Union africaine en la matière. Alors, les politiques migratoires régionales dans les communautés économiques régionales d'Afrique partagent, on va dire, une certaine similitude, mais aussi présentent quelques divergences. D'abord, sur le principe de la libre circulation des personnes, de la libre migration, ce qu'on peut noter, c'est que toutes les communautés économiques régionales, en vertu de leur traité, adhèrent au principe de favoriser la migration intra-régionale de leurs citoyens en éliminant les obstacles à la libre circulation des personnes. La formulation, les formulations, on va dire, peuvent être un peu différentes d'une communauté à l'autre, mais le principe fondamental reste le même d'une communauté à l'autre. Ensuite, concernant les instruments qui sont mis en place pour opérationnaliser cette volonté d'ouverture à la migration, là aussi, la plupart des communautés économiques régionales ont adopté des protocoles sur la libre circulation des personnes, soit dans la foulée des traités qui ont été élaborés, soit quelques années plus tard. L'objectif, évidemment, de ces protocoles, c'est de doter les États membres de politiques et des orientations visant l'élimination progressive des obstacles à la libre circulation des personnes et aux droits de séjour et d'établissement dans les différentes communautés économiques régionales. Cependant, la situation n'est pas homogène forcément à travers les communautés économiques régionales. Notamment, les engagements en faveur de la libre circulation peuvent varier d'une communauté économique régionale à une autre. Alors, par exemple, l'AMU, l'Union du Maghreb arabe, ne dispose pas d'un protocole sur la libre circulation des personnes actuellement. Pour ce qui concerne, par exemple, la CENSAD, il y a un protocole qui est en cours depuis quelques années, mais qui n'a pas abouti jusque-là. Et enfin, pour ce qui concerne la SADC, par exemple, un protocole a été adopté depuis 2005, mais il n'est pas encore entré en vigueur jusqu'à aujourd'hui en raison de la faible ratification de ce protocole par les pays. Donc, on voit ainsi que ces trois communautés économiques régionales, par exemple, ne vont pas jusqu'au bout de la logique qui est exprimée dans le traité, dans les traités qui les instituent et qui prônent, n'est-ce pas, la libre circulation des personnes. Alors, les 5 autres communautés économiques régionales, à savoir le COMESA, la CAE, la CEAC et la CEDEAO et l'IGAD, pardon, ont globalement fait preuve d'une plus grande adhésion à la libre circulation des personnes en tant que principe fondamental de la politique migratoire régionale. Ces communautés ont toutes des protocoles qui établissent une feuille de route et fournissent des instruments pour faciliter la circulation des personnes. Alors, dans la plupart des cas, la libre circulation des personnes est envisagée à travers une approche progressive avec d'abord l'application du droit d'entrée sans visa, ensuite le droit de séjour et enfin le droit d'établissement dans les pays membres. Alors, certaines communautés économiques régionales ont adopté des instruments clés pour faciliter les procédures liées au voyage tels que les documents de voyage harmonisés. Par exemple, la CEDEAO a élaboré un passeport commun et approuvé l'introduction d'une carte nationale d'identité biométrique pour les citoyens de la communauté. De même, la CAE, donc la communauté d'Afrique de l'Est, a introduit un passeport commun et des permis de voyage temporaires. Alors, de manière générale, ce qu'on peut noter, c'est que ces 5 communautés économiques régionales eh bien, ont convenu de reconnaître mutuellement les documents de voyage validés, valides et utilisés par les ressortissants des différents pays membres.
Brace, can you hear me? Yeah, you have 5 minutes left.
OK. Alors, ce qu'il faut noter, c'est que les politiques migratoires dans les communautés économiques régionales ne se limitent pas uniquement aux dispositions du protocole. Certaines communautés économiques régionales ont aussi élaboré des cadres de politique migratoire régionale qui offrent aux États membres, on va dire, des orientations guide les États membres dans la formulation des politiques migratoires nationales et qui renforce aussi la coordination de la gestion des politiques migratoires. C'est le cas, par exemple, de l'IGAD ou de la CEDEAO qui ont mis en place des cadres régionaux en matière de politique migratoire. C'est aussi le cas de la SADC qui a également élaboré ou qui est en train d'élaborer un cadre régional en matière de politique migratoire. Donc, de manière générale, ces cadres de politique migratoire sont assortis de plans d'action sur la question de la migration régulière, mais aussi de la lutte contre la migration irrégulière ou de la traite des êtres humains, ou encore la protection des droits des migrants, des travailleurs, des demandeurs d'asile, pardon, et des réfugiés. Alors, sur la question spécifique aussi des réfugiés, alors il y a des différences entre les communautés économiques régionales, mais étant donné le temps, je vais aller vite sur cette question, mais il y a des différences qui apparaissent aussi là. Les communautés économiques régionales comme la CEDEAO, la CAE, l'IGAD ou la SADC ont défini des cadres qui traitent la question des réfugiés en suivant les recommandations des Nations Unies, tandis que les autres communautés économiques régionales n'ont pas mis en place ce type de cadre. Et donc, la gestion des réfugiés, finalement, est à la discrétion des États. Alors, très rapidement, les engagements que les pays ont pris en termes de politique migratoire ont forcément une incidence sur les résultats que nous observons dans les faits. Donc, par exemple, quand on regarde le principe d'exemption de visa tel qu'adopté par la plupart des communautés économiques régionales, eh bien, on note une différence fondamentale d'une communauté à l'autre. Et sans surprise ici, les communautés économiques régionales qui ont montré beaucoup plus d'engagement dans leur politique migratoire, comme la CEDEAO, la CAE ou encore la SADC, sont celles qui ont fait beaucoup plus de progrès en la matière. Là, par exemple, on voit que la CEDEAO a un score de réciprocité sans visa de 97%, la communauté d'Afrique de l'Ouest 71%, on a l'AMI 60% et la SADC 60% aussi. Alors, le score de l'AMI peut être trompeur, étant donné ici que l'AMI est composé de très peu de pays, finalement 5 pays au total, et que l'effort qui est fait par un seul pays, en l'occurrence la Tunisie ici, a plutôt tendance à exagérer le score de la communauté. Alors, il y a des obstacles à la libre circulation des personnes et aux politiques migratoires qui sont pratiquées par les communautés économiques régionales. Alors, parmi ces obstacles, évidemment, il y a la question du chevauchement que j'ai évoqué précédemment dans ma présentation, qui est un obstacle parce que les politiques migratoires qui sont adoptées d'une communauté à l'autre ne sont pas les mêmes. Et donc, les chevauchements posent des problèmes. Il y a également les conflits, les problèmes de conflits et de sécurité qui retardent la ratification d'un certain nombre de protocoles dans les communautés économiques régionales. Il y a également la question des disparités économiques entre les pays qui justifie aussi que les pays les plus riches, par exemple, sont beaucoup plus réticents à ratifier les protocoles, mais aussi la question de défaut de coordination des politiques parce qu'il y a parfois des divergences politiques entre les pays. Alors, je vais aller très rapidement sur l'Union africaine. L'Union africaine est celle, justement, de pousser les communautés économiques régionales dans la direction d'une plus grande intégration avec, voilà, là aussi des résultats qui ne sont pas très satisfaisants selon les faits. Très rapidement, là-dessus, hein, je vais juste avancer un chiffre ici, c'est que quand on regarde par exemple le protocole de l'Union africaine qui est l'instrument clé qui est utilisé pour encourager les États à aller vers une plus grande mobilité des personnes, sur les 54 États africains qui sont membres, 33 pays ont signé le protocole, mais seulement 4 pays l'ont ratifié. Alors, parmi les raisons qui sont évidemment évoquées pour cette absence de progrès vers la ratification. Oui.
Blaise?
Yes.
Your 30 minutes are up. Can you wind up?
Yes. So I will conclude. Donc, très rapidement, donc, les progrès là sont aussi très limités pour ce qui concerne le protocole. Alors, les raisons politiques, les raisons liées au conflit ou encore les stabilités politiques sont avancées. Et quand on regarde les développements récents dans le Sahel, par exemple, eh bien, cela risque encore de retarder la mise en place de ces protocoles-là. Je vais très rapidement conclure, étant donné le temps qui passe. Alors, en conclusion à cette présentation, ce qu'on peut noter, c'est que la politique migratoire et les progrès réalisés par les communautés économiques régionales eh bien, diffèrent selon les communautés. En raison de leur engagement politique, la CEDEAO, la CAE ou encore, dans une certaine mesure, la SADC ont fait plus de progrès en matière de politique migratoire. Mais voilà, les progrès ne sont pas aussi significatifs que cela. Dans les autres communautés économiques régionales, les progrès sont très faibles. Alors, ce que nous avons relevé, c'est que, évidemment, la problématique du chevauchement est un problème réel, mais aussi le manque de politique, le manque de volonté politique qui peut se traduire, par exemple, par l'engagement relativement faible des chefs d'État au niveau des communautés, notamment dans les régions, dans les réunions annuelles qui sont prévues. Tout ça explique aussi les progrès relativement limités. Alors, plusieurs pistes peuvent être proposées pour accélérer la libre circulation des personnes en Afrique et aller vers une migration intra-africaine qui est favorable au développement. Le principal pilier, selon nous, c'est véritablement de promouvoir la paix et la stabilité politique qui sont essentielles pour la libre circulation des personnes. Il faudra aussi peut-être penser au rationnement des communautés économiques régionales pour favoriser, n'est-ce pas, l'harmonisation des politiques qui sont mises en place. Alors, par ailleurs, pour aller vers, on va dire, plus de fédéralisme en matière d'intégration par la migration, il est important que l'Union africaine pousse vers la ratification de son protocole qui est considéré comme quelque chose de déterminant pour renforcer l'intégration régionale en Afrique, notamment pour faire en sorte que l'intégration commerciale puisse bien fonctionner. Alors, cela nécessite évidemment de communiquer davantage sur la pertinence de ce protocole et l'intérêt que cela représente pour les pays. Et je pense qu'il est important de mettre en avant les résultats empiriques récents, par exemple, qui montrent que la migration intra-régionale est bénéfique pour les pays africains, notamment en termes de productivité du travail, mais aussi en termes de réduction des déficits extérieurs auxquels les pays africains sont confrontés. Et donc, il est important de communiquer sur ces différentes études récentes qui ont été élaborées aussi bien par le CREA, mais aussi avec quelques collègues de la Banque africaine de développement. Je vais m'arrêter ici, étant donné le temps qui est passé. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. It is exploratory study on nature. I found it quite interesting, but I was concerned about the overlaps and the implications of policy coordination. Professor Francis Bayer is a discussant for this paper. Francis Menjo Bayer obtained a PhD from the University of Reading, UK in 1991. He's a professor of development economics in the Faculty of Economics and Management, University of Yaoundé II, Cameroon, and a senior economic advisor in Prime Minister's Office, Republic of Cameroon, since 2016. Welcome, Francis. You have 10 minutes as a discussant for this paper.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will start by thanking Abby and the Executive Director for inviting me to this plenary, and equally to indicate that I was a budding researcher in the AERC, and my academic career is thanks to AERC. I started the first research paper that brought me here. Professor Mwabu and Professor Tap were resource people, and over the years, I came to join them as a resource person. That is encouragement That is advertisement, and I'm sure that the chair is not going to count it in my 10 minutes. Right. I will start by recapping some key issues. I will mention some areas that can be considered a work in progress, and I will highlight some cross-cutting issues that can, be areas for research, especially microeconomic research, and also indicate that in that context, the data will be the issue, so there will be an issue to collect fresh data. The authors have done a great job by researching, synthesizing, and analyzing and synthesizing the journey of migration within the 8 RECs that the African Union recognizes. As indicated, the formation of most of the RECs was governed by a number of proximities: geographical, colonial experience, language, and culture. And probably that is explaining why many RECs or many countries belong to a multiple of RECs. The content of migration policy in the different RECs is as follows. The first aspect is trying to foster intra-regional migration of persons and of factors of production. Then the other aspects are promoting the rights of residents and equally the right of establishment. The right of residents is related to labor migrants, and that of residents is related to people who are interested in setting up economic activities. And of course, the 6 RECs, have done, that are apparently successful, have done a good job as regards the movement of persons and factors of production. And most regional protocols combat illegal migration, smuggling of migrants, and trafficking of human beings. From this well-researched paper, the real issue is not that of lack of migration policies, but is that lack of instruments or protocols, or lack or slow implementation of those migration policies. Because the policies in all the RECs, as I went through, they are apparently similar. Of the pieces of analysis carried out, the credibility of the visa-free reciprocity score in ranking RECs on migration facilitation, is yet to be well established because of its bias in favor of smallness. And from the presentation, we can say that progress that has been made so far is indicating that most of the RECs are apparently on the right track. However, for effective implementation of migration policies, it is important that all the RECs should be able to adopt and ratify the AU migration policy guidelines. It will also be important to promote or strengthen discussions on issues such as the standardization of travel documents, the need for regular meetings, with high-level participation, the need for keeping track of development of skills and competencies in the various RECs, and which relates to aspects of, for instance, trying to harmonize the study programs and equally to recognize, certificates and diplomas within RECs. The need for harmonization of social security systems and the pension plans. The realignment of domestic labor codes within RECs, the adoption of regional passports, and bilateral agreements on visa entry of persons with residence and establishment rights is an aspect which can, which has some potency if it is well encouraged. Equally, the design of a distinguished UA prize for champions of free movement of persons with rights of residence and establishment syncs, for instance, with all the, when we consider all the integration strategies. That of migration is the single one that involves human behavior and the making critical decisions even at the individual and household levels. This is important, and equally the effective, to try to define an effective conflict prevention and resolution mechanisms. Right. Of the pieces of analysis carried out, all regional protocols of implementation, I'm mixing up my papers. Right. Right. Then now I move on, to areas where probably there are cross-cutting areas that can bring forth certain elements for microeconomic research, such as informal trade and migration and development, well-being or prosperity, migration, poverty and conflict, migration and health, from child health, household health, etc., migration and gender, and equally labor migration and education. So these are the issues which could be, crafted into, whether combining them or consider them individually, that we crafted to research issues. But the main issue will be lack of data, which makes it very important for the AU to reflect on the possibility of collecting data from the various RECs, countries in the various RECs, to enable researchers take on board this particular important aspect in order to inform policy of the movement of persons, goods, residents, and establishment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francis, for the generous comments as usual, which will go into improving this work. Remember, this is work in progress, funded, commissioned by the World Bank. Now, let's see. Okay, let's have the mic on.
Across RECs.
That's a good comment, Peter Wamalwa.
Yeah, this is Peter.
Let's have, yes.
Yeah, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je crois que le papier, je crois que le papier doit faire une nette différence entre la migration et la mobilité temporaire des personnes. Parce qu'il y a cette confusion ici, et je ne crois pas que la migration et le mouvement, surtout qu'une bonne partie des instruments, tels que les visas et autres, c'est pour les mouvements temporaires. Lié à ça, il y a la problématique de la multi-appartenance. La problématique de la multi-appartenance est un problème pour le commerce des marchandises. Pour la mobilité des personnes, je ne vois pas en quoi la multi-appartenance... En fait, je crois que la multi-appartenance devait être une bonne chose en matière de mobilité de personnes ou même de migration. Parce qu'il n'y a rien, théoriquement, qui empêche que plusieurs communautés aient la même réglementation. D'ailleurs, c'est ce qu'on recommanderait. Donc, sur le commerce et marchandises, c'est la problématique des règles d'origine qui crée les problèmes avec la multi-appartenance. Donc, je crois qu'il faut séparer le papier qui semble être informé par une littérature sur le commerce des marchandises avec un papier qui est vraiment informé par la politique de migration, où il faut faire la distinction entre la mobilité temporaire et la migration. Merci.
Thank you, Dominic. Dominic, very critical point. Yes.
Nyandemo is my name. I think I'm seeing a lot of contradictions on the percentages given to various RECs in terms of migration. The information I have, East Africa leads all the RECs in terms of free movement of persons. Now that in ECOWAS we have 4 coup d'etats which have successively taken place, would that affect this study in terms of free movement of persons? Because it's clearly known to all of us that in Niger, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, those coup d'etats have indeed caused some disharmony within the ECOWAS economic bloc, implying some countries are no longer doing business with those 4 countries where coup d'etats have taken place. Will that be an hindrance towards free mobility, particularly from persons from those 4 countries to other economic entities within ECOWAS? And will that not affect the study and the call for readjustment in terms of statistical analysis?
That's a very good point, Nyandemo. I'll ask Blaise to first respond to those 3 interjections. Blaise, can you hear me? Are you there?
Oui, alors, je reçois, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
OK.
Vous m'entendez?
Yeah, go ahead.
OK, alors, je vais répondre très, très rapidement. Merci d'abord pour ces différents commentaires. Alors, je ne vais pas apporter vraiment des réponses au professeur Francis Mbaye, parce que c'est plutôt des contributions, des pistes de recherche qui sont suggérées ici. Donc, je pense que ces pistes sont assez intéressantes, qu'il faut les regarder. La problématique des données, évidemment, est une question fondamentale pour l'étude des questions migratoires en Europe. Je suis d'accord avec la plupart des analyses qu'il a partagées. Je pense aussi que le principal sujet, c'est d'aller vers la ratification des instruments, notamment parce que quand on regarde un peu le protocole de l'Union africaine sur la libre circulation des personnes, ce protocole aborde l'essentiel des points qui ont été soulevés par le professeur, parce que les questions à la fois de la mobilité du travail sont abordées, la reconnaissance mutuelle des diplômes c'est abordé, la question du transfert, n'est-ce pas, des avantages sociaux d'un pays à l'autre sont abordés, sont couverts par ce protocole-là. Donc, l'ensemble des questions sont abordées dans ce protocole-là. La principale difficulté que nous avons, c'est que depuis que ce protocole a été mis en place en 2018, il n'y a que 4 pays, comme je l'ai dit, qui l'ont ratifié. Donc, cela pose évidemment des questions. Alors, les pays ne reconnaissent pas encore peut-être les avantages qui sont associés à ce protocole, l'intérêt pour eux. Donc, je pense qu'il faut communiquer beaucoup là-dessus, y compris en évoquant les études qui existent maintenant, qui montrent l'intérêt de la migration intra-africaine pour l'ensemble des pays, à la fois pour les pays d'émigration, mais aussi des pays d'immigration. Donc, je pense que voilà, nous partageons vraiment cela. Et pour répondre à la dernière question qui a été posée, je pense que la problématique de l'instabilité politique en Afrique est un problème pour la mobilité des personnes et la migration de manière générale. Et le cas dans le Sahel qui a été évoqué concernant le Niger, le Burkina ou le Mali, ce n'est pas évidemment une évolution favorable pour la CEDEAO. Mais l'étude que nous avons menée ici, ce n'est pas une étude, on va dire, sur simplement la période récente. On a considéré l'évolution des politiques migratoires et les résultats qui ont été observés jusque-là. Alors, ces évolutions récentes, évidemment, vont remettre en cause non seulement la mobilité des personnes au sein de la CEDEAO, mais aussi au sein, globalement, de l'Afrique, parce que parmi les 4 pays qui ont ratifié le protocole de l'Union africaine, justement, il y a le Niger et il y a le Mali. Et ces pays-là, de fait, de leur sortie de la CEDEAO, eh bien, compromettent non seulement la libre circulation au sein de la CEDEAO, mais aussi au sein de l'Union africaine dans son ensemble. Donc, évidemment, c'est la raison pour laquelle j'ai insisté sur le fait que l'une des problématiques les plus importantes, c'est vraiment d'assurer la stabilité politique, la paix en Afrique, si on veut aller vers plus d'intégration. Alors, le point sur le rôle des infrastructures, je partage ce point-là. La différence entre la migration et la mobilité des personnes, oui, je conçois cette différence. En fait, il y a plusieurs phases dans la mise en place des politiques migratoires au sein des communautés économiques régionales. Il y a la mobilité des personnes, donc les libres entrées et sorties avec ou sans visa. Et ensuite, il y a une démarche qui va de plus en plus loin, qui concerne d'abord le droit, on va dire, de résidence et ensuite le droit d'établissement qui peut donner lieu à mener une activité économique dans le pays d'accueil. Et donc, oui, la migration, c'est tout un processus et la libre circulation des personnes n'est que, on va dire, une première étape. Alors, par contre, je ne suis pas forcément persuadé sur l'idée que la multiplication de l'appartenance soit forcément une force pour la migration, parce que à partir du moment où les communautés économiques régionales ont des règles différentes en termes de mobilité, forcément, lorsqu'il y a des chevauchements, ce n'est pas une bonne chose pour la communauté dans son ensemble. Et donc, ce que moi, je considère comme un avantage qu'on pourrait avoir, c'est d'aller vers la ratification du protocole de l'Union africaine qui, de fait, mettrait à plat tous les autres protocoles qui existent dans les communautés économiques régionales pour aller vers, on va dire, une intégration beaucoup plus large. Parce que sinon, les chevauchements qui existent entre les pays, entre les communautés, jusque-là, on l'a vu, par exemple, avec la CENSAD ou encore le COMISA, qui sont les communautés économiques régionales qui chevauchent le plus avec les autres. En réalité, la libre circulation entre les pays est relativement faible dans ces communautés économiques régionales. Et donc, je ne suis pas persuadé que ce soit vraiment une force. La dernière question, j'ai répondu à ça déjà. Je pense que oui, quand on regarde les développements récents au niveau de la CEDEAO, on peut penser que cela compromette le score de la CEDEAO, ou en tout cas les résultats de la CEDEAO sur la question de la libre circulation de la politique migratoire de manière générale. Mais jusque-là, la CEDEAO était la communauté économique régionale qui avait fait beaucoup plus de progrès en matière de politique migratoire, en matière de libre circulation des personnes, en allant jusqu'à élaborer le passeport commun de la CEDEAO qui est fonctionnel depuis des années maintenant. Donc voilà quelques réponses que je souhaitais apporter. Je ne sais pas s'il y a un point crucial auquel je n'ai pas répondu. Je pourrais éventuellement rebondir. Merci.
That's okay. That's okay, Breezy. It's all an issue of, much of it is an issue of ratification of the treaty, where it requires at least 15 countries. Very few have ratified. Do you have anyone online? Anyone online? If not, in the interest of gender parity, this side. Oh, yes, yes. Esme. Esme?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you, Professor Bliss, for the work into this research. I was trying to listen attentively to the presentation, but I haven't got yet the real issue in the paper. Why are we talking about migration? Why should we talk about movement of people? So what's the real issue really about migration in this paper? Thank you.
Thank you. One final one. Over there.
Oh, thank you. I'm Buraima Sawadogo, young professional from the World Trade Organization. So I would like to suggest maybe to the author, I was expecting to see a study like, African Union and the ECAS used to have the African Integration Index. So in there, they are talking like about the regional integration movement and also the free movement of people. So they have a methodology of calculating the free movement across the different RECs in Africa. So I was expecting the author to talk about it first and probably to see the limitation of that index before probably suggesting another way forward. So I'm suggesting probably the author to look for, on that index first and try to see what it can also add kind of addition value. Thank you.
Very good suggestion. Brace, you don't have to respond. This is work in progress. You can use it to enrich the paper. At this point, I look for Charles. My terms of engagement are over, so he can tell us what is next as we prepare for the next high voltage session.
Thank you very much, Chair. You've really saved us a lot of time. A round of applause to Chair for the good job. So we'll take a short break for about 10 minutes. I'll have a coffee or tea, and then we come back, say 4:10 for the policy roundtable, which will take about 1.5 hours, and then we can break again. So 10 minutes, let's be back here within 10 minutes. Thank you.
He's bringing a motion to return me back to the chair.
Oh, okay. We can. Let's get ready for the policy roundtable. I would like to call upon the panelists to please take your seats. I will start with the moderator. Pardon? You want a roundtable? So I'll start with the moderator. Maggie Mutesi, please take your seat. Dr. Vera Songwe is going to join us online. I hope she's already joined. Dr. Andrew Mwaba, kindly take your seat. Dr. Thomas Buire, please take your seat. Anyway, it's free. Dr. Ross Ngugi, please take your seat. Dr. Patricia Ojangole. Please. Okay, we start. This will take about 1 hour, 1.5 max. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Charles. We'll be starting in a few minutes. I would like to kindly call everyone to take up their seats. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We just had a health break, guys. Come on. Good afternoon. Fantastic. I'm just going to do, as we wait for our other panelists, let me introduce them again. Oh, there he comes. We have Dr. Andrew Mwawa next to me, the Director of Kayuma Development Limited. Dr. Thomas Buire, we're actually waiting for you. The Deputy Director, COMESA Monetary Institute, and Dr. Rose Ngoge, the Executive Director of KIPRA, Dr. Patricia Ojangole, the Managing Director, Uganda Development Bank, and myself, maybe my PhD in the making, possibly. I am really excited to be here with you. And my hope is that at the end of this panel session, we will stir our collective energies towards finding solutions for, economic prosperity across the continent. I can still hear a few voices outside. So I'm just going to give other participants about 2 minutes or less to see that they join us. Okay, we will have another 2 minutes to wait for them. But I'm just going to do an exercise. I'm just trying this out. I understand there's a whole lot of economists in the room, but as we wait for the other participants in 2 minutes, I want to see representation in the room. So I'll just do an A to Z, and out of the numbers, please help me mention an African country. A? Is there anyone here from Angola? A? Algeria. Awesome. B? Oh, awesome. C? Okay. D? We Djibouti. Okay, E. F. F. Well, if you're from France, it depends. If it's the World Cup, I mean, you could be from Africa. G. H. H. Okay, I. That's not in Africa. Well, it depends as well. Yes, it depends. I'll just leave that out. J. K. Hey, that's so much energy. L. Like, we have some people from Liberia. M. Awesome. N. That was pretty loud. O. It's Uganda, not Uganda. Okay. P. We don't have any country with P. Q. Qatar, maybe. Not Africa. R. Rwanda. Yes. S. Okay, there's so much representation with S. T. Awesome. U. Uganda. U. It's not Uganda. V. V. Okay, W. X. Y. Z. Zambia. Thank you so much, all of you. A round of applause to you all. And thanks to AERC for the representation. I can see there's so many different regions within the room. So it's really to have different voices from across the continent. Good afternoon once again. My name is Maggie Motesi. I'm an entrepreneur, also formerly a journalist, and it's my absolute pleasure to be here moderating this session. Now, matters youth empowerment or harnessing the youth potential are not new to us. It's a conversation that has been ongoing. Obviously, a lot has been done. There's so much to be done as well. But at this particular moment, so much is changing around us. And in the past few years, we've seen a lot of disruption from the coronavirus, climate change, political instability, all of which have become an economic crisis. So obviously, at this particular time, so much is changing. And in moments like this, we tend to think there is an opportunity to reimagine a future, an opportunity to rethink for a better future for Africa. My hope and our hope this afternoon is that my panelists or this panel discussion will explore different areas of how to harness the power of the African youth for economic prosperity. Having said that, I'd like to welcome you all, and for those joining us online, welcome as well. I think we're just going to kick it off now. And I would like to start this conversation with bringing in Dr. Anne. We listened to her in the morning as she gave us her speech, and we've listened to different participants talk about different key areas on how to capitalize on this. Could you help us set the tone for the stage or for this conversation on how African countries can maximize on this demographic dividend?
I hope you meant me. You said
yes.
Anne.
No, Dr. Rose. Sorry.
Yeah, all right. So thank you very much, Maggie, for the question. I'm very sure many of you, or some of you in the room, you have either a child, a cousin, a grandchild who is 15 years and below. How many know of a 15-year and below in our families? We have them, isn't it, yeah? This side, there is none? There is, yeah. I've seen that side. This is the population we are actually focusing on. And we are saying that the future of our growth for the continent is dependent on exploiting fully this age cohort. Africa has about 1.2 billion people, and over 40% of that population is 15 years and below. And from the UN perspective, if we are utilizing this population to increase our economic growth, then of course we'll be harnessing our demographic dividend. When we talk about them, this age group, remember we are saying 15 and below, which means that you can look at the life cycle and think about them at their very tender age when they are being born. And at that stage, we talk about either child mortality. If the child mortality is very high, then of course, we know even from the African culture, you want to give birth to as many so that you have higher chances of those who will survive. But things have changed, and we have enhanced our child health, not fully, but we are making progress. And the expectation is that we can actually give them some assurance of a longer life expectancy. But child health does not just come on its own. It means that we have to invest, for example, in nutrition. Before lunch, we were told about cognitive function, and we have to invest on the cognitive function with nutrition for the children. In the cost of hunger studies that were done for Africa, it was estimated, for example, for Kenya and for several other countries that we lose over 6% of our GDP with undernutrition for children, which means that for us to get the demographic dividend, we must also invest in child health. These children will grow, and in the morning, before lunch, we were also reminded that as we take them to school, we don't want them just to get education. We want them to learn. We want them to get the skills. We want them to be productive in their future lives. And from the cost of hunger studies, one of the things that is brought out clearly is that productivity is what we lose when we don't take care of child health. So in the process of building the skills, then education becomes critical, but of course the aspect of learning becomes a top priority. In a world where you have technology that is changing, right now we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution. It means that we have to ask ourselves whether we are providing the youth with the skills that would help them to exploit the fourth industrial revolution. Unfortunately, it looks like we always run after several things. Technology moves faster. By the time we are getting to build that skill, already the goalposts have moved. Right now, there are those who are talking about the 5th industrial revolution, yet we have not exploited fully our 4th industrial revolution. So what I'm trying to argue is that for the youth to give us that demographic dividend, they must be skilled adequately for them to engage in productive activity. And that also means job creation. And again, before lunch, we were talking about what we have baptized as informal sector. And this is where most of our youth are getting employed. 80% of employment is actually with the micro and small enterprises, which tend to be also informal. And the key element that you'll find with MSCs is that those who are employed, majority of them are working poor. They are working poor because MSCs are not a place where you can find significant innovation. It's also a sector that is kind of discriminated as far as financial access is concerned, and therefore the levels of investments are not necessarily very high. So how we manage with the MSCs will actually tell us where we are going to in dividend, demographic dividend. And also to bring in the other point is to say that if you look at the life cycle, and we all know the life cycle hypothesis of savings, our expectation is that if the population is able to get good jobs, there will be savings, there will be investments, and then we can all be happy. But in the meantime, when the savings level for the African region are very, very small, it means that we need to inject something from outside, and therefore encouraging FDIs, or foreign direct investments, so that we are able to expand the capacity for our economies to create jobs. And these jobs, we are hoping that they will employ the youth more productively. So in a nutshell, it's also saying that you need then to create an enabling environment for the MSMEs to thrive and to grow. So many of them die 3 years before they can even stand, and it's important that an enabling environment is created for us to harvest the demographic dividend. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. You've touched on a couple of points from education, the informal sector, policy frameworks, and access to capital. And I want to bring you in, Andrew, in regards to, the last point she made about creating jobs. From where I sit, I know there is a whole lot of young people in the audience. The African Union Age for Youth at least places some of us in that category. From where I sit in a lot of African countries, one of the biggest promises that we hear each other couple of years with governments is creation of jobs. But how do we create sustainable jobs? And what do those jobs look like for the African youth?
Okay, thank you, Maggie. I'm from Zambia, so I'm still recovering from the paper by Professor Pritchard on how Vietnam has completely knocked us out in terms of training and numbers. Fortunately for me, I went to school in the 70s, so I came out quite well, because that time Kenneth Kaunda was providing the best education, and most of it for free. And it was financed by DFIs, the World Bank, ADB, and bilateral supporters. I think as a starting point for me, if we are to improve quality education, is to go back to those days. We have to put back resources into education. Education was a victim in the 80s, because when countries started reforming, they got rewarded for cutting down social spending, including education. The best way is to reverse that, to go back to zero, and put back resources into education with support of the international community. We hope that with the new financial architecture, this can be possible. Now, in terms of training, because if you don't have the basic training at the high school level, you are not going to be very useful in terms of learning new skills for employment. So for me, that's the beginning. Investing in quality education to push to the level of skills for jobs is what will take Africa forward. As Africa continues to integrate into the global economy, which is becoming more and more digitized, there's need to empower our youth with new technologies, giving them access to communication, internet, and so forth, so they can take advantage of the new technologies and increase their productivity to perform better in the job market. Basically, I think I will start there for now, and then I will contribute later. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I still want to come back to you. When you say we have to go back and invest in education, I mean, talk to us about TVET and vocational training. Are we saying what we have now is not sustainable enough to create jobs for our people?
Thank you so much. You know, the TVET is still very much relevant. Because if you look at the youth, there are two levels. There are those who excel in school and go all the way to university, get first-class degrees, and go on to do other things. But then there's also the other group of youths who drop out along the way, either at grade 8, grade 9, grade 10. I think TVET targets those to empower them with the perhaps hands-on skills where they can work as technicians and improve their lifestyle and earning. If we ignore TVET, it means that we are throwing out those youths who cannot progress all the way to university, and get higher qualifications. So I think investment is in TVET, allows the youth to get hands-on skills as technicians, electricians, plumbers. These are high-paying jobs in our societies and in other societies. So this is what we should do to continue financing TVET as well.
But it could also be looked at as the informal sector. I'm going to come back to you, but I want to move to Thomas. And we've heard a lot about the informal sector the whole morning, afternoon. Is it a question of really turning the informal sector into formal, or are we supposed to look at other avenues to facilitate the already informal sector? I mean, it depends on how you look at it. A lot of economies in the past have been built on the informal sector. Why do we really have to look at it as a problem? Could you just give us an overview of what that looks like and what really needs to be done to support them, empower them, and be able to help them build sustainable businesses?
Thank you so much for this. The question of informal sector has occupied us since morning. But I think from where I see it, this is something that we can not dwell with, given the structure of our economies. But at the same time, we cannot sit and fold our hands and see our workforce, keeping this day in and day out. Now, what happens is that people who are involved in this kind of setup, people we find in peasant agriculture, some bit of self-employment, or those working in family enterprises. Now, the danger with this is that we do not have growth in labor productivity in a continuous and a dynamic manner from this kind of setup. And it is this growth in labor productivity that really will see us shift to where we want to be in terms of growth, in terms of development. Therefore, I like going for simple ways of doing things. Talk about, what do we add to the informal sector to make it something that generates jobs, that makes people to earn standards of living that are dynamic, that are continuous. For me, I would go for the user one, where Africa has a niche, both comparative and absolute advantage, and that's agriculture. Let's think about green revolution in this vast sector, even before we go for anything else. I know that African governments are doing their level best in this area because that's where our vast majority of people are. But the disappointment that I have is that majority of the interventions are piecemeal. They are not comprehensive. If you look at, for example, subsidized credit, which is given to our people to be able to do much more production, this is only to a selective minority of our people and the mostly successful farmers. But the bulk of our people are smallholder farmers. Now the question is, how do we help them to move away from rudimentary traditional farm technologies, where they are producing for subsistence survival, where they cannot hedge against risk, where they lack the knowledge as well as resources to expand their production, to where they can begin producing for the market. Now, if we can be able to think along those lines, then we shall be achieving green revolution. People shall produce if they have this comprehensive government support, for example, the very way we are doing with the selected few, and we shall see production for the market, and we shall see living standards increase, and as a result, we shall also begin to see labor productivity that we are looking for, which is what we need to grow, also begin to pick up. The other thing is there is this idea of private sector investment, growth being private sector led, and then we are having a majority of our people, the youth. You know, where I come from, there is a growing sector called border. Border is a simple motorcycle that people use as a means of transport. Everybody living in the university and one who has not gone to the university, they will go and sell their father's land and buy this motorcycle and cause all the commotion in town. This is where our people are. And these are kind of enterprises which we are calling self-employment. But what is the danger with this? I was looking at a few statistics from our member central banks. You know, they compile something called the Private Sector Investment Survey. And the numbers are very encouraging. You see that private investment in Africa has actually peaked. But when you dig in detail, in terms of now trying to understand what is the destination of this investment, then you get shocking news. This investment is in real estate, basically residential and commercial buildings. And much of it is in extractive industries. Now, majority of these residential and commercial buildings employ at most 5 people, 1 to 5. That's the employment we have. And for those who are in extractive industries, this is not something that is sustainable. These resources are there today, tomorrow they are depleted. So what will happen? So again, this can't take us anywhere. Now the question is, why is it that our private firms are not investing enough into those sectors that are labor intensive, that can absorb as many people as possible. I think it's a fundamental question that I can pose to the professors who are here to really ponder about, so that we begin thinking together to see how do we scale up what we already have into something better. I thank you.
Thank you. I think you've touched on a couple of things like agriculture. I saw some numbers in the morning from the professor from Cheikh Anta Diop in Senegal, and it was quite unfortunate. But also looking at the investment landscape, I think in Africa, it's a question of access to capital. Where do we get the money to invest in? Like you've mentioned, you have to go sell a piece of land and buy a motorcycle. That's the easiest you can get, maybe because that's the easiest way you can access the money. And that brings me to my next panelist, Patricia. Just give us a case study or how you're working with people in the informal sector in Uganda, SMEs, entrepreneurs. I really don't know if I should continue using the informal sector, on how you are supporting them, you know, and how in terms of accessing affordable capital. I know a whole lot of young entrepreneurs that shy away from financing because it's expensive and several other reasons. Just talk to us about that. After Patricia, I'll come to the audience and take a few questions.
Okay, thank you, Maggie, and thanks for inviting me. I just feel I need to, before I come to the question, maybe just to say one or two things about the prior conversations, which are all, I think, really very close to my heart, because where I am seated working in a national development bank and the mandate that we carry, we often find ourselves discussing all these kind of issues. And maybe just by the way, you talked about border. I recently was faced with a proposal to support electrification of borders. I mean, you talk about e-mobility, two-wheeler. And what I asked my people was, are we really planning for a border city? But anyway, that was just a by the way. But maybe under the current circumstances, that's what you have to look at when you talk about green energy transition, etc. But just coming to the issue of priorities, we talked about human capital. I think there has to be alignment and cohesion across all policy priorities. If I'm going to look for capital, mobilize and deploy capital to what? Do I mobilize and deploy capital to buildings and consumption? Is that pro-development capital? Now, I want to link this to the conversations, and it's all very relevant. At a policy level, for example, we're talking about human capital. What I see happening is a deliberate priority around, yes, we have understood all these kind of issues, but now action. For the first time, I think, for example, in my country, we saw that the largest amount of the government national budget was going towards human capital development. But not just human capital development. What type of human capital do we need for the future to support the future economy, which is emerging, to match also the skills that are relevant or that are required? And you'll find that a lot of that is being deployed to roll out a new curriculum across the country, to promote science, technology, innovation, for example, because that's an imperative of the 21st century economy. And when you talk about that, and then you're talking about emerging sectors, what are the trends now that we see around socioeconomic transformation? We're talking about services, new jobs, new sectors emerging. What do they look like? So there has to be alignment. If you're talking about agriculture, what does agriculture in the 21st century economy look like? It is not agriculture that we know 5-10 years ago. So we have to kind of see, what does agriculture in the fourth industrial revolution look like? What does agriculture 4.0 look like? And what opportunities are emerging? And so what you start to see is alignment across all policy priorities. When you look at government education system favoring science courses, those will get government sponsorship. Arts courses, no, because you're kind of phasing that out, because you know that these skills
are no longer relevant. So there is those kind of deliberate actions. Increase and attract science teachers, you know, by maybe increasing their salary, and that is why you find that budget is kind of being scaled up. But it's just important to align all those across. So coming to access to finance, yes, it's a critical issue, especially when we talk about private sector-led approach to development. And I think that is what most of our economies are kind of prioritizing. If you look at the private sector to thrive, there are some critical issues that need to be dealt with in terms of priorities for the private sector. I think in our country, we've kind of listed about 4 of them. We always talk about the cost of doing business, cost of transportation, cost of power, and then cost of capital. Now, across all those, if the private sector is to thrive, then there have to be deliberate policy priorities. And those are very key because in our countries also, you realize that about 80% of your private sector is SMEs. And so when you talk about access to capital, yes, private sector, but you're predominantly talking about SMEs. So what kind of interventions then need to be put in place to support SMEs' access to capital? Remember, you're only dealing with one of their critical challenges. So what needs to be done is there have to be deliberate efforts. The other day we were talking about the global financial architecture. And of course, one of those is international financial regulations. So when you look at what is happening in that landscape, you find that even regulation is probably prioritizing different things which are not pro-development. For example, in the financial sector, the regulation would prioritize financial sector stability and consumer protection. Now, that is not development. By the fact that that is where the regulation is kind of leading us, you're already restricting capital from flowing to the economic sectors that we need to be able to create jobs, to generate impact, etc. Now, you specifically asked about how we are trying to promote that. When you look at SMEs, it's also very important to, usually when you're providing solutions, to kind of understand what exactly needs to be done, and therefore provide solutions that are relevant. Now, when we used to provide capital to SMEs, what we realized was there are demand-side issues of access to capital. Usually we only talk about money is not available, there is no money. What we realize is money is actually available. Even in the commercial banks, they're holding too much liquidity. We get a lot of bilaterals and multilaterals and funders coming to tell us we have money, but we are looking for projects. So then we realize there are demand-side issues. An SME walks to a bank, you are risky. The banks will not do that, especially the private banks. So what we decided to do was to put in place a very robust program and scoped about 18 different issues around demand side. This is really readiness. Get the SMEs prepared, support them through informality, formalize them, compliance issues, registration issues. So you're already starting to move them. And then there are lots of other issues that you support them with until they are ready to access capital. Now, when you do that, you are also going to enable them to scale up. They are going to grow, they know how to run their businesses, and then you work with them that journey. So we do both, not only supply side of only give money, but we support right from readiness, formalization, and then also the value proposition is very, very specific and tailored. Because, for example, the way that you're going to attach a risk profile or support a large business is different from an SME. So you have to understand their specific needs, and therefore the interventions have to address their specific needs. And that is how we have tried to manage and deal with issues of cost of capital. Maybe the other thing that I need to say is issue of cost and cost usually. So yes, cost of credit is quite high, especially in our region or on our continent. And that's why I was saying that there have to be deliberate government policy around that. And for us, for example, what the role that my bank does, it's actually supposed to be a policy bank to provide the private sector with affordable capital. And that is what my government is doing in terms of even looking into where we source capital, where we source cheap capital. If capital is expensive, government will take it upon themselves to provide capital that then we can use to deploy at affordable cost. Because then we realized, and it's very true, that at a very high cost, the private sector is not going to thrive. And then comes in terms of deployment, you need partnerships. Yes, I may have the capital, but I may need a partner who can come and risk, and then I'm able to kind of provide or extend affordable capital and the right capital, pro-development capital in specific sectors that are going to create the kind of jobs that we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. So we know the problem, basically, and it's about really seeing how we go about finding the solutions. You've mentioned key things that I've heard from each one of the panelists so far, and that's creating the right environment and policy. Also looking at the changing world in terms of jobs or skills that are needed. We're looking at the world now of AI, digital technology, the gig economy. I mean, it's a question of what skills are we really looking at for the future of work in Africa. And again, it brings us back to agriculture. We need to revolutionize it. And maybe that's a question I'll bring to the floor, but I saw we have Dr. Vera online. I don't know if she can hear me, if we can bring her on, and if I move to the floor, we get to hear from her. Dr. Vera, can you hear us?
Yes, please, I can. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I just want to bring you in from all my panelists this morning. Each one of them has mentioned on creating the right environment or policy for the youth in Africa to thrive. When we talk about policy, what kind of policy measures are really key to support the African youth, or leverage them for economic development, looking to the future?
Now, thank you very much. Congratulations first to AERC for this celebration and of course the meeting. And of course you have a new executive director, and so congratulations to Victor Morinde, who has been a collaborator and from way back. We're going to miss you in the SOAS monetary policy conversations, but I think you are taking on the helm of something that is bigger and more ambitious for the continent. So congratulations again for that, and welcome. I think the last time that I was at AERC was in South Africa, where we were talking almost about the same conversations. And so I think three things that we need in terms of policy directions. At some point we have to decide as a continent, first of all, whether we are running Keynesian type economies or we're running classical economies. And I heard Dr. Ojangole talk a little bit about, the need to work on the demand and the supply side. My sense is that as a continent, we have not really sort of decided what we want to do. So we do a little bit of Keynesian, demand side, let's stimulate demand and supply will follow. And then we do a little bit of, maybe supply will just do it. And all of that, I think, revolves around one big policy issue that as a continent we have not succeeded in solving. We need good labor market data. I do not see how we develop as a continent if we do not have good labor market data, because we have then no way of understanding whether policies are actually flowing through the economy. And yes, it's great because, at the sort of microeconomic level, we can go and help one particular SME on project development and get them to work. But at the macro level, I think it's very important to be able to say, we're going to stimulate growth, we're going to put in place policies that allow for low interest rates, they say, for example, and we can see the labor market pick up and that there is going to be creation of value. And we are not able to do that, I think, reliably because we just don't have the data. And my sense is 60 years after independence, the fact that we are not able to say convincingly, this is our labor statistics, and that we continue to write, very, very good scientific papers on the informal sector. I think each time we pick up pen to write a paper on the informal sector, I think labor market policy on the continent has failed. And so one of the first things we do need to do is get our governments to put in place good labor market policies and then begin to create systems that incentivize formality that incentivize. And how do you incentivize formality? You create incentives that reward getting into more training programs, that reward being able to get a loan from the development bank, that reward making sure that we can bring new FDI and new technology into your business. I think as we do that in a deliberate way and in a way that we can scale, we are always struggling because, again, even to get to the development banks work because somebody's paying taxes and we're collecting some revenue. But if 99% of your economy or even 70% of your economy is informal, that's just how much revenue you're losing. And so, the next big policy jump that Africa needs is we need to mobilize and we need to get more revenue into our economies. We need the developed economies, the East Asian economies that we are aspiring to become and become even better at 34-40% revenue to GDP. We are congratulating ourselves at 25. So there's still a huge gap, which means that, and this is the last part of the 3 points that I was going to say, what we end up talking about most of the time is debt, because we have no fiscal space to be able to actually invest. Governments cannot invest anymore because governments do not have the kinds of resources to actually put in place. 60 million electric vehicles are going to be needed in the next 7-8 years in the world. Africa must be able to take some slice of that job market. But the only way we succeed in taking some slice of that job market is to incentivize people to formalize themselves, national development banks, training schools, train us to be able to, because we have the skills. You have all these surveys that say, firms don't employ because there are no skills. But the people who are skilled don't bother to take those, go to the jobs. Because essentially they're trying to do a startup, if we are able to formalize our systems, I think we will find a skilled labor to get into the EV domain, to get into, which is probably going to be the largest, fastest job creating sector in our economy. The green economy tomorrow is going to be a huge opportunity, particularly for our continent, because a lot of the opportunity is going to be in nature. Nature resides in Africa and Latin America. So we are sitting on a huge opportunity in the next 5 years with many, many of the large economies pledging trillions of dollars to be able to get to net zero. They're going to need to mobilize, to buy carbon credits, to produce differently, to change their production systems, which will require getting resources from the continent. But we need to formalize and then upskill ourselves. You cannot upskill and formalize. You need to formalize before upskilling. And I think our policy needs to follow that supply chain direction to make it work.
Thanks, Dr. Vera. Just to reiterate, good labor market data. Obviously, this also informs a lot of investors if we are to attract foreign direct investments. I want to move to the conversation to the floor and see if there are any questions okay, we already have one here. I'll take 2 questions for now.
Thank you very much. My name is Edward Kusawa. I work for an organization called As Pacific Global. I just concluded ADB meeting. Vice President of Rockefeller Foundation Kenya, Mike Asiko, said there's 3 global trends that are happening right now. One of them is climate change. The other global trend is AI, big data, machine learning, blockchain, and by extension, crypto. Third one is what they're talking about, global financial architecture. So how do we include our youth for economic opportunities, looking at those three trends? Second question was posted by the president of the ADB, and I would want Dr. Rose to look at this question. The ADB president, Akumi, said, we cannot continue punishing the citizens for government failure. We're just increasing taxes. And this has everything to do with domestic revenue mobilization. What alternatives does an institute or an organization like KIPRA that advises governments on which path do we take so that we stop punishing SMEs and micro businesses? So this guy who's doing a micro enterprise said, I don't want to be formal anymore. I want to run away from tax authorities. Because if I move out from the informal to the formal, then I attract penalties, I attract fees. I have to pay rent, I have to pay these people. They don't want. So what is the alternative?
That's two questions in one, so I'll get the panelists to answer that, and then I'll come back to the floor. Dr. Rose, shall I start with you? He's talking about taxation, which is an argument a lot of people will bring to the table for why we have probably one of the biggest informal sectors. A lot of people don't want to get their businesses structured because of the fear that they will pay taxes. I'll give you the floor to respond to his question.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. I know that as good citizens, we don't say that we are not going to pay taxes, but we want to pay taxes that also yield the services that we are looking for from government. So if my street lights put up and they are on and the security issue is gone, I'll pay taxes. If the water flows, if electricity is cheap, if I can walk around and be able to sell my goods, I'm going to pay taxes. Unfortunately, taxes have come from the private sector. The one that pays taxes to the government. And what we need to ask ourselves is, what are we doing to maybe re-engineer our private sector so that it is able to pick up and be able to play its role in expanding the economic activities. And from there, we may not actually feel the pitch as far as the tax element is concerned. There are various, of course, initiatives that we've seen in Kenya. Immediately after COVID, for example, we have seen that financial conditions at the international level, they have actually tightened. The amount of money that we can get from concessional sources like World Bank, IMF, ADB, they are also not adequate enough for a government that is implementing a development agenda, and a new government for that matter, which means that a question on how to raise taxes come in. And they are quite, there's quite a lot that we can talk about taxes. I know like now there is a finance bill, and every Kenyan is actually very busy participating because we have to go through the public participation. And it is through this process that we are able also to give our views to the government, to tell the government, yes, we are not refusing to pay tax, but can you consider 1, 2, 3 things as you consider a certain proposal. Our president has always said that, and I think is also part of the SDGs, that if we don't enhance domestic resource mobilization, then we cannot own our development. How we balance that with growing the micro and small enterprises is actually ensuring the tax revenue we collect also provides that enabling environment for private sector. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. I think the second question was around the opportunities, looking at the changing world in terms of data, AI, and etc. And I want to bring you in to respond to that. I just want to be sure that Andrew.
Yeah, maybe I can look at, he talked about three elements, climate change, AI, and global financial architecture. I just want to go to the aspect of climate change, and this is in relationship to the youth. And I'll give an example with what at Kipra we are doing with the youth who are in climate change space. In 2021, I was invited to a forum by the youth just to talk about climate change issues. And I never realized that we have so many youth organizations that are doing something in climate change. But they miss just one element in terms of their capacity. Capacity in terms of understanding the policy process. And for that reason, they are not able to come to the table and to have a conversation with the government on the needs that they have to be supported with the climate change. So as an institution, what we've done is we have put in a program where we are building capacity for youth organizations that are in the climate change space. And what this is helping them is actually to understand the policy process and to be able to articulate how they are going to have good conversation with the government, and also preparing them for the COP conference of parties, conferences of parties, whether they are going for, like now for COP29, making sure that they are able to prepare, for example, policy briefs, so that when they go to such kind of spaces, they can actually be able to articulate their issues. So as an aspect from a think tank perspective, that is what we are trying to do for climate change and the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. Andrew, I'd like to bring in terms of opportunities, the risks for the sectors. You want to add on that?
I just wanted to say something about taxes. Thank you so much. Just to revisit the issue of this fear to do with the taxes when you transition from the informal to the formal sector. I think this fear is real. And maybe if I can just put it to any one of us here, that if there was any room for you to dodge paying a tax, honestly, I would be the first to put up my hand that I'm happy not to pay the tax. But what's the cause? The cause is the relationship between the taxes that we pay and the services that we receive in return. I think let us face the reality with this. So at what point, therefore, do we hold our governments to account? I have lived in the UK, and to watch a TV in my house, I pay £1,000 per annum, and I would pay happily. I have been to Copenhagen, and for the first time, I have seen a city of bicycles. And when you ask why, they tell you, well, we drive vehicles over the weekend because of the taxes, right? Not that they don't buy, they buy, but they drive over the weekends, okay? Absolutely no problem with the payment of taxes for a simple reason that the tax that you pay corresponds to the services that you get from the government. In Africa, it's the opposite. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we need to face the reality. When do we hold our politicians accountable that the money we give them comes back to give us services? Once that one's resolved, then everybody will be willing to pay the taxes. So long as we remain the current levels of corruption, that they squeezed from you everything that you have, and then you hear billions being taken by individuals, there is no motivation whatsoever. And if I was by the way, even very many of us who are talking, because in the formal sector we are squeezed so much, we try to run into the informal sector where the government is not present. We are there, we are very present. During the day in the office we put on neckties, but when you go to our villages, we are in the informal sector. Where are we there? Because we are trying to identify those areas where the government is absent. I stop at that. Thank you.
Can I come in?
Yes, of course.
I wanted to give two examples or experiences that maybe will slightly change the conversation. Last week I was trying to change my ticket, and so I called Expedia, and I got a voice on the other side of the line. And for the first time I thought, I recognize this accent. And then we went through the process. It didn't necessarily complete. I called the next day, and I get the same accent. So I asked the person, I said, are you in Cairo or Egypt? And she goes, oh, how did you know? I said, I recognize the accent, and this is the third time I'm getting this accent. Does Expedia now use Egypt as a back office? And she says, yes, we have a big center in Egypt. The reason probably that Egypt can allow Expedia or Expedia can go to Egypt is two things. One, they now have a skilled labor force that speaks English, at least in this case. I'm sure they also speak Arabic, so they're servicing an Arabic speaking part of the world. But also that they were able to use the resources from taxes to provide high-speed, fast internet that will deliver the service that Expedia needs in the time that it needs it. This is what taxes do. So everybody who is working in that back office today in Egypt, every young student, graduate or part-time, benefited from that. I didn't use Kenya because I have a much better example, but in Kenya you also have the iCloud factory. And the iCloud factory works, and many young people who are working in the iCloud factory, trained, skilled young people that are working there because the government has invested in IT. As we said, yes, it's a big trend of the future, and one needs that. But there is also a young Kenyan lady who designed a cooking stove. It is a cooking stove. I can't remember her name now, but I'm sure the Kenyans will come back with her name. I know her because I'm on the Earthshot Prize selection panel, and she was one of the awardees. And she doesn't have a university degree in chemistry or LNG gas or anything like that. But she woke up one day, and out of an accident that happened, she decided to design a cooking stove. And then she realized that when she's cooking outside, everybody gets beaten by malaria. So she designed a brick that actually, for 2 meters around her, makes sure that the sort of mosquitoes cannot come in. So she can actually cook in the open, cleaner, so climate change, yes, the future, but also protect her kids and everybody else that is sitting around her. And she reached out to universities and maybe Keynote as well to help her sort of design this innovation. This is what taxes do. Taxes allow then for the public sector to come together with the private sector to help us go one step further. And so I think we should be careful. And these are two very powerful and I think successful examples, one in Kenya, of course. And I think we see a lot of that every day. And my sense is that we have reached 60 years after independence, a point where we have to start building more on these positive examples and building more on, are we getting at least the minimum service that we begin to demand more, but also begin to continue to pay our taxes so that we can at least reach a good equilibrium in that process. And I think that if you look well, the reason why Google is pledging $1 billion in Kenya is because Kenya did something right. The reason why Volkswagen and Mercedes are going to Morocco is because Morocco is doing something right in the automobile sector. So I think we do need to begin to look at where in the continent, in particular sectors, in particular industries, governments are doing something right. It may be overwhelming for them to do all of the policy reforms that are needed on day one, but my sense is we can begin to build clusters of success. And Kenya is a very, very good example of how one does that and what that can provide. But I think once you have that and the ecosystem of SMEs that develop around it, we should then begin to have that, I think, KPIs that are clear for the government and ourselves to fulfill. What's the next step, in terms of how we go forward on these things? My sense is until we can quantify those next steps, as the lady from Kipra said, for governments then to deliver on that next step, we will always be in this sort of circular conversation about if they don't give me the service, I don't pay my taxes. In Kenya today, you have a highway that takes one to the airport in 30 minutes. Before it used to take us 2 hours. When you're in Kenya, you used to give 2 hours before you got to the airport. So I think as progressively these things improve, we should begin to see a reflection of that in, the revenue to GDP levels, at least to show that citizens, yes, are demanding better services. The government is delivering some of it, and so we are rewarding them for that, so we can ask for even more. And that secular process, I think, needs to also come up in the way we speak about these things.
Thank you, Dr. Vera. And we are lucky to have some policy members in the audience. I saw Dr. Njoroge, so I was hoping that you come back. I'm glad you did. And as Dr. Vera rightly mentioned, the right infrastructure investment environment can easily empower the entrepreneurs, the young people. We've seen a lot of people leave the continent. African youth, at the end of the day, you need fast internet, you need right infrastructure to be able to set up your businesses. I'm going to open up the floor again to some questions. We have one here.
Thank you very much. I feel a little bit like that. I'd like to provoke just a little bit. Because I think there were a couple of statements made which I actually kind of disagree with. The first one is, without data you can't develop. I mean, I live out of collecting data and analyze them. But to say that without data you cannot develop, I just don't think so. I mean, we have seen development taking place all over the world for hundreds of years, and we are also seeing it even today in countries that even if you don't have the exact data that you want, you can still develop if you're willing to experiment and then learn from those experiments and so on. So I mean, I think we need to be very careful, and the whole idea behind my discussion of the experimental study was to say, hey, wait a second, it's not just any kind of data, any kind of thing that will help you solve the problem. I mean, I believe in data, but the intervention from Pritchett was exactly that the developed countries, they're not going to pay attention to any data about migration or whatever, because it's a different issue. So that was one. The second one is, when it's said that our labor market policies in Africa have failed, I kind of step back because I did make the following point. Controlling for income level, sub-Saharan African employment outcomes are in many ways quite similar to the rest of the world. That's out of a Brookings study. I mean, it's a study from the Brookings. So I think we need to, somehow be aware.
This is Louis Fox's study. It's Louis Fox's study. Is that the study by Louis Fox? Let's be clear.
Yeah, it's a study by Louis Fox and others.
Okay. I
now,
can come back.
Sure. But I started by saying I think we want to have a little bit of discussion. And even if we don't have the data, there are still many policy issues that are pretty well known. They require action, not necessarily more data. So I think we kind of, I wanted to try to provoke a bit.
I'm going to take 3 questions. Dr. Vera, I'll bring you into the question of data as we're winding up. But let me take the questions so that I can have my panelists speak as well. We have Dr. Njoroge.
Thank you very much, Maggie, and everyone else. Just again, making a few points, provocative points, a bit like Finn just now did. First, I think there's a lot of good lessons, and I think maybe they've been mentioned, Vera and others have mentioned this, but I think we need to do more in terms of actually let's say, identifying and the good lessons in Africa. It's not all a lost cause. I think it's very easy to go to the negatives, the things about taxes, the things about health, the things about, there are many bad things that I use the word bad, but there are many things that we are way behind, but I think there are many positive things, but we need to know why. And this is why this conference is so very important. It's one thing to know, okay, this worked, but why did it work? So in some sense, that is what we are struggling with. That's one point. The second one is, we also need to be a bit humble, okay, as researchers. This is a word that probably doesn't come up in economics, but anyway, we need to be humble. What do I mean by that? If we wound back, let's say 20 years ago, and we are looking at India, you know the points that Professor Pritchard raised would have gone through. You know, he would have said, well, listen, you know, you Indians just hang on, just come to our countries, and we will, you know, all what is said would have gone through. We would have missed the technological changes, we would have missed the green revolution that took place there, and we would have missed lifting more than 1 billion people out of poverty. Just because we looked very much at the easy solution. We would say the same about China in terms of the number of people that have been lifted out of poverty. Now, it's true, we know China has its own problems today. And I'm talking more about the reverse, well, middle-income trap and all those other things that are taking place in terms of population. But I'm making the point that we don't always know the thing that is going to spark the next revolution, etc. Today we talk a lot about AI. Maybe it is not AI. Maybe it is AI. I don't know. So I'm making the point that let's also understand that things don't always work according to government's plan. And I think that to me is the major issue. The governments around the world, we still are stuck in this sort of, well, I was going to date myself. I mean, the sort of models that were with us in the 60s, that were all demand, sort of, you know, command economy sort of thing. And I think reality has shown that there are many other things that are positive things that are going on. As I finish, there's one thing I should say, which is I do agree a lot of our people will have that equation. What is the government doing in terms of you know, the benefits, cost-benefit analysis? What's the government doing with our money, etc.? Fine. But I think there's another issue that we need to appreciate. Most people have, let's say, certain services that they absolutely must have. I'm talking of health. In Kenya, it's also education. And I would venture that education, most of us are going into education not just for, you know, to push GDP up. There are other personal benefits that come from education in families, etc., including obviously a better income. But I'm talking of that from a perspective of it's not just the government that has to supply all those things. And to me, that is where the rub is in terms of thinking of government policy, because government policy cannot, in a sense, let's say, replace all those considerations that the private sector is making. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Njoroge. I'll take 2 questions from the lady there and 3 questions.
Thank you. My name is Charity Njoka from Kenyatta University. I've been listening to the presentations from morning up to this afternoon. And some of the things which are again coming up, and I'm just again picking on what Dr. Patrick Njoroge has said, the 3 issues, or the 3 poverty areas which we suffer from, health, education, agriculture. And I want to say that when we were taking lunch, actually we were again talking about the papers which have been presented. And what was actually coming out is the issue of politicization of these 3 key areas: agriculture, education, health, and even commercialization of the same. So that today you find, as much as we are paying the taxes, where is the very basic immunization for the children, which Dr. Rose Ngogi was talking about, such that even in Nairobi, mothers are giving birth, and they have to come back to the hospitals 1 week later for the BCG. Something is wrong. Again, when we look at the education sector, again, something is arising. I know I'm saying this, I was part of the CBC. I presented my findings. And even if they may not have accommodated. Today we are talking of the IT world. But again, you go to our schools, which today, because of lack of funds, they cannot even offer, even national schools, even 50 students to do computer studies in the school. So that it is who is going to see the head teacher, because my son wants to do IT, wants to do computer. So I was saying that there are some very basic things which the government of the day should have. Let them educate people, the very basic IT skills, which are the skills required outside there in those countries which require our skills. Let us also again find agriculture being viable. The reason why the youth buying the borders, it is because they even do not know how, they do not have the requisite skills to come up with that very, very basic business. And I've said, if you look at maybe a supermarket, which is even seeking some employees, you'll even find master students and undergraduate, 50 of them, and all of them, they have different skills. Who is that person? Which is that entity which is going to bring these 50 persons or 100 persons who have applied for that position in that supermarket, put them mentor them, and bring out a business opportunity for them. So those are the things which really pains me, as much I am here part of the Kenyan, to see that we are really suffering because we have commercialized, we have politicized the very core things which we require in Africa. It is even very disheartening when we have to move from our Africa with all the resources to go and serve other countries, whereas we have not harnessed the more resources we have in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the next question.
Nyandemo is my name, from Nairobi University. I teach development and policy issues. I think as Kenyans, let's be very clear, nobody fears paying tax. But our tax policies must be well taught, and they must be implemented in a more progressive way, guided by the canons of taxation prescribed by Adam Smith. Secondly, on taxes, Kenyans proudly will pay tax if the services they get back are commensurate with the tax they pay. But in cases where the taxman taxes the Kenyan citizen beyond repair, that does not only become punitive, it becomes destructive in terms of sustainability of businesses. So if we want to create jobs, if we want to expand the industry, let's be fair in terms of our tax policies. Unless our tax policies have a human face, guided by the philosophy of sustainability and enhanced business investments. The second point I want to raise is the issue of education in Kenya. I want to agree with the professor who in the morning gave us a very training kind of interaction in terms of his speech. In Kenya, we are busy training, but training nothing out of it. Let's look at the CBC. I saw kids being trained on how to swim on sand in a field. That to me is not only comical, it's time wastage. Because really, if we want to train and impact practical skills to our kids, let's not be comical. Let's be realistic in the context of the mega resources we have. We talk about TVET. TVET, to my narrow understanding, is supposed to focus more on technical subjects. I've been a chair of council, Sigaragara National Polytechnic, for 5 years. I've had a lot of problems about the curriculum development. You can't create TVET, use taxpayer money, and start teaching humanities in TVETs. Many principals in those TVETs have resorted for cheap way of raising money by introducing courses like bookkeeping, book records, these commercial courses. Whereas really the country is in that need of technical training. Asia is what it is. Most of the new industrialized nations in Asia are what they are because they invested heavily in TVETs. So I think one thing we need to address as we invest heavily in TVETs, we need to refit our curriculum in the TVET institutions. Come to public universities where I am. It's a circus. Every university wants to train everything, in the process training nothing. Let's try to identify which university is capable of training medicine, which university is capable of teaching CRE and history, so that each university is identified for what it's capable of doing. That's when we can make sense of taxpayers' money. Those are the few nasty comments I have to give.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take one question. We don't have that much time, but I think, Professor Murinde, you might need to set up a session on taxation. Maybe there's a lot that has to be done there. So I'll take one last question here.
Okay, I'll be brief. What I want the panel, I would like the panel to address is the fact that we are talking about youth, but we need to understand that youth is a complex thing because some youth are different from others, and some youth face challenges that other youth don't face. And what I'm talking about is girls, for example. When it comes to training, a lot of girls face customary and traditional practices that make it very difficult for them to participate in the types of training that boys, for example, can participate in. So I think if we are talking about youth empowerment, we cannot forget the fact that there are traditions, there are customs in Africa, that in many African countries that make it very difficult for young girls to engage in the types of trainings that can allow them to progress. So as we move forward, what we are seeing is that most of our girls are not in a position to be able to dictate what kinds of trainings they can go into, what kinds of types of education they can go into. In fact, on a recent visit to South Sudan, we were talking about the fact that some girls are not even allowed to go to school at all. And so I think I would like for the panel to talk about those kinds of things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I will take one last question and then I'll have the panel respond.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Innocent Kabenga and I'm from International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN. Obviously, my question will be targeting nature. I would like to know how far is the African Economic Research Center is in terms of research that contribute or will contribute to valuation of ecosystem services, which I think are at the center of the economic development in terms of production. I do understand that 30% of agriculture would not exist if we don't have those insects that go around spreading pollens. And we see that with climate change, the biodiversity and therefore ecosystem services are being completely depleted. So how far are we in terms of getting those into economic equation so that if you deplete a wetland, your equation will show you that the sustainability won't be there because of its multiple values that generally are not accounted for because they are non-market goods and because they are non-market services. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent. One more question? Okay.
Yeah, this is a footnote on taxation. So I think one thing that we often forget is that you don't have to raise tax rates to enhance tax revenue. Okay, and the reason is that to enhance revenue, you also have to be efficient. The government has to be efficient. You know, efficient collection of taxation. Okay, public mismanagement revenues, corruption. If you end up reducing those barriers, you will be able to collect more revenue. Second, we should not ignore that inflation is taxation. So not only that we have to do a good job in terms of being accountable to the taxpayers. One of the accountable measures is controlling inflation. That is a form of indirect taxation. The government is actually financing itself through monetary policies. So when you say the revenue to GDP ratio is low, we're actually understating by that amount. I know that it is low, even relative to peer countries. So we should not just look at simply raising tax rates, enhancing tax base, and then inefficiencies, corruption, inflation control is something that we should consider. I also support your idea that AERC should have some kind of
taxation session. I agree. Thank you so much for the comments. I mean, there's a lot of great observations, comments that have been raised, a lot of good lessons to learn from. Dr. Njoroge, as you were talking about the progress that has been made, I come from Rwanda. We've seen a whole lot of progress in terms of setting infrastructure to support entrepreneurs, to support youth, but still, I think that's where we're here to poke, provoke, and see that we can do better and globally compete. We are still at 4G. The world has already moved to 5G. Now, leapfrogging is something else we can talk about. So it's nice to hear all these conversations. And on taxation, I think I'll leave that to AERC to organize a day where it can be, discussed and maybe solutions can be found. Now, I want to give a chance to my panelists to answer some of your questions and concerns and comments, respond as we close the session. And I will ask them to step away from the economist suit and help me break down, help us understand. I'm not an economist, but I want to walk away understanding why I should pay taxes and, why I should be so optimistic about the future and so many others. I will start with Dr. Vera Songwe. The gentleman at the front raised something. He says, we said we need data, but we don't need data to develop. And as we walk away with some takeaways from you, I want to leave that to you. And you also talked about the labor market policies and how this is not top priority for African economies. I'll just open the floor for you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry that I missed some of the conversations from this morning, but I read Lan Pritchard's piece on the fact that Africa has probably done much better than everybody else in education because we started much later and we have arrived much faster at our destinations or even faster than others. But I think what Lance was talking about was also that it was not just about now saying, 70, 90% of girls are enrolled in schools, but are they actually learning? And I think that's a lot of what the conversation that we're having is about. And maybe even sometimes when we talk about taxation, I'll come back to this data thing, but maybe when we talk about taxation, maybe that's part of it because government is actually spending resources in putting people still through school. But those resources are poorly spent because, as one of the gentlemen said, they're not learning what is going to give them a job. And so we need to go back, as I said, to, understanding what does the economy need and then training for that. Now, I have been known to say this and I will repeat it again and 20 times over. If you cannot measure it, you cannot fix it. And so if we don't have data to measure it, if we don't have data to know that we're improving or doing better, as Africa, as a continent, this is one of our problems. We cannot be poster childs for nice pilots. We cannot be poster childs for nice little evaluations. Dr. Ngoreje is there. He comes from the banking sector. Our biggest complaint, your president, everybody is talking about global financial infrastructure. The banks look at credit ratings. Credit ratings use methodologies. They use data. And, you know, we are going into a data age. So for us, as academics even, to say that you can do things without data, how do you even develop without data? The whole IRA, the largest jobs creating incentive innovation technology bill that was ever been passed in our lifetime by the United States was based on data, understanding that today the top 7 industries in EV and value chains are in China. Given that data, we as Americans need to do something different. I'm not American, but this is the decision that the Americans took. The Americans took that decision. The Europeans came and said, okay, well, what do we need to do? How much are we going to do to be able to compete? They use data. If we cannot make decisions based on data, and if we are sitting in an academic conference saying that data is not useful and that we cannot measure what we are doing and we cannot, yes, I agree. Nature accounting, we need to do a different kind of GDP accounting. Maybe we need to figure out how we add natural value assets into 12% of global GDP comes from nature. We don't yet know how to include it in our global GDP. We don't yet know how to include it in our financial systems. This is not saying data is not important. This is saying we need to get the data so we can include it right. And maybe Africa's GDP will be different. But until we get that data, our GDP will never be different. So I mean, if this was the only thing that we went away from here with, is that we need to do more. And in economies like Kenya, where you have the capacities now, because of your technology, because of your IT depth, because of the ability that you have to get the right data, I don't even think that we should be having the conversation about whether or not, you know, randomized trials happen because we have data to do the randomized trials. So I just worry that, you know, we went through a decade there where everybody said the informal is normal, informality is the right thing to do. And that was really, really very unfortunate advice for the African economy. And we need to move away from that.
Thank you.
Climate, last thing, I co-chair a panel for the G20, the Brazil G20 on climate, debt, and finance. A lot of the work that we're doing now is trying to understand how we can, you know, bring nature into the global conversation, how we can issue more nature bonds, how we can, you know, $4.4 trillion of green, sustainable, and social bonds were issued last year from the top banks in the world. Africa got less than 0.01% of that number. We need to figure out, one of the reasons Africa is not getting it is because we cannot put forward the right data that is needed. We don't yet have the projects, as the lady from the National Bank said. We need to put together, then they need scale. A lot of these are 500 million and above. So maybe Africa working as a collective, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, we need to do a lot more work on how we can do more scale using the AFCFTA as a means to present Africa as a continent that has many markets. My last point, India. India and Africa, a few years ago, Africa had a larger share of global trade than India. 20 years later, India and Africa have the same share of global trade. We are 2.5% of global trade. India is aiming to get to 5 and to 7. This is data. Does Africa have a number that it needs to get to in the next few years, and how do we get there? Only by trying to do this are we going to create those jobs, ensure that we train in the right spaces where the jobs will be, and make sure that we get to the prosperity that we're looking for. And we can do it. Kenya is an example.
Thank you, Dr. Vera. Professor Finn, I'll come back to you after the panelists so that you can all come. Okay. So I'm going to open the floor to my panelists, if we can be brief in less than 2 minutes or even like a minute, as we close the session, to respond to some of the comments. I think they have highlighted the cultural aspect, the skills needed, education, just to mention a few. Help us give us some key takeaways as we close the session.
Okay, let me start. The gentleman over here talked about issues of gender and whether we are looking at inequality, especially on advancing the girl child. I think issues of gender inequality should be considered, when taking decision to train women, We should have efforts to eliminate gender disparities in education, increase women's participation in STEM fields, and also remove all barriers to women entering certain professions due to beliefs and other things. I think, let me just make one more point. We talk about policies a lot of policies on training, policies on capacity building, but there's something also that we should talk about. The government should employ the youth. The government is a default employer for the youth. Graduates living in university, their first cut should be in the public service, because the public service offers opportunities for training, for capacity building, but we have been pretending as if we cannot recruit the youth. It's possible. The youth, the wage-going rates for the youth are very low. Even if you employ 1 million youths, you are not going to break the budget. So I think in the interest of the government renewing itself for the future, civil service cadres should also employ the youth apart from programs in training and other things. The other thing that we would like to push is that we should have more internships, both in the private sector and the government. I've been an advocate myself of the fact that every company, every organization needs a young professionals program, because the youth need a place to start from. Apart from that, they can also have apprenticeships for those who are not highly qualified. So I thought that I should also make these points as we come to end the meeting. Thank you.
Dr. Ross.
Okay. Just to go back to the aspect of demographic dividend, and one of the things that comes out clearly from the literature is that you cannot put aside aspects of gender equality as you talk about dividend, the demographic dividend, and also women empowerment. And one of the characteristics of reaping the dividend is through reducing fertility. And this has implications as far as women participation in economic activities is concerned. In addition, we can increase the women participation or women empowerment by taking care of the care economy. I think we have not talked much in AERC meetings about the care economy. Yes, you may say that it's not just the women who take care, but actually a lot of care at household level is the activity of women. And one of the studies that we did with UN Women, looking at how male and female were participating during the COVID-19, and you could see that the aspect of the care of children in the house was more increased as an activity of female compared to male. So care economy, recognizing it, it's a debate now, and how to measure it, and probably this would also give an aspect to think about how to do women empowerment. And then finally, is to say that as we think about the AU 2063 agenda, we've done 1 decade already, so we have 39 years to go. So a youth at 15 years now, as we close 2063, will be 54 years. So we have about 39 years to see how we can create a space for the 15-year-old to make a productive contribution to the development process. Thank you.
Thomas.
Thank you once again. I'll give one comment and then be able to conclude. And this comment is on TFTs. It has come from the floor. I was reading some literature last evening. Unfortunately, I forgot where I read it from. But one of the concerns is that the labor cost in sub-Saharan Africa relative to labor productivity is very high. Now, we have had, this is the space, just like we have discussed in the morning, we have seen very high education levels. For the first time, I learned that Uganda has accumulated so much of educated people vis-a-vis or compared to Thailand. So we have educated people, but then the challenge is that the skills that our people have are not those that the modern industries need to prosper. And I think this is the void that TVTs come to fill. I know that at the farm level, so many of these private investors try to do on-the-job training to raise the skills of their workforce. But again, this has negative externalities. There is very high labor turnover, and they have absolutely no idea whether this person they have trained will stay on the job or will go away. Now, this gives space for the government to come in. And of course, our governments have come in. That's why we have these institutions. Maybe they would go a further step to subsidize even some of these costs, especially where this training is being provided by, say, a private firm. But of course, it's now up to us to do the right thing. I had a colleague from one of the universities here saying the whole thing is distorted. Now, that's now us, me and you, who are implementing. But the idea is a good one, because we must do that to be able to meet the requirements of the job market. Now, away from that, for me, I know the future is bright for Africa. The reason I say that is that we have where to learn from. The kind of structural transformation moving from informality to formality is something that other countries have gone through. The East Asian countries have gone through this green revolution. And we have a lot to learn from them. The most important thing is, can we learn the right way and do the right thing? And we shall get there. The question of tax has been pushed to Victor. I'll be one of those looking forward to this discussion. Because really, what I get back from the taxes that I pay in terms of services is extremely important. There are some countries you go to and their major roads look like sweet potato gardens, and you are paying taxes on a daily basis. So sometimes you fail to know what is it that's going on. So we need some bit of mapping in these things, and I'm very sure if that can be done, nobody will be hesitant to pay the tax. People want to pay the tax, but they want value for the money that they are paying in taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia.
Thank you. I'll just add maybe some comments on the first question, which was asked around how can our youth be encouraged to tap into the unfolding opportunities, especially around AI, etc. First, I think what I look at as an opportunity for us is that our youth are very entrepreneurial. And I think that is something that we have to capitalize on. So look at it as an opportunity, and therefore, how can they be supported? Of course, there is an issue of skilling that has been talked about. We can start now. And really, that's why we need to be futuristic, that we may not achieve it now because we've not done it in the past. But if we have started, or if we start in a few years, we'll be able to reap the benefits around that. Then, of course, creating opportunities like an enabling environment. If you look around, there are lots of innovation hubs, a lot of tech startups. But what you also realize is a lot of these people start the things on their own, and government is nowhere to kind of support or provide the right kind of support that they need. Government tends to come in later after these people and groups have struggled and have reached somewhere, and many times they actually want to take the credit for what they have not done. So also you find that the private sector is kind of moving very, very fast ahead of government in many respects. And I think maybe that's one thing that I want to say, that governments need to do more in terms of trying to catch up also with the private sector and the way that the private sector is moving. Then a lot of work has been done on the continent, and I think we can all appreciate when you look back even 5 years where every continent was, we can really, really see that there are some good things that are happening. And I think we also need to do more in terms of projecting the continent right and capitalizing on what is happening. And I want to conclude by saying that probably that is one area that the AERC can also support in terms of directing research and research outcomes, in terms of trying to project, identify what is good, what has worked well, and how can countries learn lessons from one another. If something has worked well in Kenya, can Namibia borrow what has worked well in Namibia that Kenya can learn from? I think when we have and promote these kind of conversations, there will be a lot of learning taking place within countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia, and thank you to the audience, Dr. Vera Songwe, Dr. Andrew Mwaba, Dr. Thomas Bwe, Dr. Rose Ngongi, and Dr. Patricia Ojangole. Thank you so much for having time to share your experiences and some insights with us on this topic. A round of applause to my panelists. And thank you too for keeping the conversation very exciting and provocative. A round of applause for you too. And that brings us to the end of this session. I'd like to think that if we solve our everyday challenges, economic challenges, maybe we'll be able to solve the challenges of the youth in Africa. Thanks for letting me chair this session, and I wish you all a very wonderful evening.
Bye.
Going to win the upcoming election for that view. So that is that in terms of the takeaways. I felt that when we mentioned the plenary session of AERC, I hope we embody the spirit of open ideas, open approaches, open perspectives, and policy insights. I hope the discussions excited our researchers and provoked their thoughts, and also maybe energize their spirits to go to the basement to do some work in terms of tackling their own research questions and also coming up with other research questions. Maybe with regards to the department that I'm running, I should say that we are committed to raise the quality of research that is being delivered through the thematic research, as well as the collaborative arm of AERC, and also the policy uptake, deviating a little bit from the existing peripheral approach towards policy engagement that we have been focusing on, building on the excellent work that has been ongoing for the last 35 years. So I should really credit for what has been done in the past. So again, that is that on the takeaways. Vote of thanks. I think I thank, first of all, deep gratitude to our funders who made it possible for us to fund the research, to convene such a flagship event, and also develop the mentorship that our researchers deserve. I also thank all of you resource persons who are more or less doing job of mentoring our researchers, pro bono, I should say, group chairs, our researchers who are critical in the fellowships that we are in. Without the researchers, I think none of us will have the purpose to meet and convene such a meeting. Maybe finally, I should say, not finally, just before finally, I should thank all the speakers, the discussants, the moderator, and also panelists of the day, without mentioning specific names. Maybe again, more and more importantly, I should thank my team from AERC. Without any pecking order, they have done an excellent job, but I think they will not be unhappy if I mention and single out Diana and Pamela. These two have been working 24/7, sending us email at 4 o'clock and after midnight and so on. So thank you very much, team, and thank you for all colleagues within the AERC. Finally, some announcements. I think we have a reception. I think if you want to really disagree with me or with any of the debates, we can have a couple of, not a couple, maybe a glass of wine and discuss. So we have a reception at 6:30, and it is at the same place where we had lunch in Mount Kenya, first floor. Now, the most important business of the research activity starts tomorrow by group. So I will call upon group chairs to stand so that the new proposal authors know you as a chair of thematic groups, and I will also announce what time you meet, where you meet, and also the secretariat staff that is handy to be helping you instead of you have to run up and down to look for secretariat staff for any unforeseen support that you might require in the respective groups. Okay, Group A, which is to be my group, Professor Fintarp. So you know that is Finn for you. Group A is meeting in Mount Elgon, room 1. All of the rooms are in room on the first floor. So Mount Elgon, room number 1. The secretariat staff supporting Charles and Emmanuel. So you don't have to really go out of that room. Charles here. Emmanuel, I don't know where Emmanuel is, but at least we have Charles. Group B, Dick, so you know he's your chair in Group B macro. I think you guys are starting at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. And finishing towards 6 o'clock. It is in room 2, Mount Elgon, room number 2. Obadiah, I think you are on the far end. That is a secretariat staff that will help you. So again, nobody needs to run up and down to find a secretariat staff. Group C, Rose, thank you very much. I think I should give a little bit of commercial break about you. She is replacing the outgoing chair of Group C, which was now the executive director, Victor Morindi. Thank you very much, Rose. You will be in Mount Elgon room number 3. John Moretti of our staff, I think you know John, or Damaris are going to be with you in Mount Elgon number 3. Okay, all groups start at 8:30 except Group B. Group D, Andy, Trade, Production, and Regional Integration Group Chair. Okay, commercial break about him. He used to be my PhD supervisor. So it was a privilege also to share the podium with you this morning. You will meet in Mount Kenya number 2. Tom, I think I saw Tom Thank you. And Esther? Yes, those are two. Okay, finally, Group E. John. I think you need the mic, maybe?
Oh, yes. Yes, my name is John Mbaku. I'm a member of Group E. I'm substituting for Professor Kamnya, who is the actual chair of Group E. She's not here today because of some personal problems, but she will be back in December. So I'm just sitting in for her.
Thank you very much, John. And you will be meeting in Mount Kenya number 3. Mount Kenya number 3. I think, colleagues, I think we can also print and distribute the program to you. So I think I am done. The reception is at 6:30. Let's relax, and I think we can discuss economics by choice or by preference, and I will see you at the reception.